Section 9A of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The labor of the following pages, which shall occupy this section, will be to ascertain whether the negro race, properly so distinguished, in an unamalgamated character, are naturally equal with the other races of men, the red and the white, in point of intellectual faculties. That they really are thus equal is vehemently contended for by all abolitionists of both Europe and America, some even holding them superior, while anti-abolitionists resist this opinion as a fallacy. An appeal to direct and also to circumstantial evidence in relation to the subject is the only way to decide it. Abolitionists are sure that the only reason of their present amazing inferiority arises wholly from the influence of the treatment of the white nations toward them. Remove this, say they, educate them, and give them a fair chance in the world, then it will soon be seen, that, as a people, they are equally talented with the other races of the human family. But here, at the very outset of the inquiry, it is desirable to ascertain how it came to pass that it was not the negro man who aspired to the paramount condition now and always enjoyed by the white race. If the people of Ham were originally equal, as to mental faculties, with the other races, how came they in their present degraded condition? How has it happened that the negro race has not attained in the world to the very same condition the white race now occupy, and the whites fallen into the condition of the blacks, seeing they are, as is contended, equal with each other? Or, if this is true, why are they not alike? There must be some great reason for this. It is asserted by abolitionists that the negro race were, in the first ages after the flood, the authors of all the arts and sciences which obtained in ancient Egypt, and that from these arose, as from a germ, the present lights of mankind. If this were true, we ask how they, the authors, in their posterity, have lost that enviable position? How has it come to pass that the same power which prompted them to so many and to so great improvements has not been able to sustain itself? Could this be shown to have been a fact respecting the negro race, it would prove an anomaly indeed, and yet would secure but little in their favor, on account of the horrid retrograde they have made in the world. But we affirm that they were not the authors of either arts or sciences, as understood in those times, which, according to history as well as the scriptures, were cultivated in ancient Africa. We sustain this affirmation by showing that the Egyptians, and all other peoples of those ages, received and carried with them a knowledge of the arts and sciences, as understood at that era of the world, from the house of Noah. That letters were known in the house of Noah is absolutely certain, deduced from many circumstances, and of necessity to all the people, or to heads of tribes and communities for the first few hundred years immediately after the flood. One of these circumstances, or evidences, arises from the late discoveries made in the foundations of the ancient tower of Belus, or Babel, as it is commonly called, as well as from the architectural works of the people of Shem and Japheth before the tower was built. Sir Robert Kerr Porter, under the patronage of the government of England, went to the country of ancient Persia, Tartary, Armenia, Chaldea, and Babylon, on the Euphrates, in the years 1820 and 1823, on a tour of antiquarian discovery. While on the Euphrates, he found, as reported in his work, the ancient site of the temple of Belos, or Tower of Babel, the same spoken of by Moses in the book of Genesis, which was built by Nimrod, the grandson of Ham. At the spot where the tower stood, which was built only about 100 years after the flood, he found a vast heap of rubbish, forming a great mound, or elevation, overgrown with brambles. Being desirous of examining the interior of this mighty mound, he procured the aid of several of the people living there, to dig along its skirts, when there was found, at some little depth, the original brick, forming the upper stratas of the foundation of the structure. The bricks thus discovered were about 1 foot square by 3 inches thick, and were covered on both sides with arrow-headed characters, having, in many respects, a resemblance to the present Hebrew letters. They were not hieroglyphics, or the pictures of creatures or things, but were evidently letters, or signs of ideas, placed in due order, as letters are now arranged, running in parallel lines across the bricks. There were instances, however, where those characters were set in perpendicular lines, or at right angles with each other. That they were letters is as evident as that any of the ancient characters of the Hebrew, Greek, Persian, or Chinese languages are letters. On these bricks was written, no doubt, the history of the tower, and the reasons of its being erected, the story of the flood, the ark, and of the nations before the flood, the original creation, etc. It appears that the letters were formed on the insides of the molds in which the bricks were made, the characters being raised out above the general level of the face of the mold, so that when impressed on the clay before it was dried for burning, would cause facsimiles in the face of the brick, and thus be preserved from being broken when laid in great masses on top of each other. It may have been, however, that the letters were made by merely pressing down on each brick, as it came from a smooth mold, the type of a letter carved out of wood, and thus produce the same effect as if cast in a mold. Specimens of these letters may be seen in the work alluded to above, in great numbers, and are worthy of the attention of the curious. The work is in the State Library. That letters were known before the flood appears also from the fact that music was taught and understood among the antediluvians. See Genesis chapter 4, verse 21, where it is said that one Jubal, a descendant of the family of Cain, was the father or instructor of all such as handled the harp and the organ. If music was taught, then of necessity they must have had a knowledge of characters of a competent description, by the means of which they recorded their music, or the science could not have been alluded to, as it is by Moses. If musical characters were then in use, of which there can be no doubt, then of necessity letters were also in use, or the rules of such as taught music could not have been systematically accomplished. Music being thus understood by the antediluvians, it is an evidence that they possessed a high condition of refinement, as a general knowledge of this accomplishment is considered the ne plus ultra of good breeding in refined society of every age. To carry out this belief, we are aided by Moses in another respect, who says, Genesis chapter 4, verse 22, that the people of that age, going back to the lifetime of Adam, had a knowledge of the manufacture of brass and iron, and that they were also agriculturalists, as well as shepherds and herdsmen. It is said by the Jewish rabbi that letters and writing were invented by Seth, the third son of Adam, Watson's Theological Dictionary, page 856. With the knowledge of such things, can it be possible that the antediluvians were not a civilized, laboring, trading, agricultural, mechanical, commercial, and scientific race? However many tribes, nations, kingdoms, and governments they may have been divided into around the whole globe, yet a knowledge of such refinements is stated by Moses to have certainly been in their possession. Of all this, is it possible that Noah, being born 600 years before the flood, could have been ignorant, seeing he was a good man, and improved his mind, therefore, in every possible way? Could he have planned and built the ark without a knowledge of geometry, which also supposes the existence and use of arithmetical characters? Ham, Nimrod, and his coadjustors must have had a knowledge of geometry as well as of letters, or they could not have projected, nor have built the tower, and the great cities, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar on the river Euphrates, as Moses said they did. Genesis chapter 10, verse 10. From whom did Abraham, who was born only 292 years after the flood, derive a knowledge of arithmetic and astronomy, if not from the house of Noah? That Abraham had this knowledge is stated by Josephus, in his book of Jewish Antiquities. If Abraham had this knowledge, then it is clear that the Syrians, of which people Abraham was a member, also possessed it, who, with all the first nations immediately after the flood, derived it, as well as all other knowledge, from the house and members of the family of Noah, who brought it with them from beyond the flood in written characters. That Abraham was an educated man is evident from the character he sustained among his countrymen, the Chaldeans, or the ancient Syrians, and as the head and patriarch of the Hebrew or Jewish people, as well as from the business which he transacted with the Egyptians, Canaanites, and other countries of that age. If Abraham, then, was an educated man, and was versed in all the learning of that age, which was cultivated by the Chaldeans, who doubtless at that era and upward toward the age of the ending of the flood was composed of both white and red men, till such times as they were separated to their respective regions, then were also the patriarchs who were before Abraham's time, such as Arphaxad, Selah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Serug, Nahor, and Terah, the father of Abraham, as well as Shem, who was Melchizedek, and the progenitor of all the patriarchs above named. From this state of the case, it is not hard to conceive that the Egyptian and Canaanite negroes, who were the very first people of those countries, received all their knowledge of letters, of agriculture, of geometry, arithmetic, and astronomy, from the great and common source, the house of Noah, and the succeeding patriarchs. The opinion, therefore, that the Phoenician negroes were the inventors of letters, is no authority. What though Cadmus, an Egyptian, as it is said, carried the knowledge of letters into Greece first of all, at a very remote age, which we shall not dispute, yet this does not prove that the Egyptians invented them, as Cadmus, with the rest of his countrymen, derived that knowledge from the common source, the family of Noah. Whether this Cadmus, who is celebrated as the author of letters among the ancient Greeks, and the succeeding ages of the world, was a Phoenician or an Egyptian negro, is far from being certain. For we learn from Josephus's Jewish Antiquities, book 8, that one of the sons of Ishmael, the son of Abraham, was named Cadmus, and was as likely to have been the Cadmus of ancient history, who carried letters into Greece, as any other man. As to architecture of the magnificent and exquisite descriptions, the Egyptians made but little advances till the age of Solomon, previous to which time their buildings were of the most common order, made of brick, both burnt and dried. Even the cities of the time of Joseph were of this description, useful and spacious, but not approaching to the magnificent. In all Africa, says the Universal Traveler, page 499, there does not now exist among the negroes any architecture, above that of mere huts made of stakes driven in the ground, and plastered inside and out. Of this description are the best buildings, shaped like beehives, conically. The rest are mere dens made of mud and sticks, or holes in the ground. These are the descendants of the mighty Egyptians, the Libyans and Ethiopians, whose lofty temples once filled Africa, if we are to believe abolitionists. But it is all an error. They were the authors of the architectural works of those ages no further than as slaves and laborers. The pyramids, which were built of hewn stone, was not the work of the woolly heads of Egypt, but of the shepherd kings called Kutea, from Arabia and the Persian Gulf, north of Egypt, who held, by conquest, for more than 200 years, the kingdoms of Egypt, during which time they enslaved the whole mass of the aboriginal people, when the pyramids, and many other great works, were built by slaves, at the dictation of the Hyksos, or shepherd kings. Watson. This was done prior to the time of Joseph's being sold into Egypt. The Hyksos kings were of the Abrahamic race, being descendants of his sons by Keturah, see Genesis chapter 25, who, settling eastward from Chaldea, where Abraham lived before he went to Canaan, expelled the children of Ham, or the Cushites, from the country, who, first of all, after the fall of the tower, settled there, on which account the country was alluded to by Moses, Genesis chapter 2, verse 13, by the name of Ethiopia, through which the Gihon flowed. This people, being thus expelled, went to Africa, and founded another kingdom, which also was called Ethiopia. Now, on this account, the Hyksos race were called Cushite shepherds, namely, because they had conquered and dwelt in the country of the expelled Cushite race, who were of the house of Ham. These were the people who conquered Egypt at so early a period, and built the great works of that country above named. The Cushites, as stated by Richard Watson in his Historical Dictionary, page 282, were driven out of their Asiatic possessions along the Gulf of Persia and along the northern side of the Red Sea by the Ishmaelites and the Midianites, both of the lineage of Abraham. The descendants of Abraham were always prone to rearing vast herds of cattle, by which means, in a great measure, they acquired wealth and power. Such were the shepherd kings, who, for a time, tyrannized over Egypt, as above shown. It was for this very reason that all shepherds were an abomination to the Egyptians in the days of Joseph, the Hebrew, as stated Genesis chapter 46, verse 34, for they remembered the cruelties of the red-skinned shepherd kings. From all points, therefore, it is evident that the original negroes of the Nile, the swarthy woolly heads of the race of Ham, did not profit by a knowledge of letters, or any other knowledge of the house of Noah, above mere agriculture, till such times as other races of men, such as Ishmaelites, Midianites, and Chaldeans, all of the race of Shem and Abraham, had begun to mingle with them, so that by the time of Saul, David, and Solomon, the character of Egypt in relation to enterprise had become vastly changed from her ancient stupidity, from whence we date what may be denominated the architectural age of Egypt. At a very early period, thousands of the Ishmaelite race settled in Africa, by invasion, along the headwaters of the Nile in Ethiopia, mingling more and more through Egypt, down toward the mouth of that river. This is a matter of history. Watson, page 282. This is evident also from the mummies brought from that country, which were doubtless embalmed as long ago as in the days of David and Solomon, and perhaps as far back as when the Hebrews were in Egypt, all of which, except now and then one, are not of the negro race, but of a red or copper-colored people, with long straight hair, and other characteristics not belonging to the genuine Cushite, or race of Ham. From this circumstance it is shown that the ruling people of Egypt, in those ages, were not the native negroes, as none but the more wealthy were able to bear the expense of embalming their dead. Says Professor Lawrence, page 292, that a race ever devoted within the period embraced by authentic history, to slavery, or to an existence not much better, and possessing, under the most favorable circumstances, only the rudiments of the common arts, and the most imperfect social institutions, should have occupied, in remotest antiquity, undertakings which astonish us even now by their grandeur, and prove so great a progress in civilization and social life, in arts and sciences, that they should have subsequently lost all this surprising progress, and never have exhibited the smallest approximation to such a preeminence in any other instance, is a fact extremely difficult to explain." The negroes of Africa, who are the descendants of the Egyptians, the Libyans, and the Ethiopians, all the same people, the race of Ham, the first negroes, for thousands of years, have made no advances in letters, or in any other approximating thereto, as in all Africa, among the negro tribes and kingdoms, not a gleam of the light of science, the precursor of which is the invention of letters, has appeared, not a hieroglyphic or symbol, no kind of painting, or even knots tied in a string, as in Peru, called quipos, to denote numbers, has appeared in all the vast regions of southern Africa. How is this so? What has induced this amazing stupidity of the native negro? In the annals of no people of the whole earth can there be found evidence of so profound a state of ignorance and apathy, with respect to a desire of improvement, as among this people, for they have not exceeded the beasts of the wilderness where they dwell, who follow the mere instincts of their natures. But in the northern parts of Africa, on account of the mixture of the other races with that of the negro blood, there has arisen more or less improvement in agriculture and government, which has elevated the negro blood a little above their native dead level of their degraded natures. End of chapter 9a. Chapter 9b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What though the negroes of Canaan built many towns and cities in their country, such as Jebus, Tyre, Zidon, Gath, Hamath, Jericho, with many others, which Joshua and his warriors found extremely difficult to destroy. And although before their settlement in Canaan they built the Tower of Babel, the cities of Akkad, Erech, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar on the Euphrates, yet all this, and especially the cities last named, which were built by the negroes before they settled in Canaan, and before the confusion of their language, we attribute to the first impetus of knowledge derived from the house of Noah, and kept alive by surrounding circumstances, the exertions of other nations, the Shemites and the children of Japheth. But when finally overcome and subdued by the superior policies of the other races, the negro man, not possessing in himself the great conservative powers, which are the grand source of all exertions and human independence, fell, naturally by degrees, back into their native insufficiency of mind, the end of which is misery, ignorance, barbarism, and slavery. During the age of their first prosperity, had they cultivated such mental faculties as they had, instead of indulging in all kinds of animal luxuries, crimes, murders, tyranny, lewdness, and horrid idolatries, they would not have gone down as they have. That such was the fact, respecting them, is strongly supported by the history of Carthage, whose empire was coeval with the later ages of Canaan, and with the very time of the glory of Egypt. This negro kingdom, during its whole existence, which was from the age of Ahab, one of the kings of Israel, till destroyed by the Romans under Scipio about 140 years B.C., made no advances in literature. On this subject, Rollin says, page 238, that during all the ages of their existence, which was about 700 years, they did not produce but 4 literary men, while the Greeks and the Romans, we will add, during the same space of time, filled the world with their sages, philosophers, and seats of learning, as well as with their manufactories, trade, and commerce. The great ambition of the negro Carthaginians was war, plunder, rape, and cruelty, excluding, even by edicts, the encouragement of letters and learning. Wherever the Greeks or Romans carried their conquests, they strove to better the condition of conquered countries, but the Carthaginians turned all to a howling wilderness, or at least did not attempt to better the character of the subdued nations. The reason why the Carthaginians discouraged literature by law, says Rollin, was, as they asserted, that it assisted men to become rogues, and to overreach each other. But this was not the reason. It was because of their innate dislike to mental study and research, as a people, seeking only after animal gratification, seeing no beauty or advantage in a knowledge of the mysteries of the arts and sciences, as did the other races, especially the descendants of Japheth. This is the grand reason why the first negro nations went backward rather than forward from their original opportunities, namely, their not having appreciated the value and worth of letters, moral improvement, the science of social government, virtue, etc. And yet we are told that the negro man invented letters at first, an idea easily refuted by a reference to the fact that letters and learning were understood in the house of Noah long before Ham was born. In relation to their commonly accredited knowledge of the art of building or of architecture in Egypt is entirely preposterous. Says Lawrence, page 296, quote, With our present knowledge of the capacity of negro men, and our knowledge of the state in which the whole race has remained for full 20 centuries, can we deem it possible that they should have achieved such prodigies?" That the negro man in those ages did, unaided by the talents of others, invent and carry out, by his own mental energies, the great works of Egypt and Carthage, we wholly deny, and aver that it cannot be proven. That the knowledge of architecture and many of the other arts, as well as sciences, were as well understood, if not better, by the Chaldeans, who were of the race of Shem, and coeval with the negroes of the Tower of Babel, which was long prior to the settlement of Egypt or Ethiopia, is evident from the notices respecting them, found in the writings of Moses in the book of Genesis. The settlements of Shem and Japheth, about the regions of the headwaters of the Euphrates and Tigris, in ancient Persia, so named long afterward, and Armenia, were made all 100 years before the children of Ham went either to Canaan or Egypt. It is true, however, that Ham and his people went down the Euphrates to the vale of Shinar, where, in about 50 years after his leaving the country of the ark with his family, they built the tower. But as soon as that undertaking was frustrated by the divine power in the confusion of their language, they immediately spread out in all directions, some going westward to the unknown region of the country called, afterward, Canaan Phoenicia, some southward along the Persian Gulf, in Arabia and the Red Sea, as well as still farther south into Egypt, while some went southeast along the Indian Ocean, toward the country now known as Hindostan, and others remained, no doubt, in the same country, along the Euphrates, quite down to the sea. Here they had to begin anew in all their respective regions. But during all this time, the children of Shem and Japheth, with the patriarchs born soon after the flood, were going forward with their pursuits, and actually built the great cities of Rehoboth, Calah, and Resen, Genesis chapter 10, verses 11 and 12, even before the time of the building of the Tower of Babel by the negroes, as the children of Shem and Japheth had nothing to do with that exploit. The numbers and the names of some of the patriarchs, born prior to the dispersion of the blacks from the project of the tower, are as follows: Arphaxad, Salah, Eber, and Peleg, besides 4 other sons of Shem, younger than Arphaxad, whose names were Elam, Ashur, Lud, and Amram, who were each and all of them the fathers of vast multitudes, over whom the mighty and princely Melchizedek, or Shem, the son of Noah, reigned as a priest. In this man were concentrated, by the providence and appointment of God, the regal and sacerdotal dignities, as well as a knowledge of all past ages, as he was born more than 100 years before the flood. Is it a supposable case, that the races of Shem and Japheth, under such a supervision as that of Noah and Melchizedek, were idle, and accomplished nothing, during all the time the negroes were busy on the great flats of Shinar, and in the building of the tower? The reader will recollect that Noah lived, after the flood, 350 years, and Shem 500 years, so that during 100 years or more, prior to the negroes' settlements of Canaan and Africa, these 2 great men, as well as the 4 other patriarchs, first above named, were as energetically at work in their settlements, east and north, as were the negroes in theirs, and that, too, without a loss of time, as was the case with the blacks. For they lost all the time spent in the vale of Shinar, before they were dispersed, amounting to more than 100 years. That the race of Shem, under the advices and knowledge of himself and his father Noah and concomitant patriarchs, had actually grown numerous, and attained to power at a very early period, is evident from the 14th chapter of Genesis. In the history contained in that chapter, Moses gives an account of a war waged and carried on between certain kings in the land of Shinar, whose countries lay along and beyond the river Euphrates, who were the children of Shem, and certain kings of Canaan, negroes, and of the vale of Sodom, whose kingdoms lay along and near the river Jordan, places and governments about 300 miles apart. The names of the kings of Shinar who engaged in this war were Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations. This war happened in the days of Abraham, about 250 years after the dispersion from the tower, and about 370 after the flood, when Abraham was about 80 years old. These confederate kings from the Euphrates were powerful, as we see they had held in vassalage, for some 12 years, certain districts of the country of Sodom, on the river Jordan, east of the country of old Canaan, although so far from the seats of the respective thrones. But the kingdoms of Sodom rebelled from under the rule of those eastern kings. On this account, the 5 kings of the Euphrates, with their troops, came the great distance of full 300 miles overland, to reduce the people to their vassalage again. But the sooty monarchs of Sodom, 5 in number, whose names are as follows: Bera, king of Sodom, Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and Bela, king of Zoar, mustered their troops and resisted their oppressors, but were beaten with a terrible overthrow, in which defeat Lot, the half-brother of Abraham, and all he had, was carried away. Thus we learn from the pen of Moses how great the empire of those eastern monarchs was, extending west even to Jordan, covering at that time more or less the country of old Canaan, while to the east there was nothing beyond them but the wilds of India and Hindostan. Thus far we have presented this trait of ancient history, merely to show that at the very time when the Egyptians had been settled in the vale of the Nile, only about 250 years from the time of the dispersion from Babel, there was then a mighty empire much further advanced in the arts and sciences than were the Egyptians, in the country of Euphrates, which had its commencement long before even the building of Babel, and had spread outward toward the region now called China, to a great distance, and had been advancing for more than 100 years before the negroes of the tower, or any part of them, had found their way to the Nile, or to the mountains of Canaan. In this eastern empire there were no less than 8 great cities named by Moses, which were Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, built by the people of Ham under Nimrod, before the confusion of their language. And then there were Nineveh, Rehoboth, Calah, and Resen, built by the people of Shem, quite as early as were the others by the people of Ham, who were dispossessed of them and driven out of the country by the Shemite race into Africa. From this view, it is seen at once that the arts, as understood in that age, were known in the land of Shinar, Armenia, and the East, long prior to the advancement of the Canaanites, the Ethiopians, the Libyans, and the Egyptians, derived from the house of Noah, and fostered by the patriarchs of the Shemite and Japhetic races. That Abraham, the great progenitor of many of the nations of the eastern world, was a learned man, is asserted in the writings of several of the early Chaldean historians, as stated by Josephus, Book 1. Berosus, a Chaldean historian, speaks of this Abraham, the Syrian, as being wonderfully versed in a knowledge of the heavenly bodies, or in astronomy. Hecatus, another Chaldean writer, celebrates the greatness and the learning of the man Abraham, who, as Josephus relates, composed a book setting forth the life of Abraham, by which means his name was well known to the ancient writers of India and Hindostan. To this Adam Clarke sets his seal, who says that in the Oriental writings in the Sanskrit language, frequent allusion is made to Abraham as well as to Solomon ben Daud, or in other words, to Solomon, the son of David. It is said by Josephus that Abraham carried with him to Egypt a knowledge of arithmetic, which is borne out in the fact of his seed, both the Hebrews and the Ishmaelites, always being in the possession of the science of figures. And from whom did Abraham receive this knowledge, but from Shem, or Melchizedek, the son of Noah, which came from beyond the flood? How is it then, therefore, that literary men of the latter ages have seemed to look for the origin of the arts and sciences no higher than to the sooty cities of Egypt or Phoenicia, with all this evidence before them, as if the negro man must have been the first and only discoverers of all that is excellent in the earth, especially when it is known that this race have never of themselves, as negroes, patronized letters much in the world? Is it a credible thing that God, who committed to the race of Shem, in the persons of the patriarchs of that line, the lights of immortality, did not also commit to the same characters and race the lights of the arts and sciences, seeing that a knowledge of these very powers were necessary to the carrying out of the very plans of the Deity, by the means of a branch of this race of men, the Shemites? Professor Lawrence, a man who ranks among the first men of the age, contends in his lectures that as all the black nations of the globe are in a low and miserable condition, and that, as they have been thus for thousands of years, therefore they are correspondingly low and miserable in their faculties, and this is the very reason why they submit to slavery. He deems the moral and intellectual character of the negro race decidedly inferior to that of the white race, and that this condition arises out of his anatomical organization, page 428. Then that this is so, there is no truth more self-evident. And yet there are found even among white men and women, and of such as lay claim to high distinction in society, those who do not hesitate to aver that there is no good reason why an amalgamation of white and black blood should not take place. Without reciting in this place all the physical peculiarities of the shape, color, and character of the negro race, it may suffice to remark that when the two races come in contact, and the thoughts of amalgamation crosses the mind of a white, it is accompanied with a chill of the soul, which is nothing else but the voice of God in nature against it. The sympathies, when called upon in this respect, to coalesce with a creature of another caste and constitution, cry out and flee with affright, as if pursued by some horrid phantom of darkness. Surely God never intended any such jumbling up of his original work, as amalgamation proposes. As to the natural manners of the negro race, there is between them and the other races a deeply marked difference in relation to the risible faculty, the continual readiness of the African to burst into loud and boisterous fits of laughter, increasing even to yells, with but little or no cause to excite it, is a trait entirely peculiar to that people. This peculiarity, which so attaches to the very being of the negro race, was equally possessed by Ham, the first negro, as appears in his treatment of the patriarch Noah in the hour of his sleep, as we have already shown from Josephus. End of chapter 9b. Chapter 9c of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There is another circumstance in the physical being of many of the African race of which we almost decline to speak, and this is the strange and unaccountable circumstance of their near approach in their shapes to that of the wild man of the woods, the orang-outang. If it was consistent in the divine economy to produce a black race of men, as in the person of Ham, suited in their constitutional make to people the hot regions of the earth, why need they, therefore, in so many instances, be formed so much like the animal above alluded to? Could not the African have been produced black, with all the peculiar temperaments of body and mind, without their having been formed so much like that strange-looking creature, to the black men's deep dislike, as well as to the surprise of all who have seen any of that kind of animal? The orang-outang is a most extraordinary creature, not only on account of its near approach to the form of many of the African race, but also from its almost human actions, great size, and greater strength. Some individuals of the species, which have been taken, have measured fully 7 feet in height, and were otherwise as largely proportioned. Such an one was caught on the northern coast of the island Sumatra, in the Indian Ocean, which was a real giant. The account given by Dr. Clark Abel respecting the capture and size of this extraordinary animal is as follows: "When first observed, the creature seemed to be much fatigued, as if he were resting from a long and arduous journey. His legs, nearly to the knees, were covered with mud, showing that he had passed a region of country of a boggy or miry character, and was resting on the broad forks of a tree, when first seen by the hunters, near the shores of the island. As the boat's crew approached the land, the monster appeared to be aware of its danger, and that a single tree whereon it was resting did not afford adequate means of safety. It therefore descended, and escaping to a small clump of forest trees, at some distance, whither it was now pursued by the hunters, seemed to feel itself more secure. But as the hunters came up, they let off their guns, 5 at the first shot, the balls of which all took effect. On feeling itself wounded, the wonderful animal left the tree on which it was resting for the moment, and bounded with great activity and force from one tree to another, so that for a time it seemed to bid defiance to the hunters to overtake it. At length, however, its exertions grew fainter, and leaning against a limb, it vomited blood, being then some feet up among the limbs of the tree, in which it was putting its trust. The powder of the party being now exhausted, as they had been on the hunt for a long time that day, before they fell in with this rencontre, they were obliged to cut the trees down with their axes in order to be able to strike it with their spears. The animal was soon cut down, but as the tree fell, what was their surprise to see the wild man spring with great activity into the boughs of another, thus effecting its escape with seemingly unabated vigor. They now fell to cutting down all the trees of the place, which consisted of but a small clump, as they were determined to capture it by a conflict on the ground. This plan was accomplished, and the last tree brought the animal in immediate conflict with its enemies. Here they plied their spears on every side, as the bleeding animal bounded hither and thither amidst its foes, without seeming desirous of attacking any of them. But as it was overcome by many wounds, and nearly in a dying state, it suddenly seized hold of a spear, the handle of which no man could break, and snapped it asunder, as if it were but a dry twig. Its strength, however, they now saw was beginning to fail from a loss of blood, when in its agony it would clap its hands on the wounds, and look so pitiful at its tormentors, that the men began to have doubts as to the nature of the deed they were perpetrating, so much were its actions like a human being in distress. But soon it fainted, and fell down on the grass quiescent, and was dead. On measuring the strange creature, it was found to be 7 feet in length, and looked, while alive, and bounding from one tree to another, like a monster of a man, entirely naked, but overgrown with a thick coat of black shiny hair, of about 3 inches long, except on the forehead and face. Its chin was fringed with a beard, and curled neatly on each side. Its arms were long, much longer than a man's arms, while the legs were in proportion shorter, presenting a body of great size and power. The chest was broad and expanded, while the waist was quite slender, as are all the monkey tribes. The posteriors were pointed and narrow, which trait of form is also that of the African negroes. Upon the whole, says Dr. Abel, it was a wonderful creature to behold, and more about it to excite surprise than fear. Mr. Shaw, the Wesleyan missionary in South Africa, says that he has seen a whole troop of baboons on the mountains, who would not only scream, caper, and frolic at the sight of their company, but would actually laugh. Page 79 of his memorials. The existence of this animal, the orang-outang, is a great phenomenon in the world of beasts, on account of its near approach to human beings, and especially to that of the negro race, both in form and capacities. The extreme scarcity of the creature in the world is not the least circumstance of its singularity, for it is found only in 1 or 2 districts of the whole globe, and those are in Africa. We mean the large class of the animal, because there is a palpable similarity in many particulars between the negro race and the extraordinary animal above described. We by no means insinuate what many seem to believe, namely, that they are a connecting link between the orang-outang and the white man, as this is utterly impossible, on account of Ham's parentage, and because there is no such thing as a gradation from brute natures to that of the human, for man stands alone, being the image of God, and his only image on the planet. Our remarks, therefore, as above, and those which are to follow, are intended only to prove the natural and innocent fact of the negro's mental and physical existence as actually inferior to the whites. In connection with this view, we shall notice the very curious circumstance of the difference there is between the nature of a negro's flesh and that of the white man, the knowledge of which is afforded by the appetites of certain animals. The shark, the lion, tiger, and leopard prefer the flesh of the negro to that of the white men. This is found to be true as to the shark, when the two races bathe together in waters inhabited by that voracious fish, it always selects the blacks, as an article of food suited to its taste, rather than the whites, rejecting the latter to the last. It is the same when white men and negroes hunt for animals in the forest, above mentioned, together in Africa, those monsters always selecting the blacks as their prey, when it is as easy for them to take one as the other. Were we to render a reason for this curious preference, we should say that it is on account of the strong odor of the negro's body, which, to the smell and taste, is more inviting than to the white man's flesh, as is the smell and taste of a horse and the ass to those carnivorous creatures. In conformity to this fact, that of the strong odor of the negro's body, they can digest food of a much coarser and stronger character than white men can, such as the shark, the crocodile, the rhinoceros, the elephant, the hippopotamus, tigers, hyenas, dogs, lions, panthers, and serpents of every description, with the greatest ease and relish. All these are rejected by the white man as abhorrent to his nature, tastes, and powers of digestion, except in cases of strong necessity and starvation. The horrid and heart-appalling practice of cannibalism has, in all ages, attached more to the African race than to any other people on the earth. In the country of Egypt, according to Baron Humboldt, as late as the 13th century, 500 years ago, this dreadful practice prevailed, even among the higher orders of the people, as well as the lower, so that extraordinary traps and snares were resorted to, in order to catch each other for food, as they would any other animal. He says, that physicians were often sent for, under a pretense of illness, when they who sent for them would kill and devour the physician, having arranged the plan how to deceive and destroy them before their arrival. The large island of Sumatra, in the Indian Ocean, is peopled by blacks of the negro description, who formerly, if not now, devoured all persons among them, condemned to death for crimes committed against their laws. The manner of such executions was as follows: the criminal was tied naked to a post firmly fixed in the ground, while the executioners stood around the fatal spot with knives in their hands, who, when the sign for them to begin was given, fell on, in a regular manner, in the sight of thousands, cutting away such parts of the body as their respective fancies and appetites made choice of, eating the quivering flesh in its blood, with pepper and salt, while the poor wretch was howling and writhing with pain, as his devourers, all negroes like himself, were chewing and swallowing him down before his own eyes, with gestures of great delight and satisfaction. Masonic Record, page 123, number 1, 1830. In New Holland there are, or were, several tribes of negroes who have very large heads and mouths. Their heads, in form, resemble the head of the orang-outang. They are entirely covered with black hair or wool, are very limited in their intellectual powers,
but are extremely dexterous in climbing trees, precipices, and rocky places, in which particular they greatly resemble the apes and baboons of Africa. They are exceedingly black, and have mouths much wider than any other people of the human race. They eat all kinds of reptiles, as bugs, worms, and serpents, with every decayed and filthy thing, but whether they are cannibals we are not informed. Nearly the same is said of the natives of Australasia, who are small in stature, ill-shaped, and among the most degraded and barbarous of the whole human race, going entirely naked, with their bodies smeared over like the Hottentots, with oil and filth, having no religion or idea of a God, no government, and none of the comforts of civilized life, though occupying a country rich in every natural advantage of the globe. Smith's Geography, page 296. Were ever white men so low as this? On the island called Van Diemen's Land, in the Southern Ocean, latitude 42°, which is adjacent to New Holland, there is, according to Captain Grant's account, a tribe of negroes extremely black and woolly, whose whole formation is frightfully like the orang-outang, being, as to stature, many of them full 6 feet high, and powerfully built, who are far stronger than other men of their size, and very ferocious. These negroes eat human flesh as freely as they do any other meat, making no difference, one way or another, in the light of its being better or worse than the flesh of other creatures. They sleep in the open air, although the country is far from being hot, as it is in latitude 42° south, and full as cold as is the climate of New York, in both winter and summer, and yet they sleep in the open air on the ground, and in the trees, like the wild tenants of the heavens and the earth, huddling in caves and holes in the winter, as well as they can. The negroes of the Norfolk or New Hebrides Islands in the Pacific Ocean make use of human flesh, and count it as a great luxury, a banquet of the highest order. Malte Brun, page 620. In the island Mallicola, in the Indian Ocean, according to the above author, is a race or tribe of negroes, who, it is said, may almost be regarded as a kind of apes or baboons, as they have long flat noses, narrow foreheads, high cheekbones, under jaws which protrude beyond what is common to Africans, very low of stature, and every way entirely horrible to look upon, on account of their extraordinary approximation to the shapes and attitudes of orang-outangs. The negroes of Solomon's Islands, in the Pacific Ocean, south latitude 10°, are exceedingly black and cruel, whose chiefs will kill a man for happening to cross their shadow, so despotic and fierce are they in their anger. They wear around their bodies, as ornaments, strings of human teeth, and other tokens of ferocity and murderous practices. These negroes are cannibals of the worst description, living on human flesh, in preference to all other kinds of meat, which they procure by wars among themselves, and from shipwrecked vessels, which are cast by tempests on these inhospitable and bloody shores. But from whence came the negroes of those islands of the Pacific Ocean, so far removed from Africa, their native country? We believe them to be descendants of the Cushites, who settled, first of all, and before they went to Africa, along the Persian Gulf and the Eastern Ocean, from whence they got on to these islands, by various means, where they have remained from that period till the present. The islands of New Hebrides, New Holland, Van Diemen, New Zealand, and Solomon's Islands, with many others, which are inhabited by negroes, lie all along adjacent to the coasts of Asia, so that they were easily reached by these first settlers, of the Ethiopia of that country, before they were conquered and driven out of it by the Shemites, as before stated. There is no other way to account for the appearance of the blacks on those islands, who have ever been acknowledged as the aboriginal or native people, other races mixing among them subsequently. This fact also establishes that the negro race were always as they are, and that those negro islanders are the descendants of the Asiatic Cushites, who now are cannibals, and have been thus in all time. From this same stock of black men, the Cushites of the days of Noah, descended the myriads of the negro race, found mixed through all the nations of the great eastern world, as China, the Indies, Hindostan, etc., among whom they are slaves, as in all other parts of the earth, carrying out the curse of Noah. On the continent of Africa, there is, in the interior, a tribe of negroes called Ebos, whose features wonderfully resemble baboons, like those on the island Malikola, particularly in the great elongation of the under jaw. These are likewise cannibals. Morse's Geography, page 785. Mr. Vaugill, an American who traveled in Africa, having penetrated some way into the interior, among the Gongo negroes, came to a pretty large settlement, where he found a kind of marketplace, to which the inhabitants resorted to buy and sell such things as they dealt in. Here Mr. Vaugill found an abundance of human legs and thighs, hanging on pegs driven into the trees and their huts, for sale, the same as meat is exposed in the markets of civilized countries. In another district of Africa, called Darwin, situated on the shore of a river, where a schooner, commanded by one Captain Dunninger, had anchored for the purpose of hunting, dwelt a tribe or nation of negroes, but what their name was is not recorded. At this place, a part of the crew went on shore, where there was a thick wood, in quest of game. For some reason or other, perhaps fear, they kept pretty near together, while they were looking about in the unknown woods, when they were suddenly set upon by a large party of negroes concealed in the grass, and notwithstanding the guns of the schooner's party, were at once overpowered, being frightened, as the negroes rose up immediately about, and under their very feet. They were instantly killed with clubs, except one or two, who being a little apart from the main company, fled to the vessel with the news. As soon as possible, the residue of the crew hastened to the spot, well armed, where they found nothing but the blood and entrails of the victims, for their bodies had disappeared, carried away, as they believed, to be used as food for the murderers. A race of negroes once inhabited a large district of country, about and beyond the heads of the Nile, in Abyssinia, far south of the equator, called Giogas, who once overran a great country in Africa, in the region known as Upper Egypt, supporting themselves as they went by killing and eating the inhabitants, as they would so many cattle in an enemy's country. They finally seized upon a district which lies south of Angolia, bordering on the great Sahara, or sand desert, where they finally settled, and were living when the Christian missionaries found them. Whenever these people, who were the terror of the surrounding tribes, went out on marauding excursions to plunder and capture their own race, as has been the custom of all Africa in all ages, they always selected from among their female slaves as many as they judged necessary for their support on their way, whom they killed as they went, for food, having used them as their wives till the time of butchering them came. Edinburgh Encyclopedia, Vol. II, page 185. Is it possible to conceive of any condition in human life so utterly horrible, so far removed from the common sympathies and moral feelings of humanity, so deeply damned as were this community of negroes? And yet their character was but in perfect keeping, more or less, with every horde, tribe, and nation of the race, whether we go back to the first ages of their being in Asia and Africa, or look at them after the lapse of thousands of years, and as they are now, in their own untaught character, as found in the islands, woods, and mountains of their blood-stained country. The Rev. Mr. Brown, of the Methodist Episcopal Church in Africa, related, when on a recent visit to America, some appalling accounts of cannibalism, as seen and known by himself. He related that he had seen some 10 or a dozen men buy a prisoner from a tribe who had taken him in battle, and, tying his hands behind his back, fell upon him with knives, cutting off pieces of his body as the victim went, who filled the air with yells and cries for mercy, till he fell down from a loss of blood, when he was entirely devoured, except the bones. The Rev. Barnabas Shaw, a Wesleyan missionary, in his Memorials of South Africa, says, but we deem it rather reluctantly, that the Buchanan negroes are sometimes cannibals, page 56. That this trait of negro depravity and appetite was as much in vogue among them in the country of old Canaan, even prior to the time of Moses, and the conquest of those nations by the Hebrews, as it was in ancient Africa, or any of the adjacent islands at any time, appears from some remarks in the writings ascribed to Solomon on this very subject. It is said of Solomon, in the scriptures, that he was a wise man, and, of necessity, a well-read man, or he could not have been wise. Solomon was, no doubt, acquainted with the history and manners of the ancient nations of the country over which he reigned, and who, in part, had been conquered by his own arms. He had access to the writings of all former ages, even those of Noah and Melchizedek, as well as of other patriarchs. On these accounts we may rely upon what he has said on the subject of negro cannibalism, in the Book of Wisdom, as set forth in the Apocrypha, chapter 12, as follows: For it was thy will, O Lord, to destroy, by the hands of our fathers, the Hebrews, both those old inhabitants of thy holy land Canaan, whom thou hatest, for doing most odious works of witchcrafts and wicked sacrifices, and also those merciless murderers of children and devourers of men's flesh, and the feasts of blood with their priests, out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed with their own hands babes destitute of help. Respecting these ancient nations of Canaan, the seed of Ham, Solomon further states, in the same chapter as above, as follows: But executing thy judgment upon them by little and little, thou gavest them place of repentance, not being ignorant that they were a naughty generation, and that their malice was bred in them, and that their cogitation would never be changed, for it was a cursed seed from the beginning. Here allusion is made by Solomon to the curse of Noah, and to the decree of God against the race. In the words, they were a cursed seed from the beginning, that is, from the birth of Ham, and that their malice was bred in them. Concerning this people, Solomon further saith, in chapter 14, "Moreover, this was not enough for them that erred in the knowledge of God. But whereas they lived in great ignorance, those so great plagues called they peace. For whilst they killed their children in sacrifice, or used secret ceremonies, or made revelings of strange rites, they kept neither lives nor marriages any longer undefiled, but either one slew another treacherously, or grieved him by adultery, so that there reigned in all men of those nations, without exception, blood, manslaughter, theft, dissimulation, corruption, unfaithfulness, tumults, and perjury." End of chapter 9c. Chapter 9d of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This account of the character of the ancient and first negroes of Canaan, as given by Solomon in the Book of Wisdom, is corroborated in relation to cannibalism by the sacred text itself, and therefore is established against them beyond all doubt. See Book of Numbers, chapter 13, verse 23, where there is an account of the spies who were sent into the mountains and country of Canaan to see what kind of people dwelt there, who reported of them when they returned that they were monsters, not only in stature, but in practice, for they said, "They eat up the inhabitants." That is, they were cannibals, which frightened the spies nearly out of their wits. The Carthaginians sacrificed infants to their gods, as well as adult persons. At one time, says Rollin, volume 1, pages 255 and 272, they burnt 200 babies and 300 grown persons. But whether they eat them after they were roasted is not related by the historian. This dreadful practice they carried with them from old Phoenicia, or the land of Canaan, as the black nations of Carthage were derived from the blacks of Canaan, page 275 of the above author. This is a dreadful picture of the ferocity of those early negro nations, who, it appears, not only worshipped the devil, practiced witchcrafts and sorcery, disregarded the marriage rites, murdered, swore false, practiced all kinds of dissimulation, but in addition to all this, they would kill and eat their own children, or any of the weaker inhabitants, the aged, the infirm, prisoners, etc. All these they would devour as an article of food. The times alluded to by Solomon in the Book of Wisdom, and by the Book of Numbers, as above quoted, was some 1500 and 1900 years B.C. Comparing these facts with the statements of Herodotus on the same subject, we learn that the negro race, more or less, have always been addicted to cannibalism, from the very beginning till the present time. The following is from the pen of Herodotus, the eldest of the Greek historians, where it is recorded respecting the Libyan negroes, quote, "If any man among them appeared to be diseased, his nearest connections put him to death immediately, alleging in excuse that sickness would waste and injure his flesh. They pay no regard to his assertion that he is not really ill, but without the least compunction deprive him of his life." and then devour him when cooked. From the time of Moses to the time of Herodotus was a lapse of more than 1,000 years. From the time of Herodotus to the time of the 13th century of the Christian era, when, according to Baron Humboldt and other good authorities, cannibalism was entirely universal in Egypt, among the negro class of the people, was a lapse of some 1,500 years, and from the 13th century to the present time is some 400 more, accounting in all to full 3,000 years of the history of that race, in which they have been, irrespective of civilization, actually more or less in the practice of the dreadful crime of eating human flesh as an article of food, not from necessity, nor on account of the requirements of their religion, but wholly from the common desire of that kind of food, the same as dogs, or any other carnivorous animal. But it was a few years since, 1839, that a part of the crew of the vessel Colonel Crockett, which sailed from Newburgh, New York, to Africa, was devoured by the negro cannibals, on the Delago river, inland about 100 miles, while engaged on a hunting excursion in the woods of that river. For all the particulars of that horrid affair, see the paper entitled The New World, March 13th, 1841. On comparing the white nations in any or all the ages of the earth with the tribes, hordes, and nations of the aboriginal blacks, it is not possible, however far removed from the lights and influences of the true religion, to find such evidences of absolute mental and practical degradation as is found over the whole earth among the negro race, whether in a civilized or a savage state. It is impossible to find, in the history of any of the white nations, since the flood of Noah, a community who were absolutely without any knowledge of a God, of law and order, self-government, etc., as we find in all the history of the savage parts of the negro race. Is there on the page of universal history, whether written or traditionary, any account of white men going entirely naked in the woods all their lives, their women and their children having no dwellings better than a cave, a hollow tree, or a hut made of twigs, or some fragile substance, without order, laws, religion, or any kind of refinements whatever, no knowledge of agriculture or of improvements in any way beyond a wooden spear, a bow and arrows, or some such implement. In such a condition, millions of the negro race are found in all ages of the world, as well as at the present time, but never the white race. Is not this fact an evidence of the radical and abiding difference there is between the races, the blacks and the whites, in relation to mind? In America, however, it is very common for some people to charge the low and degraded condition of the negro race to the account of the domineering manners of the whites over them. But we presume they will not do so in relation to the foregoing accounts, as the white man's influence is unknown in their ancient or modern barbarous condition. On this account, such persons will be compelled, even against their own wills, to place the cause to the right account, which is the negro's own natural imbecilities. It is utterly impossible to reduce the whites by any process whatever to so low a condition, as is found to be the universal state of the negro race, on account of the possession of superior mental faculties, moral feelings, reason, reflections, sympathies, and all the train of qualifications constituting the image of God, as alluded to Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. But these qualifications and this image are possessed by the negro race in a less degree, which corresponds exactly with the difference there is between the color, forms, and attitudes of the two races. In further illustration of this fact, it is said by physicians, who have made the tropical diseases their study, that the negro sleeps sound in every disease, nor does any mental disturbance ever keep them awake. They bear surgical operations much better than whites. And what would be the cause of insupportable pain to a white, a negro would almost disregard. I have, says Dr. Mosley, amputated the legs of many negroes, who have held the upper part of the limb themselves alone. Lawrence's Lectures, page 402. As a corroboratory of this fact, we see it stated in the speech of Dr. Browning, in the great abolition convention at London, that when he was in Egypt, a black man, who was a soldier, and who was wounded in the leg, found it necessary to have the limb amputated. This was done by a surgeon named Clotbé, and when he expressed his surprise at not hearing any exclamation of pain, his answer was, "Do you think that a black man can bear pain no better than the white man can?" Pennsylvania Freeman, August 6, 1840. The circumstance, however, is made use of by negro admirers as an evidence of the great fortitude of their natures and strength of mind. But this notion is overthrown in the fact of their want of courage in the hour of terror and danger, and of perseverance in great undertakings. It is true that the race is ferocious, but ferocity is neither an evidence of courage, fortitude, nor of mind, but is rather a trait of their nervous insensibility, agreeing with the fact above stated. The distinction of color between white and black is not more striking than is the difference between the moral feelings and mental endowments of the two races. They indulge almost universally in disgusting debauchery and sensuality, displaying everywhere a gross indifference to the mental pains and pleasures of others. Insensibility to order and metaphysical harmony, with an entire want of what is comprehended under the idea of elevated sentiment, manly virtue, and moral feeling, is characteristic of the race. These traits and virtues attach more prominently to the whites, which cannot be denied by any but fanatics, the profoundly ignorant and self-blinded character. There are districts of country in Africa, and especially along the Atlas Mountains, in which apes and baboons are so abundant, that in many of the mud hut towns of the negro natives, these animals live all together, as if they were members of the same community. Heard's Researches, Vol. 1, page 37. Herodotus speaks of a tribe of negroes in Africa, who were so profoundly ignorant, that they had no names by which they could distinguish each other, their memories, respecting the looks of individuals, being their only guide when they met, the same as dogs after they get acquainted. In no age, and under no circumstances, is it possible to ascertain, among any tribes, nations, or communities of the whites, so much misery and meanness, so much wretchedness and bestiality, as is found among the negroes, not of America, but of Africa, among the aboriginal people. Neither is it possible to ascertain from the page of history, under the most favoring circumstances, that the negro race have ever risen to a comparable height with the white nations in the sciences, or even in the most necessary arts. The ancient negroes of Egypt, Ethiopia, Libya, and Phoenicia, had no knowledge of water power, as being applicable to propel machinery, nor of machinery itself. They knew nothing of the architectural ark. They had no knowledge of the mighty principle of steam, nor of gunpowder, nothing of the magnetic needle, the clock or timepiece. They knew nothing respecting anatomy and the circulation of the blood in the human body, or in animals. They had no knowledge of the art of printing, nor of the iron plowshare, with hundreds of implements, and manufactures now understood, and in use in the world among white nations. Well, what of all that? Says one. Neither were any of these things known or understood by anybody else, black or white, in those times. Granted, but how came it to pass, we ask, that in the process of ages, the negro man, or race, has never discovered any of these things, while the white man has found out and invented them all? It is true that the scriptures intimate that the Egyptians were a very wise people, by saying that Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians. Acts chapter 7, verse 22. But what was this wisdom, after all, but a mass of superstition and nonsense, respecting their idolatrous religion, a world of stuff which Moses despised and rejected. Respecting their wisdom, the Jewish rabbi hold, says Dr. Clarke, that it consisted in the arts of necromancy and magic, with which Moses of necessity was well acquainted, having been brought up in the court of Pharaoh, as heir apparent to the throne. But he condemned the whole as false wisdom and vain philosophy, derived from the heresies of the Tower, as from a germ engendered in the polluted hearts of Ham and Nimrod, the great fathers of negro idolatry in the world. In closing this section, we give the opinion of Rollin, as it respects the innate strength of the negro's mind and courage, in substance, as follows: The Carthaginians had mean and groveling souls, as when they were victorious in battle, they were always cruel and ferocious to the prisoners, but when defeated themselves, they would cringe down like frightened dogs, losing all courage and hope. This was the true character of the famous Carthaginians in all their wars and history of their existence. Volume 1, page 255. During the first Punic or Phoenician war, toward the close of that contest, the Carthaginians were obliged to procure a general to lead their armies, and conduct their forces against the Romans from the Greeks, as among themselves there were none who could cope with the victorious Regulus. The general they procured was the famous Xantippus, a Lacedaemonian, who, when he had taken the command of the sooty legions, soon became the victor, even taking the Roman commander prisoner, as well as defeating his forces, when a peace between the two powers ensued. Does this fact go to exhibit the black men of Carthage, whether woolly-headed or straight-haired, as being equal in point of talent with white men, when they were compelled to employ a white general, a Greek, to compete with and conquer the Romans at that time, or submit to ruin? Welpley's Compendium of History, page 165. But how did the Carthaginians requite the brave white general for his acts of valor and friendship? By murdering him, for fear that it should be known that a white man had assisted them, and was the cause of their good fortune. This fact shows also, as Rollin has spoken of them, namely, that they were mean and groveling of soul. On that famous occasion, it is said by the above historian, volume 1, page 285, that when the Carthaginians saw how much superior the abilities of Xantippus were to their own generals, in maneuvering the troops in battle, they were struck with astonishment, and said that the ablest generals of Carthage knew nothing in comparison with this Greek. As to the natural courage, which is but another term for superior abilities, of the Roman white men and the black Carthaginians, there was no comparison, as the former, though often defeated, were never discouraged, while the latter fell into despair at the very omens of defeat. Rollin, Vol. 1, page 297. This author further saith, Vol. 1, page 356, that whenever the Carthaginians got a victory over the Romans, their white opponents, they would butcher, crucify, and tear the prisoners to death; but that, on the contrary, when the Romans got a victory, they were lenient and humane. This fact, to Hannibal, was a very strange thing, which his mind could not readily comprehend. Mercy to a defeated enemy was, to the Carthaginians, a solveless problem, while in the minds of the Romans it was a virtue of the highest order. That such dispositions as these are the innate character of the negro race, is further shown from the following. In Western Africa, it is now a custom of the king of Dahomey, annually, to assemble all the chiefs and nobles of his kingdom, in order to aid him in the ceremony of watering the graves of his ancestors with blood. On such occasions, hundreds of human beings were butchered, consisting of prisoners, of criminals, and also of many seized promiscuously by lawless violence from among the crowd, who suspected no evil. At any time when the king wishes to send a message to his deceased relation in another world, he delivers the errand to some one standing near, and then strikes off his head, that he may go and carry it. The roofs of the huts of this king's place of residence are ornamented all over, as are also the pavements before the doors of his huts, with the jaw bones and skulls of human beings. In Western Africa there is another kingdom called Ashanti, whose king is far more a tyrant than the king of Dahomey. When the English commissioners, not many years since, had arrived at the capital, which was but a wilderness of low and conical huts, it was at a time when the annual man butchery took place, for the sake of the dead. The following is the account as published, Universal Traveler, page 420. During their stay, the commissioners witnessed scenes so dreadful, that it seemed to sink the Ashanti character even below the ordinary level of savage life. The custom of human sacrifices is practiced here, on a scale still more tremendous than at Dahomey. The king had lately sacrificed, on the grave of his mother, 3,000 victims, and at the death of the late sovereign, his predecessor, the sacrifice was continued weekly for 3 months. On these occasions, the cabokirs and princes, in order to court the royal favor, would often rush out from the presence of the king, and the first man they met they would drag to the sacrifice. While this business lasts, it is, therefore, with trembling steps that any one crosses the king's threshold, and when compelled to do so, they rush along with the utmost speed, as if they were passing the gates of hell, dreading every moment the murderous grasp from which there is no escape. Here there was a sacrifice of 2,400 lives of slaves, in the short order of 3 months. At such a rate as that, a custom of this description would, in a century, during the reign of, say, but 4 kings, allowing them an average reign of 25 years, destroy the lives of 240,000 slaves, as it is the slave of the Ashantee who have thus to suffer. Is American slavery anything like this, as now extant in the negro's own happy land, as abolitionists would have men believe it is? What other people but this race, the Hamites, have been found on the earth since the creation of man, who are so foolish and cruel when they have power and opportunity? Had there been no other race created on the earth, long ago the whole world would have been but one great slaughterhouse, in which no light of science, religion, government, or the useful arts would ever have been heard of, as all these blessings are of other origin than the negro man. As it was then in the ages of Carthage, so it is now, and ever has been thus. The negro, when in power, plays the tiger, glorying in deeds of blood and terror. But when in subjection, he cringes with stupid fear, yielding his neck easily to the yoke and condition of slavery. If Hannibal was a great general, or rather a successful one, we think we need not fear to assert that what he was, he owed to the superior talents of 2 white men, Lacedaemonians, namely, Sobsius and Philemnius, one of whom was his teacher, and the other a counselor, who always attended him in his warlike expeditions. Rollin, Vol. 1, page 375. There were others of the Africans, as Massiniso and Juba, kings who reigned in the interior of Africa in the time of the Carthaginians, of whom it is said that they were great men, who, as well as Hannibal, received their education of white teachers, the Romans. In conclusion, therefore, from a view of the preceding facts, we are compelled to hold that it is absolutely certain, taking the whole history of both races, the whites and blacks, into the account, that the latter are absolutely unequal and lower in mental abilities, and do not possess, naturally, the stamina of improvement as do the former, but that this difference is attributable alone to the wisdom of God, in the creation of the negro race, in the blood and being of Ham, their father, on which account it is utterly impossible to elevate them to an equality with the whites, as it is to take away the blackness of their skins. As sure as day is fairer to the sight than dreary darkness in the hour of night, or wood less dazzling in the light's bright glare than Ophir's sands of gold and rubies are, so sure it is, as sure as truth is great, the blacks have got than whites a thicker pate. But if this thought displease as not refined, we can but add, therefore, they have less mind. End of chapter 9.
Section 10a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Having, in the preceding section, treated on the mental inequality of the negro man compared with white men, we shall now pass to the subject of amalgamating the 2 races, a thing which, in the minds of some persons, greatly to be desired, as in that way a universal equality would be made out. That the amalgamation of the 2 colors, black and white, were not designed by the Creator, is evident from the very existence of those 2 complexions. Had God been pleased to view the whole human race as possessing but one hue of complexion, he would never have produced more than that one, whether it might have been black, white, or red, or any other color, as green or blue. But if it is said that the amalgamation of the races would be proper and not displeasing to the Supreme Being, then it would follow that he is not displeased with the overturn, subversion, and adulteration of the works of his own hands or power, and the ruin of first principles implanted in the forms and colors of things created. That there should be in nature distinctions of this character are essential to order, to beauty, and classification. Without this trait of the divine operations, all nature would be but one universal blot, a vast compound of sameness. The earth would have no charms. There would be no distinction of color between land and water. The green grass of the meadows and mountains, the leaves and flowers of all forests, the tints and hues of all minerals, the colors of various animals, as well as of the human race, would become blended and confused in one great chaotic mass, so far as colors are concerned, in the existence of things. Had not God, therefore, have seen that all beings of animal natures, and all substances which make out the multitudinous amount of earth's productions and inhabitants, should be distinguished for the sake of order, identification, and beauty, by a countless train of tints, hues, and colors, it would not have been thus produced. It is, therefore, from this view, at once evident, that as God did make the two complexions of black and white originally, which characterize two races of men, that it is, therefore, no less a sin than sacrilege to amalgamate them, thereby destroying God's work, and supplying the ruin with adulterations. But when it is considered that there are connected with those two complexions two races of men differing as much in their mental faculties as they do in color and formation, and that these mental faculties, colors, and formations depend, for their continuance, upon the preservation of their respective attributes in those particulars, it furnishes a mighty reason why the whites and blacks should not mingle races, and thereby sin against God in the mutilation of the original order. If by amalgamating the two races, the native intellectuality of the whites becomes deteriorated, the reason why so monstrous an innovation on the rights of God should not be committed is still more glaring. Is it wise, for the sake of elevating the negro race, to make so great a sacrifice as the destruction of the white man from the earth? If so, let them amalgamate. The road is open and broad. Against such a course, on the part of the African, we have heard of no objections, and but little from abolitionists. Were the races universally, by amalgamation, to mingle, the effect would be the destruction to both colors, the black and the white, and a new one, which God never created, take the place of the others, and this would be a dingy yellow, called the mulatto. The present heaven-approved form and complexion of the white race would be handed to posterity, through the dark medium of negro blood, stained, obscured, and confused. Their complexion would be but half white, the covering of their heads neither wool nor hair, their noses flattened and made wider, their mouths vastly extended, the temples narrowed and sunken, the forehead lowered and slanted backward, the contour of the head elongated, monkey-like, the eyes eclipsed of intelligence, and made glossy like the eyes of animals, the under jaw protruded, the teeth set laterally, the waist narrowed, the chest widened, the posteriors pointed and lifted up, the foot enlarged and made spongy on the outer sides, the heel set backward, the calf of the leg taken away, the shin bone made convex, the skull thickened, the lips pouted forward, the cheekbones lifted up, and the whole external of the progeny become changed, and merged in Egyptian darkness. But the above changes are not all the horrors which amalgamation produces, as the passions and mental faculties become remodeled and changed to other characters, as presented in the mulatto race of negroes. There is an increased disposition to untamable and unrestrained lewdness, to treachery, to insensibility of feeling, to the want of high and manly sentiment. There is seen in this character, as in the real black man, a proneness to loud and senseless laughter, an extraordinary desire to whistle and sing, especially when in circumstances of labor and servitude. The fancies of the mind undergo a change also, in relation to colors, as the negro's eye is powerfully attracted by the red and yellow, in the decorations of their bodies. The powers of the appetite are also increased, so that several kinds of food, abhorrent to a white man's palate, comes not amiss, as is seen among the wild people of Africa, whether black, brown, or yellow. The feeling of love for children, in the light of a desire of their mental improvement, is as manifested by the white race, in a great measure, ceases to exist, and in its place springs up a happy indifference on this important matter. All this, and much more than we have words to express, as seen in the whole negro character, would be the fearful result of lowering the standard of the human mind, as now possessed by the whites, by amalgamating the blood of the races. That such would be the consequence is as sure as is cause and effect, for it is a physiological fact that the brain of all negroes is less in size and weight than the brain of white men by more than 1/8. This is known by actual examination of the heads of the two races. See Bingham on the Brain, page 21. In connection with this appalling truth, it is found also that the arms of the negro race are longer than the arms of the whites, holding a midway relation between white men and monkeys in this particular. This was found to be so by Dr. White, who measured the arms of nearly 50 negro skeletons, and in all cases were found to have longer arms than whites of the same height of persons. See Lawrence's Lectures on the History of Man, page 350. The whole character of the flesh of the negro race, as well as their nerves, seems to be of a coarser character, less fine and delicate than is the flesh and nerves of the white race. The skin of their bodies is thicker and heavier than is the whites, especially about the head. Respecting the females of the African race, it is said that their breasts grow to monstrous sizes, hanging down even below their waists. Lawrence's Lectures, page 359. This would be a beautiful trait of symmetry to be added to the female portion of the whites, were the amalgamation of the races to become universal. It is said by those skilled in surgical operations and dissections of the human body, that the flesh of negroes, from the outside to the bone, is of a darker color, as well as the blood, than the flesh and blood of white men. And why should not this be so, as the character or animal, if we may so speak,
is wholly a different creature from the white human animal. In relation to the lower orders of animals, is it not true that there is a great difference in the texture and nature of their flesh in many particulars? This is known to the most unobserving, and why should it be wondered at, when we assert that the same rule or circumstance exists between white men and negroes, and quite as much as their looks indicate? Amalgamation with them, therefore, proposes not only the blackening of the skin, but of the blood and flesh, even to the bone, as well as the deterioration of the mental faculties of the progeny of the whites. It is stated by Herodotus that the very semen of the African negro in his time was black, which is equally true at the present, or at least it is of a dark bluish tinge, of which any man may convince himself, if he is deeply desirous of physiological information. Would not such a course be a species of blasphemy by despising the image of God, which is intellectuality, given to the keeping of the white race more than to the blacks? To cast away, therefore, any portion of this image or likeness of God would be a deed too horrible for contemplation. Any mingling of the blood of the blacks with the whites is considered by Professor Lawrence a deterioration of the mental powers of the progeny produced. But, says one, an admirer of the negro race, it has never entered the heart of abolitionism to justify or aid in the actual amalgamation of the two races. We have only pleaded for, aided and abetted the doctrine of the negro's natural and perfect equality with white men, as to their right to freedom and equality, with regard to slavery, their mental faculties and claim of political elevation in human society. Very well, this you have done, as all the world knows. But what is the tendency of such a doctrine? Is it not the highroad to amalgamation? If the negro race in Christendom are elevated to a parallel politically with white men, will they not, therefore, with this elevation, were it to be effected, become eligible for political offices, and thus establish the principle on which the election of negro magistrates, judges, legislators, and governors, with any and all the offices of the civilized world, could be effected? Let this principle of political equality become once established in relation to the blacks, would not the odium of marriages between the races be greatly lessened? Would not facilities be afforded to the negro race of mingling on equal terms with the whites in relation to all the immunities of society? If so, then would there not be removed out of the way, in the estimation of millions, one great obstacle to amalgamation by marriages between the races? What propriety, therefore, is there in the pretense of some abolitionists, that they by no means plead for amalgamation, while they approve of principles and acts which have for their certain result the amalgamation of black and white in one great and common community? But as dreadful as is the contemplation of such a state of human society, there are thousands in the United States who, in the fierceness of their zeal for the negro's mere liberty, would happily forego the loss of half their mental powers, and their white complexion to boot, if they could but bring about this famous equality, and thus make an end of slavery. In various conversations which the writer has had with violent abolitionists, we have inquired of them, whether, in order to carry out their belief of the negro's absolute equality with white men,
they were willing that a son or a daughter of theirs should be united with them in marriage? To this question we could seldom receive a direct answer, either yes or no, but were generally met by equivocation, as follows: "Pray, sir, is there any law, human or divine, against such marriages?" Here we would urge all the dissimilarities of the two races, in their faculties, passions, appetites, formation, color, looks, and smell, again repeating the question, would you be willing that a son or a daughter of yours should marry a negro? But receiving almost always the same shuffling reply. By this course of theirs, we became, as often as conversation of the kind occurred, convinced that these very persons abhorred the unnatural connection, and yet they would not yield the point, for fear of being compelled to acknowledge their real belief in the fact of their absolute inferiority. Yes, we have often heard abolitionists remark that the time will come when all mankind will be of one color, and that will be the yellow or brown, as that the good work of amalgamation of negroes and white men was going rapidly on in the world, and this they said with a kind of joyful anticipation, as if by that means negro slavery would at last be abolished in the world. Thus it is evident that when a man or party of men become firmly seated on a hobby horse, its speed is never known to slack, till the ruin of horse and rider is effected. But although abolitionists affect to deny that they are favorable to an amalgamation of the whites and blacks, this is contradicted in the speech of Wendell Phillips, in the great London Abolition Convention, as follows: "When he went to America and told them that he had seen the white man and black man walk arm in arm, he should not be believed. He wished to have it recorded by the British press, that the colored man was to be received in the same manner as the white." Pennsylvania Freeman, August 6, 1840, No. 204. The doctrine is also approved of by Dr. Browning, who was a member of the London Abolition Convention. See his speech in the Pennsylvania Freeman, August 6, 1840, No. 204, as follows: "There was one circumstance," he said, "connected with the East, meaning the Mohammedan countries, that was peculiarly interesting, and that was, that there they knew of no distinction of color. They had no nobility of skin. White men of the highest rank married black women, and black men frequently occupied the highest social and official situations." Oh, how happy a thing it would be, in the estimation of this man, would the Americans only pattern after the Mohammedan in this thing, and thus confound the two colors, black and white, and sin against God, who made the difference, not to be mingled, but to be forever separate. But as to the abolishment of negro slavery on such grounds as that, it can never be accomplished, for the history of the negro nations, from the earliest ages down to the present time, furnishes abundant proof that they have enslaved their own race as much and far more cruelly than either of the other races, the white man or the red. To prove this, we adduce the following on that point. Strabo, an ancient historian, says that the Egyptians worked the machinery by which the waters of the Nile were elevated, in time of drought, to irrigate their lands, by slaves instead of oxen. To each of such machines there were attached 150 slaves of their own color. Rollin,
Volume 1, page 133. The Carthaginians, or negro people in Africa, who at first were a colony from Phoenicia, or Old Canaan, had vast hordes of slaves of their own color, whom they not only compelled to do their labor, but also, in great numbers, sacrificed them annually to their gods as burnt offerings. Rollin, Volume 1, page 223. Hanno, an opulent citizen of Carthage, though a black man himself, had 20,000 slaves, by which means, at one time, he attempted to usurp the government of his country, but was killed in the attempt. Rollin, Volume 1, page 266. But in later times, we find, among the negro tribes of Africa, the same practice. Damberger, the German traveler, in Africa, says, Volume 2, pages 151 and 152, that the kings or great chiefs of the tribe called Baharas, who lived on the river Gambia, or Niger, had his subjects in such a condition of vassalage, that he sold them as slaves whenever he could, not only victims taken in war, but of his own tribe and countrymen. Another nation he passed through, called Hauffas, who always sold their children, when young, to other tribes, in order to avoid the trouble of taking care of them in their infancy, and then supplied their place by stealing such as were grown larger, to prevent their own tribe from running out. Damberger, Volume 2, page 158. The king of the same tribe above named practiced selling all his wives for slaves, at such times as he became weary of their company, obtaining new ones from among his own subjects, whether already the wives of other men or not. One tribe he found, who killed all their female children, but saved the males, stealing their wives from other tribes, or taking them in battle. This tribe were called Kantorians, and inhabited a tract of country on the river Tumba, north of the Kafirs or Hottentot region. Damberger, Volume 1, page 150. This author further states, Volume 1, page 173, in a note, that all the tribes he fell in with, except the Kafirs, dealt in slaves among themselves. These slaves they acquired in their wars, not instigated by white men, but by themselves, as they are seldom at peace with each other, and have not been in all past ages. Professor Russell says, page 44 of his work, that one of the chiefs of Lower Nubia, living at a place called Dur, had an army of 3,000 natives, all slaves, procured from the slave dealers of Dongola, a tribe dwelling further in the interior than the Nubians, above named. With these, the tiger man ravaged and plundered distant tribes, killing and capturing all who came in his way. Dur, his place of residence, was considered the capital of Lower Nubia, consisting, as to its architecture, of vast numbers of mud huts, in which dwelt the slaves of this horrible negro king, rolling naked in mud when it rained, and in dust, ashes, and creeping things when it was dry. M. Cailbe, in 1824, made a hazardous journey to the famous negro city, Timbuctoo, quite in the central part of Africa, who says that the people are negroes of the Kissur tribe, and that their chiefs have all their work done by slaves, who are compelled to live separate from their masters, though they are all of one color and one kind of people. This famous city is also but a straggling disorder mass of mud huts and dried grass, filled to overflowing with wretched, naked men and women. Family Magazine, pages 82 and 83. Why naked roam, thou negro man,
in Africa's horrid wild, o'er mountains high and valleys deep, like a poor homeless child. The beasts that dwell amid the woods are happier far than you, for they have coats of fur and hair to guard from rain and dew. Your soil gives forth the native flax and other means of dress. Why roam like troops of monkeys wild o'er all the wilderness? Is not your land both deep and rich, to yield each year anew the annual crop would you but plant, as other nations do? Why dwell in huts of grass and mud, and caves and hollow trees, drenched by the rains in summer times, and in the winter freeze? Is there not stone and rock, and forests deep and green, from which good houses you might build, your naked limbs to screen? Your mountains give the mineral bodes of iron and steel their birth, of which the plow and axe are made to cultivate the earth. The diamond sparkles on your hills, their depths yield golden ore, by which mankind enrich themselves and generate all power. Why roam, therefore, thou negro man, like beasts of blood and prey, naked and starved, no house or home, like a lost child astray? Ah, mighty white man, ask thou this: poor negro have no trade, he sees no flax, no stone or tree, from which such things are made. He does not know that gold and trade, with labor infinite, has brushed away from nature's face the gloom of ancient night. His pate is thick, his brain is small, deep buried in the wool. He does not know, as white men do, but lives and dies a fool. O white man, take us from ourselves, our huts, our holes, our caves. O, feed and clothe us, teach us too, and we will be your slaves. For thus it was from earliest times, as we have heard decreed, that Ham should serve all other men, and never can be freed. Genesis chapter 9, verse 23, Joshua chapter 9, verse 23. End of section 10a. Chapter 10b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There was a missionary who recently lived in West Africa at a place called Monrovia, namely Dr. Gohin, who has published to the world, in a paper entitled Liberator, that slavery in the United States, in its worst form, even under the lash, is not as bad as slavery is in Africa. He says it is a well-known truth that 9/10 of the population are in a state of personal slavery. The females are sold at an early age, to be, as soon as grown up, beasts of burden, or wives, as their negro owners may require. The kings and chiefs of that country, he says, drive their own people in droves to the sea, where they sell their own blood and color by thousands to whoever will buy them. Thus it has always been in Africa, ages before the European white man knew anything about the slave trade. Even the famous and partially civilized Carthaginians used to obtain vast numbers of slaves from a region of country in Africa inhabited by a people called Goromantes, a powerful tribe of the interior, who made it their chief business to catch the people of their own color to sell to the Carthaginians. Hearne's Researches in Africa, Volume 2, page 231. This was done ages before the era of Christianity, and, of necessity,
could not have been instigated by European white men. Crawford, in his Indian Archipelago, Vol. I, pages 18-20, states that there are, in those islands, two races of blacks. One of those races is not as black as the other, and have straight or long hair, while the other race is of a jet black, with woolly heads. The straight-haired race, he says, hold the woolly heads in the utmost contempt, making slaves of them wherever they can be caught. The woolly heads are constantly found in a savage and more wild condition than the other race, making no improvements, but cleaving entirely to the state of nature, going naked, and living wholly on the produce of the wilderness. Thus it is made clear, in the above facts, that though all mankind were tinged by the negro blood, as some abolitionists desire, yet would not slavery be abolished, as the negro man has ever been found as ready to enslave his own race as are the other nations of the earth, no matter whether in a civilized or a barbarous state. This is the people, the woolly heads of Africa, the most degraded of the human race, who are even thus esteemed by the brown kind of negroes, having straight hair, in the same countries, that abolitionists desire to elevate, politically, to an equality with white men, and, of necessity, to become amalgamated with them, by fellowship in marriages, and the other immunities of white society. The negro race do not, and never were possessed of the common sympathies of human nature for their fellows in trouble, but treat such circumstances as a thing of no account. It is a well-known fact, that when a slave is punished for a misdemeanor, and cries out under the operation, it excites laughter among them, instead of tears. They are not a race of people of sufficient sympathies or feeling to care much about their own sufferings, or the condition of slavery, as a great whole, beyond their own individual being, and, in millions of cases, not even then, thinking nothing of the odium of being a slave, so long as comfort and protection is in their individual possession. Was not this trait of their character exemplified in the two slaves of the Hon. Henry Clay, when on a trip to Canada some few years since? While there, the two slaves were told by the people, that, as they were on English ground, they were free, but were urged with great vehemence to avail themselves of the happy circumstance in their favor, but to no purpose. The blacks replied that they loved their master, and would not leave him, and actually returned with him to the South, and to their condition of servitude again. Many such instances have taken place. This principle of indifference to the happiness of their fellows is shown not only in the history of the cruelties practiced in Africa by the chiefs upon the slaves, but also by the cruelties of the southern slaves towards each other, as manifested by the actions of the negro slave drivers. In such cases, as when an owner of slaves happens to advance some more active and intelligent negro to overlook the labors of a gang, the whip is seen to be in lively exercise, as well as the tongue. This is passing strange. In further proof of this indifference of the blacks respecting human suffering, we quote the following from Barnabas Shaw's Memorials of South Africa, published at the Methodist Episcopal Book Room in New York, 1841. This author states, page 37, that the Namaqua negroes always leave their aged parents and the sick to fall a prey to the wild beasts, or to die of hunger, whenever they remove from one habitation to another. This tribe is a branch of the Hottentot family,
who are descended, as is believed, from the ancient Egyptians. The bushman negroes are guilty of dreadful acts of cruelty toward each other, when in a helpless condition. They have no feelings, says Mr. Shaw, pages 42, 43, and 56, toward babes, the sick, or their own aged parents, making even a boast of it. They will kill their children on the most trifling occasion, if not shaped to suit them. If pursued by an enemy, they will kill the aged, or if very hungry, they will eat human flesh. The Kafir negroes of that country, he says, page 53, carry their sick into the woods to die alone, or to be devoured by serpents, wild beasts, or cast into some pit or hole, unheeded and forsaken. Mothers, one would think, would love and protect their babes, as even this virtue is found instinctively possessed even by dumb beasts. And yet we are told by Mr. Shaw in his work, page 56, that a woman of the Bechuan tribe offered to sell her child to him for some glass beads, who said that she loved her child, but that she loved beads far better. On the least occasion, says Mr. Shaw, page 58, they will kill their wives as they would a troublesome dog. Insensibility to pain, remarks this author, page 61, is one of the negro faculties, as they seem not to feel even when cut to pieces, nor do they care for their fellows when seen in the greatest distress. With a view to all these things, and many more disgusting particulars, which the reader's discernment will not fail to suggest, how is it possible that any white man on the face of the earth can be found, who in his heart is willing to have the races become one by amalgamation? To the writer, such a desire seems to be a kind of monstrosity, a hideous nightmare, a frightful incubus, chattering and grinning on the bosom of the soul, driven on and on, as by a devil in mockery, for the crimes of believing in, and desiring the union of, white blood with black. There are not wanting, under this baleful influence, cases in the land, even among the refined and opulent, who have lent, and are lending their influence to the ultra objects of abolitionism, and also who have bowed down themselves in the sight of the heavens and the earth to the very dust, in compliance to negroes, desiring thereby to have it believed that they do most heartily espouse the notion of the black men's intellectual equality with themselves, and then, with effrontery enough to look a tiger out of countenance, have braved the common and popular indignation, forming a mighty contrast between their apparent humility and lowly deference of the negro, and their dauntless impudence toward those who cannot, for the sake of the image of God, subscribe to this blasphemy against nature. We are acquainted with occurrences of this description, when a negro man has been petted, caressed, and almost seemingly adored, by proud, scornful, and aristocratic white men, who, taking the negro by the arm with affected politeness and attention, have led and escorted the black to the best seat in a superb carriage, and from thence, in pomp and array, to a place of public entertainment. Yes, we have understood, that in the city of New York, there was a certain opulent gentleman, who, under the frightful influence of the negro abolition mania, went so far with the horrible frenzy as to force negroes upon the notice and attention of his daughters, in his own house, and thus insult his own blood, and that of the whole white part of creation. Can such doings be sincere? we have no confidence in the sincerity of such professions. The very pretenders feel appalled at heart, and loathe the unnatural approximation. Yes, the very negroes themselves know better, and laugh at the hypocrisy and nonsense of the whole farrago. But nevertheless they are willing to be petted, as long as the conspirators against the order of God in the creation may be under the influence of this extraordinary political spasm, which will endure just as long and no longer than when their political object is attained or lost. If, indeed, the negro race are worthy the attention bestowed upon them at the present time, how is it that they do not put forth the arm of mental power, and convince mankind that their abolition friends are worthily bestowing their energies for their benefit? How is it that the people and government of San Domingo, who are now free and politically independent, have never petitioned the different governments of Christendom, who have slaves, for the elevation of their race by education? How is it that they, who were able to massacre their masters, and to plunder their houses, ravish their wives and daughters, and to riot till glutted in rape and plunder, have not poured out their eloquence on the ear of mankind, arising out of the rich fund of their mental powers, and wrought upon their sympathies, deluged the world with arguments, heaped up like mountains in favor of the negro race, thus putting the nations and countries to the blush at the thought of enslaving a people so high-minded and patriotic, so noble and pure in principle, a race possessed of the sweetest and liveliest moral powers and feeling, each man of them longing and desiring the improvement of his people more, far more, than his own individual happiness. But this they have not done, and we have doubts whether they even care much about it, in the patriotic sense of the word. Nay, the very papers which are published in America for their especial advancement, are, in great measure, if not wholly, got up and supported by white men. How is this? If they are a race of oppressed human beings, who are worthy of a better fate, and are grieving and struggling to rise to common equality, how is it that the whole labor of the attempt is exerted by another race of people than themselves? Were the negro population of the southern states of the Union elevated to political equality with white men, and the doctrine of amalgamation allowed, which would be the certain consequence of such equality, would such a change in their favor secure contentment? Our answer is, no, it would not, except that they could have the exclusive rule. In their very being, the God of nature has raised up a barrier between the two races, which cannot be passed without incurring consequences of the most revolting character. To set the negroes free in all America, and to bestow upon them political equality, while at the same time amalgamation should be penally resisted by death or perpetual imprisonment to both parties, there would arise out of such a state of the case all the horrors of hatred and confusion, violence and assassinations, that can be conceived of. There is a natural dislike of the races toward each other, on which account, were the negroes made politically free, without the privilege of intermarrying with the whites, there would soon arise quarrels and discontent, as the possession of mere political liberty, without all the other immunities of white society, would not and could not satisfy them. Nothing short of the most intense attention could prevent jealousies on their part, nor even this, as the knowledge of their own inferiority would always promote that passion, even where, on the part of the white man, there should be no intention to grieve or to give causes of discontent. The races are two kinds of men, constituted entirely different, in both body and soul, on which account there can be no union or fellowship between the two, on the ground of common equality, except by amalgamation, which would be, were such a thing to come to pass, a universal retrograde from the moral image of God toward the condition of brutes, inasmuch as that the intellectuality of the white race should be destroyed from off the earth, and merged in the thick skulls of the negroes. There has been from the earliest time a decided dislike existing between the two races, so much so that the fact has not escaped the notice of the ancient historian. Between the Romans and Carthaginians there was eternal hatred and war, and it is the same at the present time in feeling everywhere, as the negro knows his own inferiority, and therefore hates, in his heart, the white man, because of the difference, and wishes to have the upper hand. There is but one way to settle this great difficulty between the races, which is, to make the whole family of man of but one color, as it was at first, and of but one general character, as to intellect. But thus God has not seen fit to do, in relation to this matter. He, therefore, who goes about to mix and confound that which God has set apart by an indelible mark, is a disorganizer, and is worthy of transportation from this earth to some place without the pale of the universe, where he could cogitate alone the beauties of negro amalgamation with the blood of white men. As when a blackening cloud obscures the light, and turns the beauteous day half way to night, or as some devil's hand on ruin set should dip all flowers in a dye of jet, 'twould be like him who pleads, oh, foul disgrace, to stain with negro blood the white man's face. And worse than this, more drear, more hell refined, he'd sink in darkness deep the moral mind, and say all bloods are equal, all one state, and thus would mingle that which God did separate. Would with Japhet's blessing of the great I Am, imbue, confound and mix the curse of Ham. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Having, in the previous and last section, treated on some of the horrors of amalgamating the white and black races, we come now to inquire whether the prophecy of Noah, commonly called the curse of Noah, upon Ham and his progeny, has been fulfilled in relation to the part Japheth and his race were to perform toward enslaving them, as well as the part Shem and his progeny were to accomplish in fulfilling the same thing. That such an event was to take place, as is certainly specified in that decree, as that the race of Shem should in part fulfill it, as is seen they did, during the whole history of the Hebrew race, and are now fulfilling it in all parts of the earth where the descendants of Shem and Ham are found. It should be recollected that Japheth's race had nothing to do in the conquest of the great negro country called Canaan, Phoenicia, Palestine, or the Holy Land. Those wars were carried on
wholly by the Jews, continuing from the days of Moses to the time Judea became a part of the Roman Empire, but a little while before Christ. During all these ages, the progeny of Japheth were peopling the regions of the north around the Caspian and Black Seas, Georgia, Circassia, Astrakhan, Tartary, etc., north and west and northwest, now called the countries of Europe, as Turkey, Austria, Prussia, Russia, France, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Germany, and the islands of the North Atlantic. The divine providence reserving the latter ages for the fulfillment of that part of his decree, which was to be performed by Japheth toward the race of Ham. Japheth, the great ancestor of all the white nations of the earth, was the father of 7 sons, whose names, according to 1 Chronicles 1st chapter, and Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tyrus, all of whom had also many sons, who, branching off in their several posterities in the regions above named, became the heads of a multitude of nations of white men, and, in the course of time, of multitudes of languages. Moses gives the same account as above, Genesis chapter 10, from the 1st to the 5th verse inclusive, and adds that by these the descendants of Japheth were the isles of the Gentiles, or the Japhethites, divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. From Gomer, the first son, came the ancient Gomerites, or Galatians, to whom St. Paul wrote 2 of his epistles, a people dwelling far north of Judea, about the Euxine Sea, on the very eastern borders of Europe. From Magog, the second son, came the Magogites, whom the Greeks in their histories of the nations coeval with themselves, call Scythians, or leather dressers, whose region of country was along the borders of Tartary, including Bucharia, and probably Tartary itself, who were the great ancestors of many of the white nations of Europe and America. From Madai and Javan, the third and fourth sons, came the Medes and Persians of ancient times, whose country lay between the Gulf of Persia and the Caspian Sea, as well as further east. From Tubal, the fifth son, came the Tubalites, Iberians or Celts, ancestors of several of the nations of Europe also, as the French, Italians, Spanish, and Portuguese, and the early Greeks of the archipelago. From Meshech, the sixth son, came the Cappadocians, or ancient Germans and Russians, with all that variety of nations and languages. From Tyrus, the seventh son, came the ancient Thracians, whose places of settlements were about the western and northern coasts and islands of the Mediterranean. All these nations, however, in the earliest times, and much more in succeeding ages, especially in the regions of Europe, were mingled by amalgamation, as was right and natural, being all the descendants of the same ancestor, Japheth, a son of Noah. One of their great cities, that is, of the Thracians, was the famous Troy, which, in the time of David, B.C. 1100, was in its glory, and stood inland from the Mediterranean about 12 miles north, on a rising ground, and in that age was the capital of their country. The latitude of ancient Troy, or Troja, was 40 degrees north, and longitude 16 degrees, more than 1,000 miles west of Turkey, on the promontory of Italy,
near where Rome was afterward built. Here it was that Dardanus, one of the immediate descendants of Tyrus, the seventh son of Japheth, the grandson of Noah, founded the city of Troy, which at first was called Dardania, as Dardanus was its first king. Afterward it was called Troja, or Troy, from Tros, the grandson of Dardanus. After this it was called Ilium, from Ilus, the son of Tros. This region was among the earliest settlements of the sons of Japheth, and especially of that branch who were the ancestors of the ancient Greeks, who had migrated westward from the sources of the Euphrates in the region of the Black Sea where the ark rested, quite to the northern coast of the Mediterranean in the country of Italy, so called from the word Ilium, the name of ancient Troy. From this branch of the house of Japheth, by the lineage of Tyrus, descended also the Latins, the progenitors of the ancient Romans, whose history is well known to the world. Thus we see how immense were the countries of the white race, as well as the greatness of their power. Alexander the Great was a Greek and a white man, who conquered, as it is said, the world, and wept because there was nothing more to conquer. By this view we see that God carried forward, in the very first ages, the fortunes of Japheth, in that of his race, to great power, as he had said by the mouth of Noah should be accomplished, which was, that he would enlarge Japheth, until he should dwell in the tents of Shem, and hold the descendants of Ham as slaves. Genesis chapter 9, verse 27, where both these events are foretold and decreed. But before we proceed further to show the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy, in relation to Ham's race being enslaved by the whites of Japheth's progeny, and of his dwelling in tents or countries of Shem, we shall indulge our pen in giving some probable account of Noah and Shem after the annunciation of the decrees respecting all Noah's sons during their lives. There can be no doubt but Noah remained where he first settled, after leaving the place of the resting of the ark, on account of his great age, and the improvements made there on his first plantation, by the aid of his sons and grandsons, before they began to leave the paternal home, for the sake of their respective families. That Noah became a farmer is shown by a remark of Moses, Genesis chapter 9, verse 20, where there says that Noah began to be a husbandman. Here it was, not far from the eastern end of the Black Sea, in latitude 40 degrees north and longitude 40 degrees east, being about 3,000 miles from the island of England, in a southeasterly direction, that Noah dwelt. Were one to go from England to the southeastern end of the Black Sea, he would pass, in following a straight line from London through the straits of Dover and the countries of Brussels, Germany, Austria, Turkey, and nearly the whole length of the Black Sea, before he would arrive at the region of country where Noah lived after the flood. Here it was that his children and children's children, even to the 10th generation, visited him during the 350 years that he lived after the flood, as it was at this place that an altar to the living God was erected, at which that part of his children, the descendants of Shem and Japheth, resorted, who adhered to the religion of Noah, while Ham and his race turned recreant and followed the idolatry of Nimrod. Although the foremost of the sons of Noah was Shem, who attained to such a height of religious purity that he became not only by the divine sanction, as well as by his birthright, God's only high priest in those ages, consisting of 500 years, from whose lips the primitive people received a knowledge of the true religion, who, spreading out in all directions in process of time over the whole world, carried with them this knowledge, out of which has arisen all the various ideas of supernatural religion which now prevail over the whole globe, but distorted and foreign to the original truth. We have said above that Shem, the son of Noah, became God's high priest, for it was Shem who was the real Melchizedek, the righteous king of Salem, who was spoken of by Moses, Genesis chapter 14, by David, Psalm 110, verse 4, and by St. Paul, Hebrews chapter 7, verse 1. This man, the son of Noah, Shem by name, and Melchizedek by appellation, was, of all men who have lived since the flood, the best qualified to instruct the people of those first ages, during the 500 years of his life after the flood. As he was born more than 100 years before the flood, he must have acquired a vast amount of antediluvian knowledge, as well as unbounded influence among the then young tribes and nations of that part of the world after the flood. He could tell them all about the institutions, arts, agriculture, commerce, science, and the extent of antediluvian population, with every particular respecting the location of the garden of paradise, the tree of life, the tree of knowledge, the creature called the serpent, the size and stature of Adam, and of men in general, the forerunners or supernatural signs of the flood, the opinions of the people about it, and respecting his father's building the ark, where the ark was built, and what course it was borne on the waters, the circumstance of Enoch's translation, what the promise of the seed of the woman meant, his opinion of the Messiah, as well as of the power which caused the serpent to speak and use articulate sounds or language, and whether Adam, as Jewish tradition relates, prophesied of the ruin of the world by water first, and then by fire at last, with thousands of other amazingly interesting matters. Shem, or Melchizedek, overlived his father Noah 150 years, and the patriarch Abraham nearly 50, and of consequence was acquainted with Isaac, the son of Abraham. From this man all the patriarchs, from Arphaxad down to Isaac, comprehending 500 years, received a knowledge of the true God, and the religion of Adam, Seth, Enoch, and all the patriarchs before the flood, down to Isaac, from whom Jacob, the son of Isaac, derived the same, and transmitted it to the 12 tribes of the Jews, his sons. Noah was acquainted, and was contemporary, with Abraham, 64 years before he, with his father Terah, left the country of Ur, in Chaldea, east of the Euphrates, and went to Haran, in Canaan, the country of the Hamites. He was also contemporary with all the patriarchs born between the flood and the time Abraham was 64 years old, which was 10 generations. He was contemporary with Arphaxad, the son of Shem, and his family, with Salah, the son of Arphaxad, and his family, with Eber, the son of Salah, and his family, with Peleg, the son of Eber, and his family, with Reu, the son of Peleg, and his family, with Serug, the son of Reu, and his family, with Nahor, the son of Serug, and his family,
with Terah, the son of Nahor and his family, with Abraham, the son of Terah and his family, before his marriage with Sarah, while Keturah, the first wife of Abraham, was alive, and probably until his marriage with his last wife, Sarah. Thus Noah reached the 64th year of Abraham's life, 350 years after the flood. But Shem goes on, with the acquaintance of his house, Japheth's and Ham's, 150 years further down the course of time, overliving Abraham, and reaching to nearly 50 years of the life of Isaac, and nearly, or quite, down to the birth of Jacob and Esau, for Isaac was married to Rebekah 10 years before the death of Shem, or Melchizedek. But, says one, could Noah and Shem visit so many thousands and tens of thousands of their progeny, in order to become acquainted with those early tribes of men, and communicate to them useful knowledge, such as we have alluded to above? The answer is, they could not, nor was there any necessity of such a thing, as there was a much easier way, and this was, that all the patriarchs of those ages, and their children, would, and no doubt did, out of love and respect to Noah, as well as out of love to the first altar raised to the worship of God, where his voice had been heard audibly, blessing Noah and his household, Genesis chapter 9. The ark and this altar, as well as the person of Noah, would, and no doubt did, attract some out of love, and thousands out of curiosity, to visit so noted a place, and so great a man as was Melchizedek, the priest of the house of Noah, and the first races of men after the flood. On these accounts, there can be no doubt but the residence of Noah was the grand resort of all his progeny, except Ham's, during those ages, till his death, and of caravan after caravan from every direction, consisting of camels, dromedaries, horses, asses, elephants, and oxen, laden with riders, food for themselves on the way, and gifts for Noah and his altar, over which the princely Shem presided as the high priest of God. But Ham and his posterity rebelled against the religion of Noah and Shem, and the other patriarchs, under the rule of the terrible Nimrod, the grandson of Ham and son of Cush. Nimrod being the black king of Babel, who was the first sovereign and tyrant of the age, as well as the abettor of idolatry. On this account, it is not likely that the descendants of Ham, nor Ham himself, would visit Noah, as they remembered the curse and their doom to servitude to be accomplished sooner or later. In accordance with this conjecture, founded on Jewish tradition, namely, that Nimrod headed the great rebellion of his time against Noah and Shem's religion, we relate the following. The Hottentot negroes of Africa, who, as contended by Barrows, page 281, are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians, and who refuse to worship the greatest of the gods, whom they call Gunya Takoa, or the God of gods, because, as they alleged, he cursed their parents for a certain very great sin. In this reason of theirs for not worshiping the great God, is there not a direct and plain traditionary allusion to the curse of Noah, and in that curse the decree of God against Ham and the negro race, which took place in the affair of Ham's seeing his father in his repose? That the Hottentots are descended from the negroes of Egypt and Canaan is evident from their great veneration of a certain fly or bug, which is of a bright gold color, and which they worship in ecstasies as a god. Baal-zebub, or a certain fly of old Canaan, was worshipped by the Canaanites, and is the same so often alluded to in the Bible. Peculiar traits of religion, like the one just noticed, are strong evidences of the lineage of a people, as religious impressions and usages are the last to be obliterated of any other human impression. Thus it is evident that, from the days of Nimrod, the great rebel against God and his religion, down to the Hottentots, as well as among all the negro tribes of Africa, there has been a marked opposition to the virtuous religion of Noah, more than has marked the opposition of all the other nations of the earth put together. And as a further proof that Nimrod alone, with his house, family, and tribes, were the projectors and builders of Babel, we notice that Moses says, Genesis chapter 10, verse 10, that Babel, with other cities, was the beginning of his kingdom. If, then, Babel was the beginning of Nimrod's kingdom, then, of necessity, it was not the possession nor the dwelling of either the other sons of Noah, but that of Nimrod alone, as the text reads. According to the reading of a part of the 11th chapter of Genesis, it would seem that all the people of the house of Noah were engaged in the project and building of Babel. But this was not so, as the scheme was for the advancement of idolatry, a scheme in which Noah and Shem could have had no hand. The confusion of the language, therefore, was confined to the people who were engaged on the tower, and to none else. The house of Noah, Shem, and Japheth remaining, as to this matter, as they were, and even the negroes may have easily, after their dispersion, have recovered their mother tongue, as the confusion was miraculous, and meant only to affect their speech for the time being, not forming thereby any new language, which is evident from the fact that Abraham, the Hebrew, some hundreds of years after this occurrence, had no difficulty in conversing with the Egyptians, one branch of the house of Ham, at the time he and his wife went to Egypt, on account of the famine in the land of Canaan, of which we have before spoken. This people, therefore, in the time of Nimrod, did not visit Noah, as by this means they would have been better instructed. It was, therefore, the policy of Nimrod and his coadjutors to draw a line of separation between his people and those who adhered to the religion of Noah. The tomb of Noah is, no doubt, at the identical spot where that first altar was erected, and where his wife was also buried, not far from the foot of Mount Ararat. Nimrod, as is stated in the book of Genesis, was a leading hunter, and above all men was the most powerful, fearing no wild beast that roamed the forest. On this account, no doubt, it was that he derived his great popularity among the people of his race, as in every age, especially among semi-barbarians and savages, the gigantic and fierce have become the objects of veneration and of deification after death. In this way, Nimrod became the first Hercules, always represented as being clothed in the shaggy skin of some monster he had slain, as well as bearing in his hand an enormous club, with which he slew all animals that came in his way. The reader may desire to know why we assume that Shem was the Melchizedek of the Scriptures, and the man who blessed Abraham as he became victorious from the battle with the kings who had reconquered the Sodomites. We assume it, first, because the Jewish rabbis say that he was Shem, the son of Noah, and certainly they had the means of knowing; and second, because no other man had a right to the priesthood of Noah's house but Shem, as it was his by birthright, or by the gift of God, as he was the ancestor of Jesus Christ according to the flesh. During the 500 years of Shem's life, after the flood, he, no doubt, visited all the settlements which were made by his own sons, the sons of Ham, as well as those of Japheth, giving them instruction in religion, the arts, agriculture, astronomy, geometry, letters, and arithmetic, as all these were known, understood, and practiced before the flood. And Shem was born more than 100 years before that event. He had time to visit Metzarrim in Egypt, Cush in Ethiopia and Asia, Phut in Libya, and Canaan in old Phoenicia, or the Holy Land. He had also the time to visit the earlier settlements of Japheth, who had wandered westward in Europe, as well as far north of Ararat, and to communicate to the white tribes of his brother the same great things he had to all the others. End of chapter 11a. Chapter 11b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With this view of the character of Melchizedek, or Shem, the son of Noah, it is no wonder that St. Paul, a man of immense literary acquirements, should say as he did, Hebrews 7:4, "Now consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the 10th of the spoil," calling him better than Abraham in point of eminence, placing him above all other men on the earth, on account of his wisdom, goodness, and great age. For at the time he blessed Abraham on his return from the battle with the kings of Shinar, he was 552 years old, and lived after that 98 years. No doubt, therefore, but that he often visited the city Seons, which was built by the house of Japheth immediately after the flood, and was located north of ancient Persia, near the southern end of the Caspian Sea, in the very neighborhood of Mount Ararat, and was doubtless the great mart of trade to the first settlements of the children of Japheth, along the coasts of that sea and the rivers which run into it. Javan, the same whom we have mentioned in connection with Madi, ancestors of the Medes and Persians, both sons of Japheth, and the founders of the city Seons, which was built 233 years before the birth of Abraham, and but 59 years after the flood. Rollin, Vol. 2, page 222. From this fact there can be no doubt but the race of Japheth were the builders of many other cities, towns, and villages, as well as Seons. They were the builders of ancient Troy in Greece, and of Cyrene in African Libya, all great cities, and many hundred miles asunder from each other. Here we see that if the children of Japheth, at that early period, occupied the space between the Caspian and the Black Seas, and Greece along the Mediterranean, which is now known as Turkey in Europe, how great an empire or country they were spread over, by which we perceive the hand of Providence in their greatness, preparing them to fulfill the things which were foretold by Noah, they were to accomplish toward the races of Shem and Ham. This Seirns, founded by Javan, one of the sons of Japheth, was, therefore, the first and eldest city of mankind after the flood, in all probability, as it stood much nearer to Ararat, the place of Noah's dwelling, and the ark, than did the cities of Ham, further down the Euphrates, in the country of Shinar, Babel, and Babylon. It appears that white men, the descendants of Japheth, actually, in the very first ages, found their way into the heart of Africa, as a colony, and built the city of Cyrene, the capital of negro Libya. Watson's Historical Dictionary, page 584. This was a Grecian colony. If, then, the Libyan negroes were indebted to white men for the origin of their capital city in those early times, how much may not the ancient Egyptians have been also indebted from the same source? Thus we are prepared to notice the first instance on the page of history of the beginning of the accomplishment of the prophecy of Noah, respecting the rule and predominance of Japheth over the races of Shem and Ham. This began to take place, as noticed on the page of history, on a great scale, not till about 1200 years after the curse of Noah, and about the same length of time B.C. This we derive from Herodotus, chapter 2, page 254, who says that the Greeks, in the time of Troy, full 1200 years before the time of Christ, had black slaves. Then, after this, it is seen that they were greatly enslaved by the Greeks in the times of Philip of Macedon, and his son Alexander the Great. The countries of Alexander subjected to his arms was the old Assyrian empire, who were of the race of Shem, settled along on the Euphrates, sometimes called Chaldea. He went quite to Jerusalem, south, and even to Egypt. He also made war upon and reduced to personal slavery, in the literal sense of the word, such of the Canaanites, as had, after the times of David and Solomon, taken root again in old Palestine, or the Holy Land. In this country he destroyed the city of Tyre, one of the oldest cities of ancient Phoenicia, in the country of Canaan, which neither David nor Solomon molested, on account of Hiram, its king, and sold the people, both high and low, for slaves. At that time, the Jews bought thousands of the negroes of Tyre, and sold them again to the Sabaeans, a people of Arabia, as was foretold should take place by the prophet Joel. This people, the old Canaanites, or citizens of Tyre and its country, after being thus entirely broken up and sold as slaves, multiplied greatly in the Grecian countries, as they do always in all countries in a state of servitude, but were everywhere held as slaves by the white men of those times, being bought and sold the same as they are now in the southern states. But this was not all, for the Romans, who were also the descendants of Japheth, as well as all the Grecian tribes and nations, bought and sold negroes, even down to the time of the apostles, and for many ages after, by thousands and millions. And when the Romans were swallowed up by the northern nations, the same as the Romans had done to the Greeks and other countries, those same northern hordes, who were the descendants of Japheth, continued the practice of enslaving black men. All these revolutions of countries, states, empires, and kingdoms, making no difference in this particular, with the doomed race. Such as the Greeks did not conquer and enslave, the Romans did, for it was they, in the victories of Scipio, who destroyed the vast empire of butchering Carthage in Africa, a colony at first, from the land of negro Canaan, who, under Dido, a female, about the time of Ahab, some 700 years B.C., pitched their tents on the African side of the Mediterranean. Of the millions of this confused empire, hundreds of thousands were sold, the descendants of whom were held in perpetual bondage, as personal slaves, during the existence of the Roman government; and after that event, the fall of the Roman empire by the sword of the northern nations, who were also the descendants of Japheth, except the Huns, the negroes of Carthage, as well as all the race, who had been enslaved by Greek or Roman, still, in their posterity, remained slaves among the mingled tribes, revolutions, convulsions, and the overturn of empires, making no difference with their fate. After this, the Turks, who are the descendants of Japheth, conquered all the regions of the east, included in Asia Minor, as Judea and the rest of old Canaan, Persia, Syria, Armenia, &c., so that the negro race who yet remained in their ancient country were still further reduced to personal slavery, till none were left free. Newton on the Prophecies, page 18. But the subject of the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy, or the decree of God respecting the slavery of the race of Ham by Japheth, or the white race, stops not here; for all the nations of Europe and Asia Minor, from the days of Alexander the Great, more or less, have sought after the negro for a slave, even in their native haunts, in Africa and the islands. America, too, has done this in both hemispheres, ever since its discovery by Columbus, so that the race of Japheth, though dwelling on the utmost bounds of the earth, and divided by seas and oceans, have, under the direction of the providence of the God who decreed the negro's enslavement by the whites of Japheth's race, fulfilled that decree. Thus we see that no decree of God falls to the ground, and never will, as we have said at the beginning of the section, though God had reserved the latter ages of the earth to carry it into effect. That this is so, let no man glory or rejoice, lest he be found glorying in the judgments of the Creator, which, as saith the Scripture, are his strange work, and thus seem to take upon himself the awful responsibilities of awarding to nations and individuals judgments which are above us. Let him, therefore, who shall enslave any of the negro race, do it with reverence, as it was God who has made the white man to differ from the black, and appointed the destinies, as well as the bounds of our habitations, and permitted, in the latter ages of the earth, the children of Japheth to enslave the people of Ham, as well as he did the descendants of Shem in the first ages, both cases being necessary to the veracity of the Scriptures on that identical subject. What society of men, or combination of individuals, therefore, can turn aside or abolish the steady and determined course of God's will? For we have everywhere held in this work, that the subjection of the race to servitude was judicial, and not fortuitous, but was secured in the very formation of their bodies, brains, mental powers, moral character of their passions and colors of their skin, as well as by a written decree, and will be judged at the last day according to what they have received, and not according to that which they have not received. But notwithstanding the absolute importance that all the prophecies of Scriptures should be fulfilled, one as much as another, yet abolitionists, in their furious zeal for the cause of the negro race, make very light of the curse of Noah, in the particular of the negro's destiny, and of that part of the law of Moses, which relates to the same thing, treating them as of very uncertain application, as well as of very little force at the present time, merely on account of their very great antiquity. To prove that this is true respecting them, as we suppose them to be unanimous in their published opinions on the subject, we shall quote a few remarks from one of their newsprints, entitled, "The Friend of Man," published at Utica, January 15th, 1839, under the head, "The Facts of Slavery as They Are," as follows: "Remember," says the writer, "we are now inquiring after facts, not theories; the facts of our own age and nation, not those of a dim antiquity, or of a distant region. We bring into the court, meaning before the public, the facts belonging to this trial, not the facts of a cause that was tried and decided and awarded 2,000 or 3,000 years ago." From the above quotation of abolitionist effusions, is it not certain that the writer of the above remarks, in order to turn aside the force of the Bible on the subject of negro slavery therein recognized, has aimed a deadly shaft from the quiver of his reckless imagination, at the sacred and venerated institutions of Moses by the insidious words, 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, and another at the decree of God set forth by Noah in the phrase, dim antiquity. The whole of the article, as above, was intended as a slur upon such as resort to the Scripture to prove that the servitude of the negro race is therein allowed and justified. To the perception of the writer of this work, the author of the dim antiquity idea might as well have written, that although Noah did pronounce the will and decree of God in placing the race of his son Ham under the ban of servitude to the races of both his other sons, Shem and Japheth, that it is now, in these enlightened times, entirely antiquated, as that was but a transaction of dim antiquity. Suppose we were to apply this mode of comment to some other subjects of Scripture, say, for instance, to the promise of the Messiah made to Eve at the time when she had fallen from her innocence by tampering with the devil in the disguise of a serpent, Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, called in that place the seed of the woman, which is the first and eldest promise, as well as prophecy relative to that character, which is found in the Bible, and should say respecting it, "Oh, it is too far back in time to be allowed any influence nowadays, as it is but a saying of dim antiquity," and cannot, therefore, apply to these times of facts superior knowledge and light. And were we to apply this method of comment to the 10 commandments of the Decalogue, which are of the same date with the grant of Moses, Leviticus chapter 25, to the Hebrews, to buy and enslave the negroes of Canaan, and should insinuate that they too are but some words spoken 2 or 3,000 years ago, and on that account had lost their obligatory force, we should be ranked with those who can abuse and pervert the Scriptures to suit the times and purposes of wicked and foolish men. Yes, so hardened, bold, and impudent have many of the members of that fearful combination, the Abolition Society grown, that they disallow that the Holy Ghost inspired Noah at all, at the time he pronounced the doom of slavery upon the race of Ham, because they say it is preposterous to believe that God would commune with such a man as Noah, when he had but just awakened from a sleep of drunken inebriation. But the reader will remember our vindication of Noah's character on that occasion, in a former page, and should never forget, that, notwithstanding this slander of abolitionists upon that holy man, for whose righteousness the ark was commanded to be built, and mankind preserved in it, the Almighty has seen fit to fulfill and carry out, in facts, every iota of that decree as then announced, not only as it relates to Ham and his people, but also to Shem and Japheth. To discourage a belief in the minds of the people that the Holy Scriptures justify the servitude of the negro race, writers and lecturers of the above description have sacrilegiously dared to lay violent hands on a high and venerated circumstance of the Bible, namely, that of its antiquity, as if a subject and doctrine which has become aged is therefore of no more influence, and in this way they endeavor to disarm those particular passages of the sacred word which relate to this subject, and thus open the door for infidels to laugh at Christianity and its adherents, because they refuse to receive only such portions of the precepts of that book as suit their interested opinions, instead of the whole. But this kind of insinuation against those who believe the Bible justifies negro servitude, is equally against St. Paul, as well as the prophets on that subject. For if we find that great judge of both law and gospel sustaining Moses and the Jews in this thing, he too, as well as those who were before him, who believed as he seems to have believed on this subject, must be condemned as sinners by abolitionists. For be it known that they would rather stamp the Bible into the mire of the earth than to receive that opinion, so high have they set their dogmatizing feelings above all that is sacred and true. A specimen of the recklessness of the spirit of abolitionism is seen like tissue spinning from some opening crevice in the earth, which covers a subterranean lake of fire, in the speech of Mr. G. Bradburn of Massachusetts, in the great London Abolition Convention, as follows: "But then it was said, that slavery was advocated and enforced in the Bible. Now, if it were so, with all the veneration he had for that holy book, if it were shown to him that it sanctioned the traffic in human flesh, he would throw it from him, and learn again his religion and philosophy from the flowers of the fields." Pennsylvania Freeman, No. 204, August 6, 1840. From this it is clear that the Bible is of no account with this society, if it happens not to coincide with the course of abolitionism. But, says one, does St. Paul, in his writings of the New Testament, anywhere seem to sanction the enslaving of black men. We will hear what he has said, and then judge. In 1 Corinthians 20:21, where both the fact of negro slavery and its legal righteousness are as plainly, though incidentally stated, as it is in Genesis 9:25, Leviticus 25:44-46, or any other doctrine of the scriptures elsewhere. In the above scripture, St. Paul, in making some remarks on the condition of the different classes of men who were converted to Christianity under his, as well as the preaching of the other ministers of the gospel, says, that on account of their being converted to the faith of Christ, no man was to forsake his business or calling, but was to remain as he was, in such a particular, showing thereby that Christianity did not contemplate the breaking up of the civil relations of the country, even as they were then in operation among the people. To make this point clear, he seizes upon an extreme case of human calling, which was that of slavery, and urges that such a one was to expect no change in his temporal affairs, on account of his faith in Christ. With a view to impress this very principle on the minds of all men in that age, he says in the above cited chapter of 1 Corinthians, "Let every man abide in the same calling or business, wherein he was called, or converted. Art thou called, being a servant, or slave, care not of it, but if thou mayest be made free, personally, use it rather. For he that is called, being a servant or slave, is the Lord's freeman." That the character here referred to by St. Paul was an absolute slave or bondman, is made clear by the words, "if thou mayest be made free," as such language could refer to no other than to slaves, as all others were politically free. On the above statements of St. Paul, Adam Clarke has written as follows, though an abolitionist of a most determined character: "Art thou converted to Christ while thou art a slave, the property of another person, and bought, not hired, with his money, care not for it. This will not injure thy Christian condition. But if thou canst obtain thy liberty, use it rather. Prefer such a state for the sake of freedom and the temporal advantage connected with it. The man who, being a slave, and is converted to the Christian faith, is the Lord's freeman. His condition as a slave does not vitiate any of the privileges to which he is entitled as a Christian. It is likely that some of the slaves at Corinth, who had been converted to Christianity, had been led to suppose that their Christian privileges absolved them from the necessity of continuing slaves, or at least brought them on a level with their Christian masters. A spirit of this kind might have led to confusion and to insubordination, and brought a just scandal upon the church. It was, therefore, a very proper subject for the apostle to interfere in, and to his authority the persons concerned would, doubtless, respectfully bow." At this point we wish to draw a certain conclusion, which is afforded in the above passages in the text of St. Paul. And this is it: if the conversion of the soul of a slave to God, through faith in Jesus Christ, did not and could not release him from personal slavery in Paul's time, how much less, therefore, could the mere circumstance of a negro's foreskin in the times of the Jews, which was no conversion of the soul, absolve such an one from a condition of slavery and servitude. For a bondman to become circumcised, say the defenders of abolitionism, under the laws of Moses, made him a member of the Hebrew church or nation, on which account they contend that at the jubilees all such bondmen went free, the same as did all other Hebrew servants. But the above statements of St. Paul cut off all probability of any such thing in their favor, under the Jewish law. For if the conversion of the soul could not assist in such a case, under the auspices of Christianity, how could a mere cut in the flesh of the foreskin of a negro Canaanite aid him in a release from slavery, and exalt him to freedom, without a direct and express law on the subject? There was no such law in their favor in the Mosaic code, but there was one to the contrary. We cannot well pass on in the subject till we have referred the reader to one or two very singular remarks of Adam Clarke, in the above comment of his, on the subject of personal slavery, seeing he was an abolitionist. "It is likely," he says, "that some of the slaves at Corinth who had been converted to Christianity had been led to suppose that their Christian character absolved them from slavery. A spirit of this kind," says Clarke, "might have led to confusion and to insubordination, and brought a just scandal on the church." How different is this language of the wisest men of these latter ages, from the language of the abolitionists of the present time, who, in the most dauntless braggadocia and fierce manner, condemn to the flames of an eternal hell all such men as own negro slaves, who defy all the powers of government, and teach the doctrine that, on account of any possible results, whether murder, insurrection, a division of the Union, insubordination, good order, civil war, or loss of our country, are no reasons against nor matters of any moment when compared with the inestimable liberty of negro men in this country. But so did not Adam Clarke believe nor teach, neither did St. Paul, as they had respect to the established order of things, and did not wish to encourage insurrection, murder, and disorganization, as do abolitionists in their ultra doctrines. Chapter 11b. Chapter 11c, of Bible Defense of Slavery, by Josiah Priest. This recording is in the public domain. But the above quotation from St. Paul's writings in the New Testament, on this particular subject, is not all that he has said. See Ephesians chapter 6, verse 5, as follows: "Servants, that is, slaves, be obedient to them that are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in singleness of heart, as unto Christ." This is a most remarkable statement, as it recognizes the doctrine of negro slavery, the master as well as the slave, a state of surveillance and lowly submission to such masters, and enjoining obedience to be paid, even to trembling and fear, with absolute singleness of heart, as unto Christ. This language and doctrine is very different from that of the abolitionists of the present time, who say that a negro slave does right in order to get away from his master, to steal his master's horse, his money, or anything else, or to steal from others on the road, anything to aid his flight for liberty. On this subject, who is wrong? St. Paul? The Holy Ghost? Adam Clark, or the abolitionists of America and elsewhere, who have mighty deeds yet to achieve in the line of politics, bottomed on their negro sympathies. That the servants alluded to by St. Paul in the verse above quoted, referred to bondmen or absolute slaves, is clear from the 8th verse of the same, Eph. 6, verse 8, which reads as follows: "Knowing that whatsoever good thing any man doeth, the same shall he receive of the Lord, whether he be bond or free." On this verse, Dr. Clarke says that the word bond, therein used, means a slave, or one bought with money. Again, in his letter to a Grecian convert to Christianity, whose name was Philemon, a citizen of Colosse, a white man, as the Greeks were white, he wrote respecting a slave who had run away from Philemon and had come to Rome, where Paul then was. This slave's name was Onesimus, who, for some reason or other, had run away, and happening to hear the great orator St. Paul preach, became a convert to his principles respecting Christianity and its author. In that letter to the slave's master, at verses 10, 11, and 12, he says, "I beseech, not command thee, for my son Onesimus, whom I have begotten in the faith in my bonds, who, in times past, was to thee unprofitable," that is, he had been a bad slave, "but now profitable to thee and to me, whom I have sent again. Thou, therefore, receive him that is my own bowels." On the words, as above used by St. Paul, "whom I have sent again," Dr. Clarke says, the Christian religion never cancels any civil relations. A slave on being converted and becoming a free man in Christ, has no right to claim, on that account, emancipation from the service of his master. Justice, therefore, required St. Paul to send Onesimus back to his master. He further says, on this case, "There is no reason to believe that Onesimus was of the kindred of Philemon, and that we must take the term flesh, as used in the 16th verse of that letter, as a reference made by Paul to the purchase right Philemon had on Onesimus. He was a part of his property as a slave." This was his condition. Slavery is a civil regulation in this country, which abolitionists are aiming to overthrow by applying the Scripture principle of benevolence. But as St. Paul has not thus attacked slavery, who are these that take it upon them to do this, in the face of the Christian religion and the laws of the Union? From the facts of the case of this slave, it is self-evident that his being sent back to his master again, was owing to the influence of the Christian religion, as under its sanction, neither the convert nor the minister could, therefore, for a moment, withhold the claims of justice in this particular. "Oh, but," says a wide-awake abolitionist, "to be sure, the Christian religion allows of no injustice, and on that very account that slave should have been set free, as there is no greater injustice this side of the grave than to enslave a negro man. St. Paul, however, has seen fit to judge differently, and has given a verdict in favor of the master. Had St. Paul have viewed the case as an abolitionist would have viewed it, he would not have sent the man again to his master. He would have told him to remain free where he was, or to go whither he would. But as a judge in the house of God, he exerted his authority in the case, and sent the slave again to his owner, on purely moral principles, and no other, or he would not have meddled with it at all, as indeed he had no right on any other ground. But some contend, and have even determined, that because St. Paul said, at the 16th verse of his letter to Philemon, that when Onesimus the slave should arrive at the house of his owner, his master was not to receive him as a servant, but above a servant, a brother beloved, that he was, therefore, manumitted by the authority of the apostle, and from this, they claim that slavery was thus abolished forever out of the Christian church. But such a conclusion will not answer, as it is not responded to by other passages on the same subject, and besides, the entire contrary appears from the same apostle's writings. The slave Onesimus had become a Christian, and in this particular he was exalted to an equality with his master, if that master was, in fact, a Christian at heart, as God is no respecter of the souls of men, giving grace to all alike, when he is sought unto, by black or white. This fact had elevated that slave far above his former character as a sinner, and a very bad and unprofitable slave, as Paul says he had been. Yet his temporal condition remained unchanged, the same as before. On that verse, the 16th, in virtue of which some men claim the abolishment of slavery by the authority of Christianity, Dr. Clarke remarks, that St. Paul said as much, and no more, than to say to Philemon, do not receive Onesimus merely as a slave, nor treat him according to that condition, as before times, but as a brother, a genuine Christian, and as a person particularly dear to Paul. In all this, Adam Clarke, though an abolitionist, could see no release of this man from his temporal bondage, from anything that appears in the text. That St. Paul sanctioned any such doctrine, as the manumitting of bond slaves, because they happened to become converted, does not appear, while the contrary is abundant, which we are able further to produce from the text of the New Testament, and of Paul's own writings. See Timothy, chapter 6, verses 1-4. Let as many servants as are under the yoke count their masters worthy of all honor, that the name of God be not blasphemed. And they that have believing masters, let them not despise them, but rather do service, because they are faithful and beloved partakers of the benefits. These things teach and exhort. If any man teach otherwise, and consent not to wholesome words, even the words of our Lord Jesus Christ and the doctrine, which is according to godliness, he is proud, knowing nothing, but doting about questions and strife of words. On the subject of this part, St. Paul's remarks in that letter to Timothy, Adam Clarke says, that the word servant in that place signifies slave, and the word yoke, the state of slavery or bondage. From this we prove the real existence of slavery in the Christian church, in the very time of its organizers and founders, and had it been anywhere abolished, that critic of critics, Adam Clarke, would have found it out, and would have marked the place in the most pointed manner. But it is not to be found in the whole Bible, which we shall further show in due time. In the above cited chapter, 6th of Timothy, at the 3rd verse, there are found some very remarkable allusions to the subject of slavery, which we cannot pass over, and are as follows. If any man, says St. Paul, teach otherwise, and consents not to wholesome words, even to the words of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the doctrine which is according to godliness, he is proud or ignorant, knowing nothing. Now, to what words of Jesus Christ does St. Paul allude, which he applies to the case of slaves? See John chapter 8, verses 35 and 36. And the servant abideth not in the house forever, but the Son abideth ever. If the Son, therefore, shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. In these two verses of the Gospel by St. John, there is a manifest allusion to the fact and condition of slaves. Of this fact, the Savior took occasion to illustrate, by way of similitude, the condition of a wicked man, who is the slave of sin, and to show that as a son, who was the heir in a house, could set a bond slave free, if that son was of a proper age, so he, the Son of God, can set the enslaved soul free from sin, when he would be free indeed. In this allusion of the Savior, we do not find the fact of slavery reproved, but merely alluded to, as a thing or a usage then existing, and therefore recognized as a practice, not in itself sinful, if practiced right and mercifully. If this sentiment is not correct, we are at a sad loss to justify the Savior's allusion to a circumstance so wicked, as abolitionists believe it is, without reproving it. On these very remarkable words of our Savior, and St. Paul's allusion to them, Adam Clarke has written the following: "Now the slave abideth not in the family, as if Jesus had said, and now that I am speaking of slaves, I will add one thing more, viz., a slave has no right to any part of the inheritance of the family to which he belongs, but the son, the legitimate son, has a right. He can make any servant free, though no slave can do this, because, we will add, one piece of property cannot assist another piece of property, as they are legally powerless." It is very likely that, in the time of St. Paul, there was agitated the question of manumitting slaves, and that it occasioned trouble and unfriendly surmisings, as to the designs of the new religion, the gospel. Paul, therefore, came out in severe terms against all such, accusing them of doting about questions, and strife of words, and of being proud, or ignorant, knowing nothing; as much as if he had said, you are ignorant of the determination of God from the beginning on this very subject, even in the times of Noah, Moses, and the prophets. Read, and you will learn that the race of Ham are judicially placed under the ban of servitude. On this very subject, and the passage of St. Paul, Dr. Clarke has written thus: "It appears that there were teachers of a different kind in the church at that time, a sort of religious levelers, who preached that the converted slave had as much right to the master's service as the master had to his. Teachers of this kind have been in vogue long since the days of St. Paul and Timothy." This is a true statement, for if Adam Clarke were now alive, he would find thousands of just such levelers in America and England, who declare that the Scriptures make no difference between the interests of slaves and the interests of their masters. To prove this, we refer the reader to the abolitionist pamphlet entitled "The Bible Against Slavery," No. 6, page 25, 1838, where the writer labors hard to show that the Mosaic system of law made no difference between the master and the slave, in relation to their natural freedom or optional powers, avowing that the Mosaic system was framed as much to advance the interest and gratify the wishes of servants as it was their masters. This statement of theirs, as above, is not true, even in relation to a Hebrew servant. For whenever a Hebrew was made a slave, on account of debt or crimes, it was done by force of law, in which neither his comfort, will, or interests, considered in a pecuniary light, further than that was to be treated as a hired man, till his debts were paid or the crime expiated. How much less, therefore, were the mitigating circumstances in the case of the negro or Canaanite slave, who were deemed to be lawful subjects of oppression, except their daily food and rest on Sabbath days. Although Hebrew servants and criminal delinquents went always free, at the times of the little jubilees, as provided by the law, yet there was one case in which even a Hebrew servant could not avail himself of this emancipating law. To prove this, we have only to refer to Exodus chapter 21, verses 5 and 6, which reads as follows: "And if the servant, a Hebrew, shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife who was born a slave, and my children, I will not go out free. Then this master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him unto the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master, with his own hands, shall bore or drill his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever." This awful sentence of a total loss of liberty was thus passed upon a Hebrew servant, because he despised his natural privileges, for reasons of his own, choosing rather to be a slave during his natural life, than to leave the service of his master and be free. How much less, therefore, could the jubilees reach the case of one of the accursed race, who was not of the Hebrew blood, nor of the blood of Japheth? From this fact, we perceive how entirely reckless of truth abolitionists are, who set up claims in favor of the race of Canaan and Ham, as servants, which the law of Moses did not accord even to servants of the Hebrew blood. Such a position as this, in favor of Canaanite slaves, would have placed them in far better circumstances than were the unfortunate servants of their own race, a thing which fully contradicts the express statements of the law of Moses on that very subject. For in that law, Hebrew servants, who were made thus by being sold, were to be treated as they would treat hired men, and not like bondmen. At the very time when Christianity was being set forth and established in Judea and the surrounding countries, by the Savior, his disciples and the apostles, after the crucifixion, the custom of owning and dealing in slaves greatly prevailed in all the Roman empire, and yet we do not find this practice once referred to, by way of reproof, in the New Testament. How strange, if it was looked upon by those moral benefactors of the human race, as some seem to look upon it now. But, as a reason for this strange omission, it is said by abolitionists, that although at the time Christianity was introduced into the world, slavery was everywhere prevalent, yet Christ, nor his heralds, did not see fit to rebuke the sin, because it would have operated against the gospel. Encyclopedia, Edinburgh edition, under the head of Slavery, their opinion is found. Here we pause with astonishment, and inquire whether the above reason for that omission is the best they can think of. If it is, then it follows that God incarnate, in the economy of his church on earth, is thereby represented as succumbing to what abolitionists say is a great sin, merely because the sin was a deeply rooted and popular sin, and to have denounced it would have occasioned the gospel to have been evil spoken of, as aiming at a civil revolution. Tell it not in Gath, among the negroes, lest they should show their ivory; nor in Christian countries, lest skeptical men might deride so puerile a captain, as the miserable idea would make the great Savior to be. This opinion, found in the work above alluded to, is the most singular and monstrous that we have ever fallen in with among the written principles of men, as it represents Jesus Christ, who reigns in his own house, the church, and in the world as its creator, as being under fear, lest, were he to have reproved a certain great and popular sin, it would have injured the cause of religion in the world, and especially in Judea and the Roman dependencies. His business on earth was to reprove sins of every name and nature, and to introduce principles, which, in their effect, should establish all righteousness, without fear of opposition from the ignorance, the prejudices, and cupidity of men. The prophets were not afraid to reprove sin, whether personal or national, though they lost their lives by it. How much more, therefore, would not the inspirer of the prophets reprove sin, who was in Christ without measure? This is a hard point for abolitionism to weather, for if the founder of the Christian religion, in the very midst of the commission of the sin complained of, did not reprove it, who are abolitionists that they should? Are they more righteous than the master? Is it not enough if the servant be as his master? Were it not far more wise to believe that God, in Christ, had respect to his own determinations on the subject of negro slavery, as signified to Noah, to Moses, and to the Hebrews, which was not to be abolished, even by benign influences of the gospel? In proof that the Greeks and Romans, as above intimated, had vast numbers of slaves, we show from Adam's Roman Antiquities, page 38. At Rome, he says, there was a marketplace which was devoted wholly to the sale and purchase of slaves. They were commonly exposed naked, and having around their necks a scroll, on which was written an account of their good qualities. From the sale of slaves arose the principal part of the enormous wealth of Crassus. In the times of the Roman Republic, the owners were allowed to put their slaves to death when they would, or to torture them by all manner of cruelties. By the Roman lawmakers, slaves were esteemed the same as other property. They were not allowed as witnesses in any court, ecclesiastical or civil. It was the same also among the Hebrews, under the force of the Mosaic legislation, as well as among all other nations, tongues, and people. Some of the Romans, says both Seneca and Pliny, had whole legions of slaves, and others even 20,000. The Romans, according to Strabo, says Rollin, vol. 1, page 232, worked their gold mines in Spain by slaves. This author says, that in his time, as many as 40,000 slaves were employed annually in the mines, who, by continued scourging, were caused to labor beyond their strength, day and night, by which means they generally all perished under ground. But against all personal cruelties exercised by parents, guardians, and masters upon their children, as apprentices, hired servants, or slaves, as well as dumb animals, God's law, as well as his gospel, is peremptory. And although the various classes, as above mentioned, are, by the law of God, put under rule, yet does it not authorize wanton barbarity, but enjoins mercy, moderation, patience, and justice toward them. End of chapter 11c. Chapter 11d of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The slaves of the Romans, in the times of Christ and the apostles, as well as of the Greeks, then mingled in the Roman Empire, were of the conquered negro Carthaginians of Africa, who were reduced to vassalage, as well as to personal slavery, about 100 years B.C. Rollin, Volume 1, page 237. Herodotus says, chapter 2, page 254, that the Greeks, in the time of Troy, full 1200 years B.C., had black slaves, as before noticed. This being true, it appears at once that the race of Japheth, from the earliest times, had practiced enslaving the descendants of Ham, as well as the race of Shem, as God had determined from the beginning. Thus we see that in the times of the apostles, as well as in all ages before, going up to the flood, that the world was filled with negro slaves, wherever the races of Shem and Japheth were found. Now, if the practice, in principle, was a sin, and seeing it must have fallen under their notice in all places, how is it that no denunciations are found in the New Testament against it? But instead of St. Paul's reproving the practice, we find him even sending a slave back to his master, whom he had found in Rome. Paul knew the slave, and when he was converted, and he had ascertained that he was a runaway from Colossae, and that he belonged to Philemon, a friend of his, and a member of the church, he immediately wrote a letter, gave it to the slave, and directed him to return again to his master Philemon. Had not this slave been converted to Christianity, he never would have obeyed St. Paul in this matter, nor would he have troubled himself about it. But as the slave was now, by his association with the members of the church, thrown under the care of the apostle, it was proper for that great minister of the faith to take the matter in hand, as justice demanded the return of the servant to his master and owner again, to which the slave willingly consented for righteousness' sake, as he had become obedient to the word of God. Had St. Paul had any particular objection to the principle of slavery, as applied to the descendants of Ham, now was the time for him to have stated it, and in language the most unequivocal, such as the scribes of abolitionism, nowadays, would have written on the occasion, which would have been pretty strong, no doubt. But of such objections we hear not a word from the pen of that apostle. At this point of our remarks, we have a most doleful circumstance to present, which, according to the views of abolitionists, must have been a glaring breach, even of the law of Moses, as well as of the benevolent intentions of the gospel. This circumstance, or deed of misdemeanor, is found to have been perpetrated by St. Paul himself, and related to the case of the slave Onesimus, as above referred to. In Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 15 and 16, it is written, "Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee, even among you in that place which he shall choose, in one of thy gates. Thou shalt not oppress him." And yet St. Paul was the man who sent the runaway servant to his master again. Oh, what a sinner was he, according to abolitionism! From this fact, or transaction of St. Paul, we learn two things, one of which is, that he did not do wrong in that case, and the other is, that the slave was a negro or descendant of Ham. We prove that the slave was not a Hebrew, or of the blood of Shem, from the very fact of Paul's sending him back to his master, as he knew that the law of Moses forbade the sending of runaway Hebrew servants again to their masters, as above shown by the law itself. Had the servant been a Hebrew, it would have been unlawful for Philemon to have had Onesimus at all as a slave, for the law of Moses did not give delinquent Hebrews, or any of the blood of Shem, to the Greeks or white men for slaves, as it did the negro race. And for this very reason, the slave Onesimus must have been a Canaanite, or one of the race of Ham. From the very passage above quoted, Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 15 and 16, abolitionists claim that it is wrong to send a runaway slave again to his master in this country. But the apostle acted otherwise, which he could not have done had the slave been either a red or a white man, as the enslaving of those races have not the divine sanction, nor were they ever accursed in the sense the race of Ham was. The intention of that law, as understood by the Hebrews of Moses' time, as well as in all succeeding ages, was, that it was but a mere direction how they were to treat the case of runaway servants from the neighboring nations, who, in flying from their masters, whether Edomites, Moabites, Ammonites, Arabs, or from any of the nations of the Abrahamic or Shemite blood, to the Hebrews, were to be protected, and not sent again to their masters. As a reason for this, it should be recollected that all those nations were of the Shemite or Abrahamic blood, and could not be permanently enslaved by any Jew, and if any servant of this description of blood saw fit to leave their country and master, and fly to the Hebrews, and take sanctuary under the banner of their God, they were not to be molested and sent again to their masters, to whom, no doubt, they had been slaves. They were to dwell wherever they might choose, entering into any business of their power, within the range of the 12 tribes. Such runaway servants were not to be oppressed. By this very clause of the text, "Thou shalt not oppress them," it is distinctly shown that this kind of servants, thus favored, were no Canaanites, or any of that race, as the law of Moses did allow the oppression of that class of men in the matter of absolute slavery. And further, it is shown that the kind of servants alluded to in that trait of the law were not of the Hamite race, by the supposed circumstance of their running away from their masters to the Hebrews, the last country on the earth to which a negro would run, as among that people they could expect nothing but oppression, as it was one of the very laws of the Hebrews to enslave all the people of that character, wherever they could find them. Neither can it be supposed that the trait in question alluded to Canaanite or black bondmen, who might run away from one Hebrew master to another Hebrew, as in that way, if they were not to be returned nor molested, the slaves of the whole 12 tribes, in a trice, at any time, could be freed themselves. For if a slave of the negro character saw fit to run away from his Hebrew master to another of the same description, at once he was free, for the law forbade any one molesting a runaway servant. On this very account, the reader can but see that no such servant as a Canaanite could be alluded to by that trait of the law of Moses which forbade the returning of a runaway servant. Again, if we say that this trait of the law related to Hebrew servants, who had become thus on account of poverty, or any other lawful cause, and had been brought under the provision of the law, in such cases made and provided, if we say that these were the kind of servants who were not to be returned, if any such ran away from the Hebrew masters, then it is not hard to see how wide a door for the commission of frauds would, by the very law itself, have been opened against the secular business and interests of the whole 12 tribes. But how? Says the reader. As follows is our answer. Suppose yourself a Hebrew, and living now in old Canaan, and that today you have bought a man of your tribe who had been offered for sale, on account of debts or crimes, and paid perhaps 500 shekels of silver for him, and tomorrow he runs away, going no further than the next neighbors, where, according to the law, your servant is not to be molested or returned. What do you lose? Why, you lose your 500 shekels of silver, and the man goes free, cheating both the law and the purchasers. There is no way, therefore, to understand the application of that particular trait of the law found in Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 15 and 16, but to suppose the servants there alluded to pointed out the servants of the surrounding nations, not of the Hamite race. This is evident from the very peculiar phraseology of the law itself, which addresses the whole 12 tribes as being but one person, as follows: Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee, who shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose in one of thy gates. In this passage, it is seen that the law made but one person of the whole 12 tribes, by using the terms thou, they, and thee, in relation to them, and also showing that the runaway servants were alluded to were such as should come to them from beyond the bounds of the 12 tribes. That scripture, therefore, had no application to either a Hebrew servant or to a bought slave of the Canaanite race, as a regulation of that sort, touching the legal interests of the owners, would have filled the whole land of Judea with confusion, as whoever might be bought a servant according to the law, was immediately exposed, by the same law, to lose his money, a regulation to which no community would submit in any age. Thus we have shown that St. Paul understood what he did, when he sent again the slave of Philemon to his owner, from Rome in Italy, to Colossae, a city in Asia Minor, and belonging to the Romans at that time by conquest, as did all the countries of those regions in the time of St. Paul. Had Onesimus been a white man, or an individual of the race of Abraham, St. Paul never would have arrested him as a slave, to return to his master, except the man was in debt to Philemon, as no other race but that of Ham was ever judicially doomed by the Creator to absolute slavery. And this was as well known to St. Paul as it is to all who read the Bible with a view to understand this thing. Surely, had the apostle felt about the enslaving of Ham's race, as many seem to feel nowadays, he would not only have told the slave to run for it, and to steal a horse, or anything else to aid his flight, as do abolitionists, but would have made the subject the occasion of a special treatise to the churches, as he did other matters of great importance, and would have denounced it as a horrible sin against God and human nature, had not the notion among the converted slaves been entertained that their religion made them equal with, and as free as were their masters, it is not likely that we should ever have heard a word on the subject from the pen of St. Paul more than from other writers of the New Testament. But as he was well acquainted with the matter in the Old Testament, and as the question did arise in the churches, he found it necessary, while in pursuit of other matters, in his letters, to write on this subject also, and in a very pointed manner. Wherefore he said to bondmen that they should be content with their condition, caring nothing for it. See 1 Corinthians 7:21. He said also to their masters that they should treat their slaves well, even forbearing to threaten them, as they were to remember that they also had a master in heaven. See Ephesians 6:9, and Colossians 4:1. At the very time St. Paul was traveling in the various countries of the Roman Empire, the condition of slaves, says Adam Clarke, see his comment on Colossians 4:1, quote, among both Greeks and Romans, was wretched in the extreme. They could appeal to no law, and could neither expect justice nor equity. The apostle, therefore, informs those proprietors of slaves that they should act toward them according to justice and equity. For God, their master, required this, and would at last call them to an account for their conduct in this respect. To this we will add, that God will also call all others to an account, who abuse their bondmen, as well as those to whom the apostle addressed himself at that time, whether in America, Asia, or Europe, as the institution is one of the greatest responsibility, and, under the supervision of the white man, consequences and results of incalculable account. Close quote. It does not appear that they were admonished to manumit slaves, but were charged only to use them well, and to be kind to them as such. To slaves, he said, instead of telling them to kill their masters, and to run away to some other country, and thus become free, that they should be content, and obey their masters with fear and trembling, as unto Christ. But this is not the way abolitionists talk on that subject. Their speeches are all inflammatory, calculated to rouse the mind of slaves, and everybody else, to vengeance, war, and murder, instead of promoting patience, as did St. Paul under the same circumstances. By abolitionists, it is most vehemently contended that the curse of Noah upon the race of Ham was but a mere prophecy, like all the other prophecies of the Scriptures, which foretell the good or bad actions of men and nations. But if this be the true and only way of interpreting that passage, it may then be inquired, of what use the word cursed is to the announcement. Could not the communication have been set forth in softer language? Was it not enough that they were to become enslaved without adding the degrading word cursed? Surely the misfortunes of men or nations cannot thus degrade them, as it is not considered sinful to suffer, especially the innocent. On this view, it is impossible to look upon that dreadful word in any other light than as supernumerary and injurious to the party concerned, and besides as also false, for it cannot be shown that misfortunes render any class of sufferers cursed. But the word of God, as in this and all other parts of the Scriptures, do not convey false ideas, but true and immutable ones. It follows, therefore, that the word cursed, as used in relation to the destinies of the negro race, were used in the imperative and judicial sense, not prophetically. In these passages, Genesis chapter 9, verses 25, 26, and 27, the person who violated the privacy of Noah in his repose is alluded to as being then, at the very time the deed was done, a cursed character, and in him all his race. In the text, as it is translated, the words, "Cursed be Ham," is an appreciation on the head of Ham and his progeny, all identified then and there in his person. But as it reads in the original, "Cursed Ham," without the be, which is a supplied word, it makes Ham to have been then, at that very time, a cursed man, and in him all his race, in relation to slavery, excluding altogether any such notion as the passages being a mere prophecy. But, says an objector, was it not prophesied that Jesus Christ was to come into the world, and that he should be put to death by wicked hands? We answer, yes, and add, moreover, that it was not only prophesied of, but was judicially determined, that he should come into the world to die for sinners, and had there never been any wicked hands to put him to death, he must have died in some other way, or there could have been no atonement. It was a decree of God, an irretrievable judicial act, that Christ should die, because he became the surety of those who were condemned to death and damnation. It did not depend, therefore, on contingencies primarily, but secondarily only. Respecting the curse, or judicial act of God, against the race of Ham, we apprehend that it is to be viewed in the same light as to its fulfillment, whether there should be found on the earth so much as one wicked man or not, from the days of Noah to the end of the world, yet the race of Ham were to be servants and slaves, or the decree would have failed of its accomplishment, as God saw fit to determine concerning them. Having now finished our inquiry respecting the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy in the enslavement of the descendants of Ham by the race of Japheth, and of the dwelling in the tents or countries of Shem, as the Turks, who are of the race of Japheth, are now doing, and of his supplanting the American Indians, we pass to an examination of certain passages of the Scriptures where abolitionists seem to think they have found out that negro slavery was abolished as far back in time as the days of Isaiah the prophet, some 700 years before Christ. Whatever God has said and in his word decreed, the same shall come to pass in very deed. And thus 'tis seen, though many men will rave, Ham to the race of Japheth is a slave. So in the tents of Shem the white man reigns, o'er all Judea's hills and Persia's plains. To him, the Gentile race, of God was given the gospel, the last great gift of heaven. When Paul at Rome turned from the Jewish strife, and gave to Gentiles there the word of life, take the mighty boon and rise to high estate, thou white man, o'er the earth and hell's dark gate. Supplant the black and red man, bear the sway, and reign till time shall bring the judgment day. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. That the Scriptures have abolished negro slavery and disallowed of the principle itself is contended by abolitionists, who boldly aver that they do not, in any case or instance, justify it, but everywhere condemn and reprobate the practice, as well as the principle. But whether this is true, the reader has already seen, if he has read the preceding pages with common attention. But, as to the Scriptures having abolished negro slavery, we inquire where the passage or portions of that book can be found, which have done this, and which of the prophets, kings, patriarchs, judges, or apostles have thus determined this matter. As to information of this description, says an abolitionist, we are able at once to gratify the inquirer, showing the place, chapter, and verse, and press them upon the reader's consideration, as they are extremely expressive and explicit, flowing from the pen of inspiration in tones of thunder, condemning the awful sin of negro slavery. See Isaiah chapter 58, verses 6 and 7, as follows: Is not this the fast that I have chosen, namely, to loose the bonds of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that they break every yoke? Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh? These passages of Holy Writ are, indeed, very plain, and to the careless reader seem to make an end of the matter, inasmuch as they require that every yoke should be broken, the heavy burdens taken off, and the oppressed set free. But, dear reader, do not become vexed when we affirm that although the passages above cited are very plain in their mode of expression, yet they do not, in any sense of the word, apply to the case in hand, or to the subject of negro slavery, as practiced in the time of Isaiah, or any other age. We affirm this on account of 3 good and sufficient reasons, as follows. First, consistency among the writers of the Holy Scriptures, who were inspired by the immutable God on the same subjects, forbids the belief that they should clash. If Moses, by so many direct statements as are found in Leviticus chapter 25, verses 44 through 46, allowed the Hebrews to enslave the Canaanites and other negro tribes, are we to suppose that Isaiah, under the same inspiration and law that Moses was, would contradict this? This trait of Hebrew national custom, namely, that the enslaving of blacks had obtained from the days of Moses till the time of Isaiah a lapse of full 900 years, and by the authority of the law, without reproof or restraint, as we have shown. Is it to be supposed that Isaiah would disregard all this, and deliberately write a new code on this subject, in exact competition with the very law to which he himself subscribed, and by which he, as well as every other Hebrew, was then governed? Had not Isaiah read 1,000 times what Moses had said in Exodus chapter 23, verse 32, respecting the Canaanites, namely, that the Hebrews, when they should come to possess the country of Canaan, were to make no covenants of amity or peace with the inhabitants, but were utterly to despise, ruin, and destroy them? Had he not read the same thing in Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2, which directed the 12 tribes to smite and utterly destroy those nations, making no compacts with them at all. The passage in Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2, reads as follows: "And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them (the Canaanites) before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them." Is it likely, therefore, that the Holy Ghost would contradict, by the pen of Isaiah, that which he had directed to be written in the law of Moses, and at a time, too, when the law was the ultimo of legislation to all the tribes of the Jews, and governed the prophets as well as the people? Is it likely, under circumstances of this description, that Isaiah would say to the subjects of his charge, "Let the Canaanite slaves go free, take every burden from their backs, and break every yoke from their necks, and that will be the fast which will please the Lord"? Can the reader fail to feel the force of this first reason? Second, the absolute silence of the New Testament in not condemning the practice of enslaving the negro race, and further, its absolute recognition of the practice, and that favorably agreeing both with the curse of Noah and the law of Moses on this subject. The favorable recognitions of the New Testament on this matter are found in the writings of St. Paul, who understood the whole subject as well as any other writer of the Scriptures, and doubtless much better. The places in St. Paul's writings which recognize negro slavery are Titus chapter 2, verse 9, Ephesians chapter 6, verses 6 and 8, Colossians chapter 4, verse 1, and chapter 3, verse 22, also Philemon, as well as other passages of the New Testament, all of which, says Dr. Clarke, refer to absolute slaves in the property sense of the word. That the slaves of Rome were Africans is proved from the fact that when prisoners were brought from Africa, they were always sold for slaves. At one time only, by one of their generals, namely Regulus, there were brought to Rome 20,000 African negroes, who were all sold into bondage of slavery. Rollin, Vol. 1, page 283. If so many were captured at one time by but one man, how many may we not suppose were thus taken and sold during all the wars of both Greece and Rome against Africa during several ages? Myriads, no doubt, and all this known as well to St. Paul and all the New Testament writers, as to the whole world of Asia in those ages. If it were true, as abolitionists imagine it is, that the Holy Ghost inspired Isaiah to write against negro slavery, as then practiced in his time upon the Canaanites, the Philistines, the Libyans, the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, and any of the Hamite race, how is it that he did not also inspire St. Paul to write in the same way, and in words as plain as Isaiah has written, according to the perceptions of abolitionists, especially when the apostle was engaged in writing on the very subject of negro slavery, practiced by members of the Christian churches in the various countries of the Roman Empire, and which churches he had planted by his own ministry? Had the Holy Ghost become less liberal toward the negro race in St. Paul's time than in the time of Isaiah? Nay, nay, St. Paul, Isaiah, Moses, Noah, Abraham, Lot, the patriarchs, prophets, judges, elders, kings, rulers, and people of the Jews, according to the whole tenor of the Bible, as well as express statements and admissions whenever they touch on that subject, namely, the subject of negro servitude, allowed this practice without rebuke, as to the principle, admonishing, however, owners only, in matters of treating them well and in a merciful manner. Can the reader fail to feel the force of this second reason? Third, Isaiah's well-meaning, as conveyed in the passages to which we are arguing, is our third reason for disallowing that he referred to the negro race at all, and shall contend that his remarks and reproofs referred to such Hebrews as held their own brethren in slavery, beyond the stipulations of the law of Moses, and to such only. The law of Moses allowed of the sale of Hebrew debtors to pay their debts, as well as of children owned by poor Hebrew parents, and also of criminals as thieves, etc. See Leviticus chapter 25, verses 39, 47, 48, and 50, and Exodus chapter 21, verses 7 and 2, and chapter 22, verse 3, where all these cases are set down. But the wicked Jews in the time of Isaiah, as well as at many other times, broke over the boundaries of that law by keeping their own brethren, thus sold and bought beyond the years of release, and the jubilees, making of them perpetual slaves, both parents and their children, as they did the Canaanites. In case a Hebrew was sold to a Hebrew, the law of Moses strictly forbade their being oppressed, as bondmen were, enjoining it upon those who bought them, to treat them as they would a hired man. See Leviticus chapter 25, verses 39 and 40, and many other passages to the same effect. And besides this, they were commanded to furnish them liberally out of the threshing floor and the winepress, and their flocks, at the times of their release, or at the jubilees, so as to enable them to begin the world anew. See Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 14, which immunities were never extended to a Canaanite slave. But all this in the time of Isaiah was deeply and horribly infringed upon, wherefore Isaiah told them, the Jews, that their fasts and other acts of worship could not be accepted of God, while injustice to their own blood and brethren was at all prevalent among them, in holding the poor Hebrews in perpetual bondage, contrary to the law on that very subject made and provided. To make it clear that the reproof of Isaiah on that occasion, and in those passages, related wholly, solely, and exclusively to abused and enslaved Hebrews and their masters, we have only to observe that the last clause of the 7th verse of the reproof is confined to Hebrews, in the use of the terms, thine own flesh. The whole passage reads as follows. See Isaiah chapter 58, verse 7. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house, when thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh? Surely the negroes of Canaan, or of any other country, were not considered by Isaiah to be of the same flesh with that of the Jews, as they are never called in the scriptures the brethren of the Hebrews, their kindred, their own flesh, etc., but always heathen. Respecting the flesh of the negro race, Ezekiel chapter 23, verse 20 says, that it was like the flesh of asses, and yet abolitionists say that negro flesh is as good as their flesh is, and every way equal. We wish them much joy of their relations. The Canaanites, therefore, who were among the Jews as perpetual bondmen, were not the persons alluded to in that reproof of Isaiah, and those who ought to have been set free by their Hebrew masters. But if the reader is not yet satisfied that we are right in the above construction and application in those passages of Isaiah, we will bring a parallel case out of the Scriptures, by which the position is further supported, if need be. This parallel case took place long after Isaiah's time, in the era of Nehemiah and his associates, when they were rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem, which had been destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar about 70 years before, when the Jews were carried away into captivity the first time. At that time, it appears that many of the people of the Jews had sold their children to their more wealthy brethren, for money to pay the taxes while in captivity, and for bread and victuals for their families, which occasioned great trouble and complaints among the people on their return to Judea. We will give the account as it stands in the book of Nehemiah, chapter 5, verses 1 through 5, as follows: "And there was a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brethren, the Jews. For there were some that said, We, our sons and our daughters, are many. Therefore, we take up corn for them, that we may eat and live. Some also there were that said, We have mortgaged our lands, vineyards, and houses, that we might buy, not hire corn, because of the dearth. There were also that said, We have borrowed money for the king's tribute, and that upon our lands and vineyards. Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, our children as their children. And lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants or slaves, and some of our daughters are bought into bondage already. Neither is it in our power to redeem them, for other men have our lands and our vineyards." When Nehemiah had ascertained that this dreadful charge was true, it is said, in verses 6 and 7 of the above chapter, that he was very angry, and that he set a great company against those who had been guilty of this thing, and caused the offenders against the law of Moses, in that particular, to release not only the children they had bought, but the lands also, according to the law of the greater jubilee, which they had kept through avarice beyond the prescribed limits, committing robbery in relation to the lands, as well as making bondmen of their brothers' children, their own flesh and blood. This was a case which was exactly parallel to that which was reproved by Isaiah, applying in this as in that, entirely to the blood of the Jewish tribes who are in Nehemiah, as in Isaiah, called brethren, and the same flesh, one with another, as a people. In pursuit of the same point, namely, to maintain that Isaiah, in the famous 58th chapter of that prophet, did not abrogate negro or Canaanite slavery, but Hebrew slavery only, we refer the reader to another parallel case, found in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 34, from the 8th to the 17th verse inclusive, which took place between the time of Isaiah and Nehemiah. This prophet, namely Jeremiah, foretold to the Jews that Nebuchadnezzar should come and fight against Jerusalem and the whole country, burn the temple, and carry away the people to old Chaldea, prisoners of war, and thus ruin their nation. And this should be done on account of one particular sin, which, it appears, was the heinous one of enslaving their own poor brethren, a crime which was a great besetment of the rich Jews in all ages of their history. On hearing from the lips of Jeremiah this awful denunciation, King Zedekiah, who then reigned, immediately brought the men who had been guilty of this enormity together, and required of them, by agreement, that they should then release every man his Hebrew servant. This was done in the hope that God would pardon the nation of this thing, and withhold the king of Babylon from coming upon them with his mighty hosts, as Jeremiah had said he would. The account reads as follows: This is the word that came unto Jeremiah from the Lord, after that the king Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people which were at Jerusalem, to proclaim liberty unto them, that every man should let his manservant, and every man his maid, being a Hebrew or a Hebrewess, go free, that none should serve himself of them, to wit, of a Jew his brother. Now, when the princess and all the people which had entered into the covenant heard that every one should let his manservant, and every one his maidservant, go free, that none should serve themselves of them, their brethren, any more, then they obeyed and let them go. But afterward they turned and caused the servants and the handmaids whom they had let go free to return, and brought them into subjection for servants and for handmaids again. Therefore the word of the Lord came, saying, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, saying, At the end of 6 years let ye go every man his brother a Hebrew, which hath been sold unto thee. And when he hath served thee 6 years, thou shalt let him go free from thee. But your fathers hearkened not unto me, neither inclined their ear. And ye were now turned, and had done right in my sight, in proclaiming liberty, every man to his neighbor. And ye made a covenant before me, in the house which is called by my name. But ye turned back from this, and polluted my name, and caused every man his servant, and every man his maid, whom ye had set at liberty at their pleasure, to return, and brought them into subjection, to be unto you for servants and handmaids. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, Ye have not hearkened unto me in proclaiming liberty, every one to his brother, and every man to his neighbor, being a Jew. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, saith the Lord, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to famine, and I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. This horrid fate was to come upon them, for the sole reason that they had, wickedly and unjustly, contrary to the law of Moses, enslaved their poor brethren, the Hebrews. In all this, there is no allusion to negro slaves of the Canaanitish character, for, in the 3 accounts, as given by Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Nehemiah, there is not one allusion of the kind, all their remarks being guardedly confined to the sin of enslaving their own race beyond the permission of the law. If, in this direful charge, the prophet Jeremiah did include negro slaves as a part of the sin of his people in this matter, how is it that he is so extremely particular, as over and over again, to name Hebrew bondmen and maids, and not so much as once to mention slaves of the other description, who were of the heathen of that country? It is, therefore, indubitably certain, that the prophet has avoided charging the Jews with sin, on account of their enslaving the Canaanites perpetually, but only for enslaving the Hebrews beyond the term of 6 years at a time. To fix this in the mind of the reader, we select the 9th verse of the 34th chapter of Jeremiah, and again present it as evidence sufficient of the fact, that negro slaves were not included in the immunities of Hebrew servants, with regard to their being set free, at the time of the Jubilees, or any other time whatever. The passage reads as follows: "That every man should let his manservant, and every man his maidservant, being a Hebrew or a Hebrewess, go free; that none should serve himself of them, to wit, of a Jew his brother." To this agree both Isaiah and Nehemiah, using the same language in effect, everywhere pointing out the Jew blood which was not to be enslaved, leaving the negro race under the disabilities of their doom, as found in the book of Genesis and the law. In all these accounts, there is not a word said against the Jews enslaving their own brethren, if they did it according to the letter of their law, and for proper reasons; while in the strongest terms of reprobation they do, as do all the scriptures, condemn and threaten every Jew with punishment who should dare to go beyond in that matter. If then Isaiah nor none of the prophets have abolished even Hebrew slavery, as it was ordained in their law, how much less, therefore, have they abolished negro slavery, which, as well as the other, was, according to that law, the Hebrew being bounded by 6 years, while the Hamite slave was a slave forever. The uproar, therefore, which abolitionists make over this passage of Isaiah, in favor of Canaanitish or negro slaves, is but an uproar and sophistry, in which they extend the immunities of Hebrew servants to the condition of the negro slave, which is false, and they know it, or at least their leaders do. As it respects the feelings and opinions of the prophet Isaiah on the subject of slavery, we have a very singular account to give in this place. From this account, it is certain that he held it to be right for the Jews to enslave any people who were their enemies, or who had held them in captivity, whether negro or red man. To prove this, see Isaiah chapter 14, verse 2, as follows: "And the people (the Jews) shall take them and bring them to their place (Judea), and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord (Judea), for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives whose captives they were; they shall rule over their oppressors." In this case, the people who had held captive the Jews were the Chaldeans, who, in process of time, sooner or later, were to be ruled over and oppressed by the Jews, even to personal slavery. We do not notice this case as having any bearing on the negro question, but merely to show that the views of Isaiah were not so abhorrent to the slavery of men who were not Hebrews, as some seem to believe, but shows that he acquiesced in the retributive judgments of God, even to the enslaving of the bodies of men who had oppressed the Jews, his brethren. If, then, Isaiah could thus approve of the enslaving of the red men of Babylon, how much more the negro race of that age, who were denounced in the curse of Noah and the law of Moses. Even the priests of the house of Aaron, the very ministers of the sanctuary, were allowed by the law of God to have slaves bought with their money. See Leviticus chapter 22, verse 11. "But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it." That is, the slave thus bought might eat of the food of the family of the priest. From this scripture it is as clear as truth, that the prophets, priests, elders, kings, and nobles of the 12 tribes were allowed by the law of God to have property in man, the same as they could have property in any other thing or creature, providing they were not of the race of their brethren, the Hebrews, but of the heathen of the negro race. as we do not learn from the divine oracles that any other people could be lawfully or morally enslaved, irrespective of war and other contingencies. But there is another scripture besides the one we have just replied to, in Isaiah, upon which abolitionists claim the abolishment of negro slavery. The scripture is found in Exodus chapter 21, verse 16, and reads as follows: "He that steals a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death." Does not this passage of Holy Writ, says one, put an end to the subject? Does not abolitionism triumph here? Is not this enough to terrify any man who regards the Bible from stealing away the poor Africans from their homes of happiness and peace, or from purchasing such as are thus stolen from those who steal, purchase, or capture them in their own country? We answer, no, as we do not perceive that this remark of Moses in the law has the least possible bearing on the subject. It was not to the stealing, capturing, or enslaving of the negroes of Canaan or any other country that Moses referred in that passage of prohibitory law, and as it respects the land of Canaan and the negro nations of that country, are we to suppose that God, who was about to give the whole land to the Hebrews, with all its inhabitants, to kill and destroy, that they were to abstain from taking them by stealth, as well as by open attack? Should we suppose this, it would be the same as to suppose the issuing of an order to let the Canaanites alone, which would defeat the very object of the war, which was the entire overthrow of all these nations, 7 in number, great and powerful, far beyond the forces of the Hebrews. But, says one, if the passage had no allusion to negro stealing, to what then did it allude, as intended by Moses and understood by the tribes? We answer, it was intended to prevent one Hebrew from stealing, capturing, and selling another Hebrew, Israelite, or Jew, or causing any individual of their nation to go into captivity or bondage of any kind, as did the brethren of Joseph, who stole him, and then sold him to the Ishmaelites. That the passage means this, and nothing else, is shown and determined by a parallel text in the same law and on the same subject. See Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 7, as follows: "If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, then that thief shall die, and thou shalt put evil away from among you." End of chapter 12a. Chapter 12b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thus we see that the former passage, as explained by the latter, has nothing to do with what is called negro stealing, either in old Canaan, Africa, or anywhere else. It referred wholly, solely, and primarily to the people of the Jews, protecting themselves from themselves, in this particular matter. For as strange as it may appear, the Hebrews were very much prone to the stealing of men of their own blood and race, for slaves, and to sell them to strangers. A severe law, therefore, was necessary to restrain them from the perpetration of this crime against themselves. But if it is still insisted upon by any one, that the first quoted passage on this subject did relate to Canaanite men as well as to Hebrew men, then such persons are compelled to believe that God both allowed of the destruction and the protection of the Canaanites at the same time, rather a crooked position for a Hebrew to understand just then, when they were on the eve of a war of extermination, as it regarded the Canaanites, commanded and directed by God himself. Could it have been any worse for a Hebrew, at that time, to steal, take, capture, and enslave a Canaanite negro, than it was to kill him? To kill and exterminate them, showing them no mercy, was the direct and pointed command of God, as we have before shown, Deut. 7, 2. Under so large a license as this, the man is a fool who will pretend that stealing and enslaving the negro Canaanites was prohibited by those passages, as above presented, especially when the law of Moses, in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, directly and pointedly allowed the Hebrews to make bondmen of that people, and to use them as slaves forever. To this very law of Moses, which forbade all Hebrews stealing any individual of their own race, St. Paul alludes in 1 Timothy 1, 10, where it is written, that the law was not made against the righteous, but against the wicked, men-stealers, etc. Now, if we have shown, as above, that the passage in the law of Moses extended no further than to the prohibition of Hebrews stealing persons of their own blood or race, as included in the 12 tribes, we are not at liberty to suppose that St. Paul meant anything more, as there was no other law for him to allude to, as extant, when he wrote to Timothy, and when he made the remark about man-stealing. But, says one, to enslave a negro man is against the intent of the law of Moses, inasmuch as St. Paul has said, Romans 13, 8, and Galatians 5, 14, that love to our neighbor is the fulfilling of the law. How, therefore, can any one love, in the true and holy sense of the word, who enslaves a black man? This is answered as follows: God having judicially appointed that race to servitude, the law of love cannot abrogate it, any more than the law of love can abrogate several other particulars of judicial appointment, such as, it is appointed unto man that they should die. The woman was condemned to be ruled over by her husband. The earth was cursed in relation to its fruitfulness. The wicked dead are sent to hell. The earth is doomed to be burnt up, and many more things which might be adduced as being determined judicially, all of which the law of love cannot reach nor abrogate. It is idle, therefore, to urge an argument on such ground as that, for God's determinations and decrees are not frustrated by his benevolence, else there were an end to his government. To strengthen this position, if need be, we may mention that Abraham, Job, Lot, and thousands of the holy men of old, as well as modern, had vast multitudes of black slaves. Were none of these lovers of God and their neighbors, in the true and holy sense of the word? At the time Moses wrote the famous passage of Deuteronomy 24, 7, saying to the Hebrews that if any man among them was found out in having stolen any of their brethren, the Israelites, and of having sold them, that such a one should be put to death. What a pity it is that there was not, at the time, a thorough-going abolitionist at the elbow of Moses, to have just popped the idea respecting the strict necessity there was of inserting simply a word or two in favor of the negroes, and to read as follows: if any man be found stealing any black or negro person of the race of Ham, whom Noah cursed, from this time to the end of the world, and maketh merchandise of him, then that thief should be put to death. Such a clause would have done the business exactly. Oh, what a pity! What a pity that abolitionism could not have had a hand in the councils of heaven about that time, as well as when St. Paul wrote to Philemon and Timothy on the subject of negro slavery. But there is still another passage of Holy Writ to be examined, which at first sight seems to make pointedly against the doctrine of enslaving the blacks, and is quoted triumphantly by abolitionists, as of sufficient weight and authority to crush and abolish forever a belief in the propriety and rectitude of compelling the servitude of the negro race, as being founded in the Scriptures. The passage alluded to is found in Revelation chapter 18, verse 13, and accuses some combination or anti-Christian establishment, called Babylon the Great, of dealing in slaves and the souls of men, which crime, together with others, called for the wrath of God to be poured out upon it. But it is our opinion that this passage of Scripture has no more to do with the question of negro slavery, in the literal and personal sense of the word, than the other passages of the Bible already alluded to, unless it can be shown that some great combination of men, called Babylon the Great, which existed in the time of St. John, did actually deal in slaves, which we believe will be rather difficult to make out. There can be no doubt but this power, which is called by St. John Babylon the Great, is to be understood spiritually, and as characterizing, by the spirit of prophecy, some dreadful heresy or anti-Christian combination, which was to arise in the world. This Babylon is many times referred to in the book of Revelation, as in chapter 14, verse 8, chapter 18, verse 1, chapter 16, verse 19, and is doubtless the same power which is called, Revelation chapter 11, verse 8, Sodom and Egypt, and Revelation chapter 17, verse 5, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth, and by St. Paul, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, that man of sin, who should wonderfully exalt himself by lying wonders, and should sit in the temple of God, the church, showing himself that he is God. Who this dreadful power was, the reader may easily conjecture. Now this is the power, therefore, who is accused of dealing in slaves, not literally, but spiritually, in misleading the mind, and of necessity the body, in matters of religious faith. That Scripture, therefore, no doubt, should be understood, not of slavery in the common sense of the word, but rather its moral, spiritual, and religious meaning, as operating on the minds of men adherent to this great Babylon combination, who practiced deceit, ecclesiastical conjurations, etc., so that the souls and bodies of men were thereby sold to the devil, in leading them from the paths of truth and righteousness, in relation to love and obedience to God and his commandments. This is the way, as we believe, this great Babylon dealt in the bodies and souls of men. It is not uncommon for the Scriptures to speak of great offenders as having sold themselves to work of wickedness, as in the case of Ahab and many others. After the same manner of reasoning, therefore, as it respects this great Babylon, who dealt in slaves and the souls of men, it is to be understood wholly and entirely of the souls and bodies of her membership, who she had bought with her religious merchandise, as specified in that chapter, namely, the 18th of Revelation. On that account, the wrath of God was to be poured out on this great Babylon, namely, for enslaving the souls, and, of necessity, the bodies of men, holding them under command, to do the bidding of this great Babylon, contrary to the word of God, thereby affecting the real and more valuable liberties of both soul and body, in time and eternity. We are compelled to take this course of explaining that text of St. John, lest we should be found arraigning two writers of the New Testament against each other on the same subject, namely, of negro slavery. For St. John knew full well all that St. Paul had said on that subject. Thus, we think, we have rescued that passage of the Revelator, as well as the text of Isaiah, out of the hands of abolitionists, who, by subverting them from their true and original meaning, endeavor to make it appear that the Scriptures have long ago abolished negro slavery, which is false, either in so many words or in spirit. But abolitionists advance other doctrines and opinions, besides resting the Scriptures on the subject of negro servitude, which they publish to the world in their harangues, books, papers, and pamphlets, calculated to mislead the minds of men on the subject at issue. They say that the principle of enslaving black men, whether done in this or any other age, in this or any other country, is a system of unlimited spiritual despotism, and places masters in the seat of God, or rather above God, in respect to the slaves under their control. It is, they say, contrary to the sovereignty of God over each and every individual who is held as a slave. It does not recognize the right of the slave to obey God. It follows the dictates of his own conscience, to fulfill the station of a moral being, to act as a free agent, accountable to the judge and father of all, to the supreme God, who says, all souls are mine. The slave system, in effect, says, this soul is mine, not thine. It belongs to an earthly master, and thou, its creator, hast no right to command its obedience. For all this, see Friend of Man, a paper dated January 15th, 1839, Utica, New York. On the face of the above charge, not only against American slavery, but slavery in any country or age, it is seen at a glance that the blow falls as heavily on the institutions of Moses, the practice of the patriarchs, prophets, elders, kings, and people, not only of the Jews, but the Christian church also, even in the times of the apostles, as it is intended to fall on American slavery, the principle being the chief thing aimed at. For if the law of that great legislator, Moses, allowed of the enslaving of the Canaanites for life, and also during all their generations, which we have shown was a fact, then all the Hebrews, the patriarchs, Jews, and prophets, who acted on that law, are, by abolitionists, made to have been as bad as they say American slaveholders are, placing them all in one company, and denouncing them as a set of villains, fit only for the lowest abodes of damnation itself. For abolitionists condemn slavery of every grade and description, to all intents and purposes, in all times, ages, and nations, let it have been practiced or sanctioned by whomsoever it may have been. And this they do in the very face of God, who, through Noah, Moses, the prophets, and the law, did not only allow of restrictive slavery, in relation to the Hebrews, but also of irrestrictive slavery, in relation to the whole race of Ham, throughout all ages, or to the end of the present constitution of the earth. But abolitionists, in order to get rid of the fact of Bible slavery, as recognized in the law of Moses, and applied to the negro race, have argued much, and labored hard to show that the Canaanites, who were bought by the Hebrews for bondmen and bondmaids, always bought them of themselves, and never of another, as if they were the property of somebody besides themselves. And with this they find no fault, being perfectly contented with the idea that a negro Canaanite should, if he liked, sell himself. That was all right. But this idea we consider a most singular position for an abolitionist to take, as they pronounce all kinds of slavery and slave selling or buying most cursed, and without authority, either from God or man. And yet a man may sell himself, even for life. How is this? Is there no paradox here? If a man sells himself, is he not sold? Is he not as much a slave as if somebody else sold him? This position of abolitionists, which, by a strange refinement, struggles to get rid of the plain letter of the law of Moses, about Hebrews being allowed to buy slaves of the heathen round about them, establishes the very thing they are trying to annihilate, which is negro slavery. For if the Canaanites could, without sin, sell themselves for bondmen, then the Canaanites sold slaves and the Hebrews bought them, the persons who did it making no difference as to the principle of the act. It was the thing done, which made out the fact, not the modus operandi. So that even this very curious refinement of abolitionists, on the meaning of that trait in the law of Moses, has not rescued the point at issue from the hand of those who believe the Bible sanctions the unqualified servitude of the negro race, but establishes it. But this position of abolitionists is but a fiction, a mere ruse, which at once can be shown to be nothing else, by a reference to the law itself on this very subject, and points out the children or the infants of the Canaanites as the objects of Hebrew slave purchasers. See Leviticus chapter 25, verse 45, which reads as follows: Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall you buy bondmen, and of their families that are with you, and they shall be your possession. If, then, it were the children the Hebrews were to buy of the Canaanites, is it to be supposed that children had either the right or the ability to sell themselves? Is it not far more reasonable to believe that the parents of such children were resorted to in such cases? As to the policy of such a regulation of Moses, relative to the purchase of slaves, it is evident at a glance, as children could be more easily managed and brought up to the liking of the master than could the adults. A desire in the mind of the slave to run away would be much lessened by the process of domestication, and a natural love of those who supplied their wants. But, says one, if the Canaanites were given to be destroyed by the Hebrews, even to entire extermination, how is it that Moses should say, in the law, anything about buying their children for slaves, seeing they could go and take as many as they wanted by force, just when they would? We answer this, by saying that the Hebrews did not fully obey the commands of Moses on this subject, as they should have done, on which account there were always, during the whole reign of the Jews in that country, many of the Canaanite tribes living among them, with whom the Jews were not always at war. Now, in a case like this, if the Hebrews wanted slaves of the perpetual bondman character, they would rather, no doubt, go and buy them of such as had them to sell in a peaceable way. With a view to such circumstances, Moses directed them to buy the children of the Canaanites, as among the Hebrews there were always found parents in abundance of the negro race, who would sell their children for slaves, as readily as they do now in Africa. There can be no doubt, therefore, but the Hebrews, many of them under the sanction of that clause of the law of Moses, got their living by thus buying children and selling them again in Judea and elsewhere. For, let it be observed, that this law is not qualified, as to its extent, in carrying on the traffic. Then again, there were, no doubt, thousands of opportunities for the Hebrews, who wanted slaves of the negro character, to buy them of Hebrews who had more than they wanted, of such as were born in their own families, of parents who had been taken prisoners in the wars of the country, between the Canaanites and Hebrews. From these views, we see no great difficulty in the way of the Hebrews procuring as many slaves as they wanted, without raising a hostile troop, carrying ropes, and rushing upon the Canaanite families, in times of peace, to get bondmen of this description, as there was, doubtless, an abundance of them born continually, throughout all their tribes, of such as were already slaves, and had been from the beginning of Hebrews' conquest of the country, who had been held as perpetual bondmen in virtue of the law of Moses, which said that they should be for a possession for them and their children forever. But in relation to the charge of abolitionists, that American slavery is a system of spiritual despotism, it is not true, on account of the thing being impossible and contrary to the nature of the human soul, as a master can have no power over the volitions of the spirit. Power or dominion of the soul of a slave, beyond the mere commands of a master, in matters of labor, was never desired by any slaveholder, as thought, mind, or spirit cannot perform manual labor, which is all that is required of a slave, and this the body must perform, if it is performed at all. It is true, however, that the mind can be persecuted, abused, grieved, and distressed, and that mind retain its freedom of range and action, loving, hating, and believing as it will, after all. The charge, therefore, that the principle of slavery is a principle which aims at a usurpation of the rights of God over the human soul, is as false as it is monstrous and impossible. God, who created the African race, and in their formation, both of body and mind, appointed them to slavery and servitude, would not have implanted in the desire of the other races who are allowed to enslave them, such an enemy to his sovereignty as a desire to enslave the soul, and to take it out of the hands of the Creator, as abolitionists say slavery does. This God has never done, neither was it ever desired by any man who has owned a slave, as an acquirement of such a description could be of no earthly service to any one. Was the spirit or desire which prompted Abraham, Lot, Job, Moses, and Washington, with millions of other good men, in those ages, as well as in America, to have slaves or bondmen as a possession, which they bought with their money, a spirit which aimed at the usurpation of God's government over the souls of such bondmen, we are compelled to say no, or such a permit would never have been found in the law of Moses, nor the practice passed by without reproof in the New Testament. There is no such law in the codes of the slave-holding states that has a word to say about the souls, minds, or spirits of the slaves as relates to the coercion of that free principle. The charge, therefore, as advanced by abolitionists against the slavery system, is but a flare-up, a flourish extra, a mere scintillation of a fiery pen, as wielded by some extraordinary spasm of eloquence. If any of the laws of the slave-holding states are so framed as to incapacitate the slaves, in relation to proper marriages, and thus prevent a state of things highly beneficial to all orders of society, they ought to be abolished and others enacted in their place, compelling such marriages as love or fancy among the slaves might dictate, however much their lewd propensities might contradict. Surely a course like this were better far for the interests of masters as well as slaves than promiscuous intercourse. If God has placed the negro race under servitude, that is of itself degrading enough, without any additional circumstances of shame, and therefore all slaveholders ought to practice the thing in an orderly and decent manner, exalting the slave as a slave, to aid him all that is needful in an honorable discharge of his duties towards masters, his family, friends, kindred, and his God. Slavery, conducted thus toward the negro race, would not be sinful, because God, in his providence, has appointed the white man to be a guardian over the blacks, in the characters of masters, for their good and not their injury. As to the charge of abolitionists who accuse slavery of incapacitating slaves to marry among themselves, is shown not to be true, from the genius, design, and chastity of the law of Moses, which abhorred all whoredom and libertinism. Of necessity, therefore, slaves among the Hebrews, if they would delight in each other's company, males and females, they must have been married, or the curse of God would have been put upon the whole 12 tribes. See Deuteronomy chapter 22, verses 20 and 21, and chapter 23, verses 17 and 18, where it is seen how very severe the law was against all offenders of a lewd description among the Hebrews. And are we to suppose that they were indifferent to the conduct of their bondmen and bondmaids in this particular? Consequently, marriages must have taken place as much among their slaves as among the Jews, their masters. Thus it is evident, notwithstanding the fine-spun goods and chattel arguments of abolitionists, that a state of slavery does not essentially affect the marriages of slaves among themselves, as if slaves, in consequence of slavery, are, in all respects, really and bona fide metamorphosed from human beings into some kind of implement, as an axe, a rake, or a wagon, which have neither passions nor souls. As to the famous passage found in the Constitution of the United States, which reads, that it was held by the powers of that Constitution, that all men are born free and equal, we have not a thought that any allusion was had, by that phraseology, to negro slavery more than to men in the moon. The whole and only allusion was to the tilted dignitaries and nobility of monarchical governments, which enforced upon subjects and mankind the hateful idea of master and vassal, lord and serf, plebeian and patrician, which distinction, to the minds of the framers of the Constitution, was abhorrent to all their views of political liberty. If this was not so, and that clause had the negro's case in its eye, as well as the above, it is extremely singular, that, in the whole instrument, the race is not mentioned, nor their condition of slavery. Having shown in this section, that Isaiah did not abolish Canaanitish or negro slavery, and that the passage against man stealing did not relate to any people except the Hebrews, as well as that slavery does not incapacitate slaves as to lawful marriages and many other matters, we next proceed to an examination of various notions and opinions of abolitionists, which, as we apprehend, are miserably out of the way. Thus, from Isaiah's pen, in word or deed, the negroes of that time were never freed. The curse of Noah stood in them in force, as did the law together with that curse. No man had dared to dash the sacred page with charge of purpose in that ancient age, as fearless men do now who wish to see mutation where the truth should ever be. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. On the subject of negro slavery, abolitionists have said and done much in America to raise a tumult among the people, and they have succeeded by resorting, like hackneyed politicians, to all kinds of extravagant arguments, positions, and stories, with the view of winning their way to political power in the country. When this shall be accomplished, if ever it can be, we will venture to foretell that the Union will be two distinct governments. The Southern States are determined to hold the rights granted to them in the great compact of the Constitution, with respect to negro slavery, as in this right they feel, to a man, that their happiness and security, as to wealth and its resources, depend, for it is impossible without this to cultivate the country. Any and all advances, therefore, of the North to meddle with that subject will be repelled with anger and violence, the natural result of encroachments upon the resources of any people. If, therefore, abolitionism is persisted in, there will arise a division of the States, as sure as effect will follow its cause, with all the horrors of such an event. The great lever by which abolitionists operate is that of a pretended sympathy for the negro race, in their condition of slavery, causing the people who hear them to take for granted, as truth, all the horrible stories of atrocities and crimes, perpetrated by Southern planters, committed on the bodies and souls of their slaves. No matter whether the revolting stories are true or false, so long as they can get them to be believed, they will answer the purpose just as well. Men should beware how they enter the list against the decrees of heaven on any subject, and contend about its judgments, marshaling their eloquence and intrigues in battle array against them, if such judgments or decrees happen not to suit the views of discontented and designing men, who would lead a well-meaning public as they list, with no other views than the exaltation of themselves to public place and power. When this shall be accomplished, if such a thing can ever happen, the great sympathetic impetus by which the machine now is moving will cease to exist, passing away like the fogs of the night, leaving the negro race to look out for themselves, as heretofore. Thus will end the mooted subject of negro excellencies. The men who now admire the race,
and see in them the germs of prodigious mental powers, will not be found, as other business than the exaltation of a people, upon whom God has passed his decree of servitude and inferiority, secured in the imbecilities of their very natures. Suppose the negroes in the southern states were all set free, would the southern and tropical countries get their plantations of corn, tobacco, cotton, indigo, oranges, rice, and sugar cultivated? The whites cannot labor effectually in those countries, as they can in the north. But the negro man is created in such a manner as to resist, or rather to agree with the heat, fogs, and dews of that atmosphere, so that he is not injuriously affected by it, as are the whites. There is no system but that of compulsory servitude, by which this labor, on which so much depends, can be done. For if it is left to the free will, or the necessities of the blacks, there could never be any certainty, as instances of freed blacks in the English West India Islands refusing to work, has often occurred, and this even among the better sort, such as were members of religious societies. If, therefore, these occurrences take place among the better sort of blacks, what may not be expected from those of a more improvident turn of mind, such as is the great mass? On the island of St. Domingo, says Barclay, on slavery in the West Indies, pages 8, 137, 350, 357, once justly termed the Queen of the Antilles, cultivation has nearly ceased, the exportable commodities having dwindled down from 151,000 tons to little more than 17,000. Professor Boyer, of St. Domingo, offered to the free negroes of America 6,000 in number, to give them land in the island, if they would come and live there and work the land. But when they had seen the country and the people of their own race, they were glad to return to America, as bad as their condition is represented to be in the United States, which they preferred to all the mighty privileges of Hayti under a black president or king. Barclay further states, that the case of the Myroons in Jamaica is no better, showing how little the possession of mere freedom betters the negro's condition. They have been free ever since the English took possession of the island. Have they, inquires Barclay, become more civilized or more industrious? Every one knows they have not. The men continue to roam half naked in the woods, hunting and fishing, compelling their women to do the work, entirely disregarding all the conveniences of industrious life, choosing rather to be thus wretched than to labor. This is exactly the character of their brethren, the Hottentots, and the other tribes of Africa, who are so lazy and improvident, says Damberger, The Traveler, vol. 1, page 57, that they will nearly starve before they will even fish or hunt, preferring to wander in the woods, living on berries and roots. With this view, it would be national madness to emancipate the southern blacks. Besides, the irreparable injury to the very negroes themselves, in casting their myriads, poor, ignorant, helpless, and naked, upon imbecile resources, placing them in a condition favorable to immediate destruction. The slaves of the southern states, it is said, amount to more than 3 millions. Were this almost countless host set free today, who can calculate the horrible mischief and ruin that would follow, not only to the white population, but to the blacks also? On the first night of the day of their emancipation, there would be heard over the entire land the bleat and bellowing of flocks and herds. Fires would be seen in all directions, by which their cooking in the open air would be carried on.
all this would be foreseen by the calculating whites, who would be prepared with guns and defensive arms, when murders and strife would rage in all directions. What next? The military would be put in requisition, when the work of death and slaughter would go on like a fire in the wilderness over the entire southern states. The negroes would now become the objects of terror and midnight dread to houses in remote and unprotected places. Prisoners would be taken in multitudes, who would be shot down or hanged without judge or jury. In such a state of things, the negroes would take to the woods and caves of the mountains, and the morasses of the lower lands, from whence sallying forth in different portions of the country, as they should be impelled by hunger, revenge, or love of violence and robberies, perpetrating deeds of horror and crime everywhere. To head and lead them on, there would not be wanting base white men, who, to profit by the times, would furnish arms and provisions, exciting the wrath of the blacks, on account of their former slavery and present trouble. But, says one, an abolitionist, all this, as above, is but conjecture, a mere fiction, which supposes that the negroes would not be willing to labor on the southern plantations, were they emancipated. But experience, in all cases where the thing has been tried, proves that the conjecture is true, in a great measure. And, besides that, they manifest no such emotion as gratitude on such occasions. An exhibition of their feelings, when set free, is seen in the fate of the white owners on the island of San Domingo, who, when the French National Assembly, 1791, decreed that all the negroes of that island were free and equal with the whites, they immediately butchered the whole population. Butler's History of the United States, Volume 3, page 392. This was one of the wild, deluded, and mad decrees of the horrible French Revolution, which had for one of its immediate effects the total extermination of the white population of San Domingo, in which neither age nor sex were spared from the dagger. The women were violated of all ages, and then killed. So great was the hatred and violence of the freed blacks. Were the same course pursued by the great South, in setting the slaves all free at once, there would, beyond all doubt, follow a tragedy of the same description, as there is no natural love between the races, especially when the negro is made free and equal. In this particular, the abolitionists of America, in their doctrine of an immediate and simultaneous emancipation of the negroes of all the southern states, are as far out of the way as were the furious mobs of the French Revolution, who could not see the difference there is between black and white. Were the 3.5 millions of slaves of the South set free, and were they, to a man, to manifest no hostile feelings, yet how could they be saved from becoming paupers over the whole of those countries, seeing they have no land or means of support? Their natural improvidence of mind is well known to all, on which account they would, as to the great mass, have to be supported by the whites as legal paupers, unless they were compelled to labor, to prevent such a result, which compulsion would be but a renewal of slavery, were it resorted to. Perfect and unqualified liberty, extended to the slaves of the whole South, would be the certain ruin, not only of the great negro population, but of the whites also, as the required labor would not be performed, and yet the blacks would have to be supported by the whites, who would soon have nothing to do with it, as the wealth of the whole slave states depends on agriculture alone. The interference of the northern states with the slave question, as to the principle of the thing, is a most unwarrantable violation of States' rights, inasmuch as the slave system, as practiced in the South, is no injury to the North, but rather of immense good, as shown in the production of tropical commodities, in which fact it is clearly seen that the interests of the two regions of the Union are blended in one. He, therefore, who favors the interruption of States' rights granted in the great compact, as set forth in the Constitution, is a disorganizer, and is blind to the interests of the great family of the Union, therein agreeing with the bitterest enemy, the English government, America has among all the nations of the earth, who are ever aiming to cripple the commerce and productions of this country, in order to favor that of their own. In agreement with this disorganizing spirit, there is, at this moment, existing a powerful combination of abolitionists, who have formed a multitude of lines or routes, by which runaway slaves are enabled to make their escape from the respective States bordering on the North. These men furnish money, horses, and all necessary aids for the escape of runaways, giving them countenance and support in their houses, until they can reach the Canadas, thus coalescing with the British in robbing the citizens of the South of their property, as recognized in the Constitution of the United States. What is to be thought of such men, who not only violate the ceded and acknowledged right of the slave-holding States, but are also united with an ancient enemy of the Union, in disturbing and endangering the peace and safety of the whole country? In pursuance of this kind of violence and outrage upon the feelings and lawful interests of the public, the Massachusetts legislature of 1843 have passed a law that no difference shall be made by the agents of steam cars on the railroads of that State, between black and white passengers, in this way compelling citizens of their own State, and those of the others, as well as foreigners, to mingle and associate with blacks, whether it is agreeable or not. See Daily American Citizen, February 2nd, 1843. Do the people of Massachusetts, or abolitionists in general, imagine that they have a right to make laws to compel an association between two races of men so different from each other as are negroes and white men, a difference which God himself is the author of, and was, therefore, never to be infringed? Such conduct is nothing short of rebellion against God, manifested in this attempt, confounding the order of creation. Is it not far more wise to let the negro race remain as they are in the South, rather than to set them free, and thereby put them in a position of becoming immediately, in all the States, wherever they may choose to wander, an expense as paupers, and, at the same time, destroy the agricultural interests of one half the United States, as it is impossible to supply the place of the slaves with white laborers in the hot climates? It is said by abolitionists, that on account of the slavery of the South, that the costs of carrying the mail in those regions amount to more than the income, because slavery, they say, discourages labor. But this position of theirs must be false, as without the negro services there would be no agricultural labor at all, in which case the costs of carrying the mail would be immensely increased, and the income depreciated in the same ratio. There is, therefore, no way under the light and auspices of heaven by which the southern portions of the United States and other tropical countries can be inhabited by civilized men, but by that of negro labor, and as negroes will not labor unless compelled, there is, therefore, no way left in the divine providence to accomplish this, but that of their enslavement. That the English put no dependence on the dispositions of the freed blacks to do the work of their plantations in the West India Islands, and elsewhere in their various and great possessions in different parts of the world, is shown in their new expedient of inveigling away from their homes and country a certain class of the natives of India called hill coolies, who they employ instead of the slaves they have freed, whose labor will cost them even less than their former slave labor. For an account of the hill coolie business, see Little's Museum of Literature, Science and Art, volume 34, number 189, page 140, year 1838. These hill coolies are not negroes, but a yellow swarthy race of the lowest of the laboring castes in India. According to the work above quoted, it is said that there are circumstances attending the inveigling these men from their country, to traverse half the globe in quest of labor, which shows that some principle far enough from justice or mercy actuates the English in this business, notwithstanding their seemingly noble generosity in manumitting their slaves, which is trumpeted over the whole earth as a deed of immense benevolence and sacrifice. The Parliament of England do not often make sacrifices in their bargains, nor relinquish their grasp of power in any particular gratuitously. If they did, they would not oppress their own subjects as they do, on which account the great mass of their people lack their daily bread. This is well known to all the world, and is occasioned by perpetual and exorbitant taxations, causing the people of both England and Ireland to run away to America and other countries, to avoid being starved to death. Even the abolitionists of America denounce the English government in the most direct and accusatory terms, in relation to insincerity, respecting their profession of philanthropy toward enslaved human beings under their control in the conquered countries of India. The abolitionists charge the English with aiding in the emancipation of the negro race, just as much as their political interests invite them, and no more. This is no doubt a true charge. To show the truth of this charge, as well as the fact of English insensibility to the negro's liberties, we see, in the New York Express, June 21st, 1842, that they are now actually in the business of getting negroes from the wilds of Africa, along the coasts of the river Gambia. This, however, they do not effect in the same way as heretofore, or prior to the compact of the nations on this subject, but they do it under a form of law, in the shape of an indenture, the same as taking apprentices. In effecting this, the negro is compelled to take a pen between his fingers, while the hand is guided by the grip of the master, so that the name of the negro is set to the seal of the instrument, who is as ignorant of the power of the article as would be a monkey were one compelled to write. The blacks, thus apprenticed, are brought from the interior by negro capturers, as formerly employed by the English, and paid for doing so. The term of the time they are thus apprenticed is 14 years. But when the time is up, who is there to tell them they are free? Will their masters? As late as February 1842, a vessel of 500 tons left the river above named, laden with 500 such apprentices. Thus it is seen that the English have invented a way by which they avoid the virtue of the treaty of the nations who have decreed it piracy, to procure slaves from Africa, and yet desire to be lauded because of her great love for the liberties of the negro race, especially such as are slaves in America. End of chapter 13a. Chapter 13b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There is another view in which this great and seemingly generous act of the English, in setting her negroes free, is to be examined, and this relates directly to the destruction of the produce of the Southern States. Could England but cripple America in this particular, and lessen in any degree, or wholly destroy the production of rice, cotton, tobacco, etc., it would increase their own trade in these articles, as these very products will soon be poured forth from their possessions in Africa, in amount sufficient to supply all their own wants, and even to sell to American manufacturers. Now let the negroes go free in the Southern States, and this great job is done. It is evident, therefore, that true benevolence and philanthropy had no influence on the mind of the English Parliament in emancipating her slaves, but rather in that transaction there was designed to be sown the seeds of future profit and speculation in the division and ruin of the United States. If the negro question can be pushed hard enough and long enough to provoke the Southern States to separate themselves from the North and to form a new government, then a civil war will arise in the country, when the English will fall on, as opportunity and advantage may offer, all her powers in the Canadas and Indians of the far Northwest, with the runaway negroes, the latter of whom amount, even now, in Canada, to many thousands of drilled troops, who are ready for a day or an hour to rush to the battle, as directed by their masters. To this mighty plan of ruin, the abolitionists are blinded by the deceitful flatteries of an enemy, who invite them to England to talk about the awful sufferings of the poor slaves in the free states of America, to make speeches and to weep, while they encourage the fanatics to go on in their political adventure of sooner or later getting an abolition president, senate, and congress. Then would be achieved the liberties of the negroes, an event which the English care just as much about, so far as it relates to the happiness of the race, as they do about the liberties of the kangaroos of New Holland, except as such an event would make for their own interests in the ruin of this country. The possessions of the English nearly surround the United States at this moment, commencing at the West India Islands, from thence to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Lower and Upper Canada, New Britain, reaching quite to the Rocky Mountains, and a part of the almost boundless Oregon, comprehending all that region of unexplored country beyond or west of the Rocky Mountains, quite to the ocean. This vastly important country they had the impudence to claim, because, as they say, Captain Cook discovered the coast in one of his voyages round the world, and have actually made a settlement on an island of Queen Charlotte Sound, at the confluence of the Columbia with the Pacific. Here they have a park of artillery, consisting of 100 large cannon, with all the other manumissions of war, besides several ships of the line, always afloat in those waters. At this place they furnish their hunters with articles for the Indian trade, consisting of guns, hatchets, knives, clothing, trinkets, ammunition, etc., paying no duties to the American government for the introduction of these wares, as they ought to do. In return, They receive of the Indians and traders the furs and peltry of that vast region, inhabited by many Indian nations. In this very region of country there are more than 80,000 inhabitants under British law. They have also taken for debt, from the government of Central America, a large tract of land, so situated as to eventually command the Isthmus of Darien, that narrow strip of land which unites North and South America, a position which, ere long, will give them untold advantages, in case of the construction of a ship canal through, from the Pacific and the Atlantic oceans, instead of going round Cape Horn as they do now. The name of this place, at the mouth of the Columbia, is Vancouver. It is evident that the English do, in reality, covet the control of the whole earth, for at this moment she gives law to more than 60,000,000 of the human race, in the Indies alone, and will eventually to all China, Hindostan, etc., beyond the Russian possessions, and the other countries of Europe. The English parliament, at this moment, govern more than 1/8 of the human race, which consists of about 800 millions, 1/8 of whom are under the control of the lords of England. Is not this a power to be dreaded and to be watched against? The possession of the Oregon region is of very great importance to the future glory and benefit of this country, as by it, not only many new states may be added to the Union, over which the benign principles of a republican and popular government may be extended, but the trade with China, and the whole vast countries of the western ocean, along the coasts of Asia, would be secured to the cities, towns, and countries yet to rise, all along the coast of the Pacific, which belongs to America. It was in these very regions, along the coast of the Pacific, that the first inhabitants of America, after the flood, settled, who came from China across the ocean, peopling the islands in their course. These first inhabitants were the authors and builders of the great cities now in ruins, found in both South and North America, the discovery of which so much astonishes mankind at present, and the reason why they had a knowledge of architecture so perfect, as is manifest by the ruins now everywhere being discovered in the western and southern regions, is because they derived it from the family of Noah, at a time so near to the flood, that the art was not then lost when they came to this country. The ruins, therefore, above alluded to, are specimens, not only of the architecture of the first age after the flood, but also of the antediluvian world, as it cannot be supposed that any other mode of building would have obtained so soon after that event, as when the nations were but young. Were we even to conjecture that Shem, the great Melchizedek of the Scriptures, may have visited America, we do not feel that it would be considered as a thing impossible, when it is recollected that he lived 500 years after the flood. Long before 500 years had passed by, the children of Noah had begun to people the shores of the eastern ocean opposite to America, as well as the islands adjacent. They had a knowledge of shipbuilding, as shown in the construction of the ark, on which account mankind, and, among the rest, the Phoenician negroes, availed themselves of navigation. What, therefore, was to hinder his visiting the new settlements, not only on the islands, but those on the continent itself? Among the Mexicans there is still a tradition of the great Manco Capac, who once was among them, from whom they received all knowledge respecting agriculture and the arts. Were this not so, or at least had not the people of Peru and of Mexico have had, at the outset in this country, some extraordinary impetus of this kind, they would not, in all probability, have arrived at so great a perfection, as they did in many respects, as was seen when the Spaniards overran those countries, and as is seen in the amazing ruins now being discovered, which denote a state of architectural knowledge far beyond anything done by the native nations since those first ages. It was along that coast and the countries adjacent that the heft of the first population existed, when the regions of America along the shores of the Atlantic were in a wild and unknown state, except where the Chinese had crossed the continent, as at Yucatan, and other places further south. Europe at this time was unknown, as men had not found their way so soon through the unknown wilds from the Euphrates, a distance of more than 4,000 miles to the Atlantic. This very region, the coast of the Pacific, along the whole length of the Oregon, which is a country of nearly 700 miles in length by 400 wide, is destined to become again as populous as at first, and that almost immediately, when the ocean of the Pacific shall again be whitened with the sails of commerce carried on between America, China, and the Indies. Were it not much better that the Americans should avail themselves of all this greatness than that the English should do, which is the plan they are in pursuit of, as well as the subjugation of all the eastern world west of this country? The English, in their secret councils, had determined that the United States should be bounded on the west by the Rocky Mountains, on the north from sea to sea, by the Canadas and British America, and the south by her own and the Mexican empire. Thus, the design was to hem the United States in on every side. Now, with a view to aid in the accomplishment of all this, press the glorious negro question hard, and still harder, till the southern people shall be provoked to declare themselves independent of the North. Then one grand step toward the final ruin of America will be taken, never to be recalled. From the circumstance of the transportation of the wretched Indian men by the English to work their plantations in the hot countries, it is evidence beyond all argument to the contrary, that they do not, and dare not, depend on the emancipated blacks to do this work. On this account, the great argument of abolitionists, namely, that the negroes will certainly work faithfully for their former masters, out of pure gratitude for the gift of their liberty, is refuted, and should open the eyes of all honest abolitionists to a sight of the phantom the English have put them in chase of. To exalt the negro man to an equality in Christendom politically with white men, will not subserve the purposes of humanity toward that race, as they are not capable of sustaining a standing on ground so high. Had not the Creator have estimated the African race as exceedingly inferior, the decree of servitude would not have been announced against them. To exalt this people, therefore, to political equality, will be to admit of a deteriorating element in the midst of superiors, which will amount to nothing more or less than a blemish in the heart of the institutions of the country, on account of their natural incongeniality of natures, passions, character, and constitutional make. In all the states where they are free, the negro population decreases in numbers with a rapid stride, on account of their natural improvidence, which occasions the premature death of their infants. The doctrine of emancipation, therefore, is but a doctrine of death to the negro, though bearing the sweet name of liberty written on its front. That the great men of England, her rich merchants, etc., are not honest in the prejudice they have occasioned in the world against America, on account of negro slavery, is seen in the remarks of Sir Robert Peel, premier of the empire, who accused the merchants of his country of being still deeply interested in the slave trade, and stated that the evidence of the fact could be produced. As a further and still more striking evidence of their hatred of human liberty, we notice their late operations in India. See the following account given by the Rev. J. Piermont. "The sanguinary war by which Great Britain has subjected millions of India, and the stern despotism with which she rules and starves them, that her merchant princes may roll in splendor and bask in voluptuousness, have a voice which the whole thickness of the globe cannot keep from our ears. A more beautiful country than that from Cuddalore to Tangier in Madras cannot be imagined. The dense population and rich soil give their energies to each other, and produce a scene of surpassing loveliness, but the taxes and other causes keep down the laborers to a state below that of the southern slaves. Go with me to the northwest provinces of the Bengal presidency, and I will show you the bleaching bones of 500,000 human beings, who perished of hunger in the short space of a few months. The air, for miles, was poisoned with the effluvia of the dead, the river choked with floating corpses, jackals, vultures, and crocodiles fattened upon the bodies of men, women, and infants, in many cases, even before life was extinct. This occurred in British India in the reign of Victoria I." Under the administration of Lord Clive, a famine in the Bengal province swept off 3 millions, and at the same time the British speculators had their granaries filled to repletion with corn, which the inhabitants were too poor to buy, while the grain was exported elsewhere, and sold at a higher price than it could be sold for in that country. This is the people and government with whom the abolitionists are now coalescing on the subject of human liberty and human rights, to the very great injury of America, and to their own expungeless shame. That abolitionists have been, and are now, in secret and open compact with the leading characters of England on the subject of slavery in America, is shown from the speeches made in the great meeting of the abolitionists of both countries, held recently in London. A Mr. Wendell Phillips, in a set speech in that mighty convention, stated as follows: "That though the connection had been dissolved between this country, that is England, and America, as far as holding its own parliaments and directing its own affairs, yet they were in its vassalage, as far as talents and genius were concerned. The anti-slavery abolitionists had eloquent and devoted men in their cause, but the American public would not listen to them. England, and England alone, was the fulcrum by which American slavery was to be uprooted forever. It was not with America to do this, for it was beyond her power." If it is beyond the power of America, in her legislative halls, to help herself in any respect, whether in relation to slavery or any other matter, how is a foreign power to assist but in a way of aggression and insult, as invited by abolitionists, in their adulatory and fulsome speeches, as is seen in the above. In this speech of Mr. Phillips, it appears that he readily and eagerly gives the meed of praise, in relation to genius and talent, to America's worst enemy, the English, which is an infinite untruth; for as yet, that government have not genius nor talent enough to be just, liberal, and wise, toward her own subjects, and crushes them down in every corner of their empire with taxations unbounded and without end. In this speech of Phillips, the English are fairly invited to take a part in revolutionizing America on the subject of slavery, when he said in that oration, that "England and England alone was the fulcrum (that is, lever power) by which American slavery was to be uprooted forever." In that meeting a Mr. Galusha, an American, who thought to say something which would greatly tickle the ear of the nobility, and withal, if possible, to go beyond his brethren in extravagant remarks, said, "The only apology he could offer for his country (that is, on the subject of slavery) was, that it was possessed by the devil. The delegates from America asked for the aid of the people of England to cast this devil out." This man must be a believer in witchcraft. In some of the West India islands, where the slaves have been set free, it is known that a state of almost universal vagrancy among the negroes has taken place, who do not labor more than one day in 6, and barely enough to keep soul and body together, the residue of the time being spent in thieving, drinking, and debauchery, which has been the character of the race in all ages. It is well known that the negro nations are unconquerably fond of ardent drinks, which, in a free condition, is one reason of their misery, the use of which, in a state of slavery, they cannot indulge, as their masters will not allow it. Their liberation, therefore, would only fill the entire country with straggling paupers, especially in the northern states, as is seen in all the towns and cities of the free North, as very few of the blacks elevate themselves above a condition of vagrancy when in a state of freedom. In the different states of the Union, where the negroes are free, there are found many little settlements of this people, but always in some out of the way place, from whence they sally forth by night to steal, in a small way, from the farmers of their neighborhood. But in the slave states this they cannot do, as slaves are fed and clothed by their masters far better than those who are free, and are also withheld from rambling and wandering about the country. If such settlements and such neighbors are desirable appendages to white communities, then set the negro free in all the states, when the object will be abundantly realized, as a reciprocation of the immunities of white men in their social capacities can never be extended to the blacks, however visionaries may fume and bustle to the contrary, as the very elements of the physical existence of the two races, the whites and the blacks, render such an event impossible except by amalgamation, which would be the end of both races, in the production of a mulatto species, which were produced, not by the creative hand as being original, but by a sin against the laws of human nature. Were the 3.5 millions of slaves in the South set free, the whole states would become infested with gangs and bandit parties, in all the wild and more unsettled regions of the country, instead of cleaving heart and soul to hard labor,
as does the white man, for the sake of bettering, physically and morally, the condition of his race, and to keep it thus bettered. In the New England states, where the negroes have been free these 50 years, have they in the least elevated their characters or condition as men, who set a proper estimate on human liberty? They have not, for everywhere among them the negro is seen to be a negro still. In all the free states of the North, it is the same with this people. There is no real elevation of character beyond the power by which they are surrounded, and this is the influence of the customs and manners of the white population. 'Twas on Euphrates' shore confusion blent to build the tower just as the flood was spent, whose architects were negroes, black and brown, and brought upon their work the Eternal's frown. So in the western world old Nimrod's friends are building up a tower for certain ends, on which 'tis written, abolitionism, meaning wild disorder or any kind of schism. But God, who sees their work, may laugh to scorn, and blast the parent ere the child is born. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. During the time we have been occupied in producing this work, the question has been frequently asked the writer, if he does not consider it a Christian duty to enslave and hold in bondage individuals of the African race, seeing that we build our whole belief on this matter upon the divine oracles. Therefore, say they, ought not Christian men, and all others, to make the thing binding on their very consciences, and preservingly assist in the accomplishment of so great a duty, as we should any and all injunctions of the Scriptures not abrogated? Our reply to this question is, that the Scriptures do not command the enslavement of the negro race, but they give a history of that people, in which is related the account of their being cursed by the mouth of Noah, and of the endorsement of that same curse in the law of Moses, giving the right and privilege to the races of Shem and Japheth to enslave them, if they will, in which practice not even the New Testament opposes any objection. But, says one, if it was not a command that the two races of Shem and Japheth should enslave the race of Ham, how then could there be any certainty that the judicial decree of God, as announced by Noah, that they should be servants, be secured to take place? Our answer to this is, that the commands of God make nothing sure, as all men are free to disobey as they are free to obey. But the decrees of God are sure without man's obedience or disobedience, the Deity taking care so to shape things and circumstances, that his veracity shall not be impeached. It is on this ground, and no other ground, that the judicial decree of God respecting Ham and his posterity was made sure to take place, which, as all the world knows, has been fulfilled, and will, doubtless, still continue to be thus fulfilled, in some shape or other, till the end of the world. There can be no doubt but the chief means by which the divine wisdom has secured the accomplishments of the personal enslavement of Ham's race, is the position they hold in relation to the other two races. The white and red men of the first ages, as well as the same races now,
being actually of a more noble and intellectual description of person and countenance, overawe the more imbecile and cringing negro, who, on this account, naturally looks up for protection and support to the more conservative and powerful races of Shem and Japheth. This being so, which all men must acknowledge, they have naturally and fortuitously become slaves, in myriads of instances, and thus have secured the same fate to their offspring in perpetuity. In this position, there is nothing that savors of sin, as it is but the weaker seeking protection of the stronger. It is the natural operation of circumstances, not to be avoided without much trouble and resistance. How many freed blacks there are in this country who have gone again to their former masters, having found it impossible to take as good care of themselves free as when slaves. But there are other ways in the mutations of society, occasioned by the revolution of nations, in which, as it relates to individuals, there is no sin to be charged upon them, though the negro race fall into their hands as personal slaves, which is under the direction of that eye who will secure the accomplishments of his decrees. As it respects the cases of millions of families in this and all countries, they find, as children and heirs, that they are in possession of black slaves, without their knowledge and consent, the same as the rest of inherited estates and property. So it may be that, in most cases, where the negro man is found a slave, that some uncontrollable circumstance at first necessitated the purchase of the black man as a slave, thus securing, without sin, the servitude of millions. Africa herself, in all ages, has stood ready with her billions of slaves, to tempt the cupidity of men in their purchase, selling their own race for the merest trifle a head. This has always been done by their chiefs. In this, who is to blame? The negro is too ignorant and imbecile to be charged with sin, in the proper sense of the word, on this account. And the purchasers, what else could they do but take them when offered, as their condition in life could not be made worse by the transfer, but far better? Thus, the divine providence, in an arbitrary manner, has taken care to accomplish its own judicial appointment of the negro race to slavery. Abolitionists, in their opposition to the principle of negro slavery, contend that, as the Supreme Being dealt severely in the way of judgment with the Egyptians for refusing to let the Hebrews go free from their condition of bondage in that country, it is made clear, therefore, as they believe, that he is not pleased with the practice which enslaves the black race. But between the two cases, there appears to be no parallel, no likeness of condition, on which account, though God punished and rebuked the Egyptians for their behavior toward the Hebrews in that affair, yet this furnishes no reason why we are to believe that, therefore, negro slavery is against his will. The Hebrews were sent from the land of Canaan down to Egypt by God himself, where they were received as citizens, and placed in the richest part of that country, namely, in Goshen, as in the hollow of his hand, who preserved them there during 400 years, till such time as he should be ready to return them again to the land of Canaan, as he had promised to Abraham, Genesis chapter 15, verse 16. We do not learn from the scriptures that the Hebrews, during their stay in Egypt, were slaves in the abject or property sense of the word, and that they were bought and sold as such among the Egyptians, but that they were vassals only, and were compelled to pay a heavy tax in labor to the government, which toward the close of their stay in that country became exorbitant in the extreme. Respecting this labor which they were compelled to render, it does not appear that they were exacted during the whole time they were in Egypt, but only toward the end of that sojourn. We come to the conclusion that they were not held as personal slaves, the same as negroes are in the southern states, because it is seen from Exodus chapter 12, verse 32, that they had vast herds of flocks and of cattle. If flocks and herds, then they had the possession and occupancy of land, which would also suppose houses in which they dwelt, enjoying all the domiciliary appendages of society, governing themselves, yet in a tributary condition. That this was the fact is shown from Exodus chapter 9, verse 7, where it is written, that Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead. But to what place did Pharaoh send to find this out? To Goshen, the country which was given to the Israelites when they first came into Egypt, as is seen from Genesis chapter 47, verses 4 and 11, which Goshen is in the land of Ramesses, the very best in the country of Egypt. If the Hebrews were actual slaves, as persons are who are bought and sold, then it was impossible for them to possess property, as land, houses, cattle, and herds, or who have maintained a system of nobility or eldership, which they certainly did, as appears from Exodus chapter 12, verse 21, who at the very time of their oppression and of the plagues given in Goshen, as is evident from Exodus chapter 8, verse 22. Had they been slaves, this could not have been, as the people of that caste had no titles or dignitaries, no nobility of any description, property or social compacts, as the Hebrews had at the very time when Moses demanded their release from Pharaoh, and when he delivered them out of the country. The bondage, therefore, to which they were subjected, was that of vassalage, and the payment of exorbitant taxes, required to be paid in labor beyond their power to perform. It is very likely that the persons who performed this labor, in making brick, were drawn out by draughts, so many from every 100, and then sent to the king's works for a given time, and then returned again when others were draughted in their turn. Had this not been so, the Hebrews could not have had possessions in the country, or maintained any form of society whatever, as they certainly did. The Egyptians, from their earliest history, practiced buying and selling slaves of the property character, as is seen from the history of Joseph, who was sold as a slave to an Egyptian by the Ishmaelites, and from other sources. But the Hebrews came into Egypt not as slaves, but as citizens, in full fellowship and equality with the lords of Egypt, in virtue of their relation to Joseph, the savior of Egypt in the days of the famine. We do not find that the scriptures have blamed the Egyptians because they held the Hebrews in a condition of vassalage, but because they abused them, and would not let them go, when God called for them by the ministration of Moses. We see no parallel, therefore, between the condition of the Hebrews in Egypt and the slavery of the negro race, as ordained from the lips of Noah, and from Mount Sinai. Egypt was the house in which God saw fit to place the seed of Abraham, till such time as the nations of the land of Canaan should become ripe for destruction, when he intended to take the Hebrews away from the Egyptians, as he had promised Abraham. Genesis chapter 15, verses 13 and 14. The sojourn of the people of Israel in the country of Egypt was not, therefore, a state of bond slavery, in which the Egyptians claimed and held them as their property, but only as a nation of vassals, providentially placed among them, who, on account of their rapid increase in the country, oppressed them grievously, in order to keep them from becoming numerous, as appears from Exodus chapter 1, verses 9-11. Had they not been a body politic in Egypt, they could not have acquired wealth, so as to have left the country possessed of great substance, beside that which the Egyptians, in their fear, bestowed upon them, when they went out of the country toward the Red Sea. Egypt, it is true, is often alluded to in the scriptures as having been the house of bondage to the Hebrews, and their condition while there that of bondmen, yet of the vassal character, not property slaves, states of human being widely different from each other. The United States, while under the yoke of Great Britain, was a condition of national bondage, but no man was a bond slave on that account, and yet, in principle, their condition was just the same with the Hebrews in Egypt, except the latter were more severely treated. There were many reasons why the Supreme Being saw fit to place the lineage of the Messiah in the condition the Hebrews endured in the country of Egypt, one of which was, that thereby occasion might arise for him to exhibit his power as the God of the universe, by which means the insignificance and nothingness of all other gods might be seen. The judgments, therefore, which were let loose in 10 signal displays upon Egypt, as well as the death of many 10,000s in the Red Sea, were in pursuance of that design, as well, also, as to punish the haughty and cruel negro king of the Nile for not letting the Hebrews go when they were called for by the God of the universe. The rebuke, therefore, of the Egyptians on that occasion affords no argument in support of that opinion, that God was ever displeased with negro slavery, as between the two cases, the Hebrews in Egypt and the negroes under the curse, present no parallels to each other, as to the reasons or principle of the occurrences. If the argument which abolitionists draw from, that history and circumstance, is correct, namely, that God is opposed to negro slavery, how came it to pass in a few months after those awful displays of his power upon the Egyptians, that he gave a permit to the Hebrews to enslave the negro heathen people of old Canaan in the very law of Moses given from heaven on Mount Sinai? If, as abolitionists say, God punished the Egyptians for holding the Hebrews in a state of slavery, and from that alone, how could he justify the enslaving of the Canaanite heathen immediately after? The idea is preposterous, irreconcilable, and absurd. Thus falls to the ground every argument and position which abolitionists conjure up from the scriptures, which goes to contradict the decree of God on the negro question. There is one trait among the incidents of negro slavery upon which abolitionists fix their eye with an awful and fierce intensity, calling on all mankind to come and see the horrid light; and this is the circumstance of separating the families of slaves, by their being sometimes sold to other masters. On this subject, abolitionists argue the same as they would were the case their own, imagining the negro parents feel such a circumstance as acutely and as sentimentally as white families would under similar circumstances. But this is a mistake, as we believe, and does not apply to the negro's case, as it would to that of the whites, on account of a want of the higher intellectual faculties of the mind of the blacks. On occasions of severe bereavement, the feelings of negro parents seem to be of shorter duration, as it is well known that the bond of marriage and family obligation with that race is of but secondary considerations, or of slight influence, as a knowledge of and a participation in high intellectual love and elevated affections is not reached by the black man's soul. On this very account, the desire of promiscuous intercourse prevails in negro society far more than among the whites, and is carried out in their practice. The power of this trait of their constitutional make no doubt operates in lessening their attachments to refined family endearments, so that when separated from each other by being sold, it is not so grievous a thing as it would be to the mind and feelings of a white man or woman. This trait of the negro character was always, thus, a striking proof of which is related by Herodotus, Volume 6, page 77, as follows: "At a certain time, when the Persians had the mastery of Egypt, there was a tribe who had revolted, and, after an unsuccessful struggle against their conquerors, the male part of the population of their citadel or town came to a resolution of secretly making their escape, leaving their families and kindred behind to look out for themselves, while they should reach, if possible, the Ethiopian country that lay at the head of the Nile." But as soon as it was known to the Persians, they pursued the fugitives and soon came up with them, when a parley took place. The Persians endeavored to persuade the negroes to return, by alluding to their gods, their wives and children, from whom they were to be forever separated, if they persisted in their project. But, when this appeal was made to the dearest sensibilities of the human mind, one of their number leaped out from the midst of his fellows, and, in a loud stentorian voice, said, as he exposed himself improperly: "Wherever we go, more wives and more children can be obtained," when they took to their heels and were soon out of sight in the wilderness. In agreement with this disposition, it is said by all travelers, and those acquainted with the true African negro character, that parents will sell their little children for almost any trifle, as a piece of cloth, a girdle of beads, a bottle of wine or brandy, or any trinket which strikes their fancy; and this they do with the knowledge of the certain enslavement of their offspring. Universal Traveler, page 404. We know, it can be said, that the Jew would sell his children, but it was with the knowledge of its release in 6 years to freedom again. It may also be said that the Circassians, who are white, will sell their daughters to the Turks. But this is done, not to enslave them, but to exalt them to the honor of being a member of some great man's harem. This is owing to their false education, not insensibility of nature. But the negro man sells his babe as an abject slave, brutally, for almost no reward, never to see it again, the transaction taking place on the part of the negro parent with all the apathy and indifference they would sell a dog. In all this, does it not appear that there is a difference between the affections of the two races toward their offspring, and that the separating of negro parents from their children is not as grievous as abolitionists seem to believe? This being true, in compliment to the ameliorating genius of the age, it were as well, perhaps, to discourage occurrences of the kind. It would be more patriarchal and fatherly. End of chapter 14a. Chapter 14b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It is not very likely that Ham and his family were very well pleased with the curse and denunciation of Noah, which put them, with all who should proceed from their house, under the ban of everlasting servitude to the races of their brethren. This circumstance, beyond all doubt, raised up in the minds of that people an unconquerable hatred, not only toward Noah, but also toward Shem and Japheth, with their entire posterities in those ages. On this account it was that Ham left the paternal tents and altar of sacrifice near Ararat much sooner than did the other sons, wandering still further down the Euphrates toward the sea, till they came to the great flats of Shinar, where Nimrod, the grandson of Ham, commenced the foundation of his empire, and where he, with Ham and all the race, set about building the tower, as a defense against another flood, and as a temple of idolatry, and a rallying point for their tribes in coming ages. It was, no doubt, on the account of Noah's curse that Nimrod, the great leading spirit, like Satan among the falling angels, opposed himself so cruelly, with all his power, to the religion of Noah, as propagated by Shem, who was Melchizedek. His grand object was to produce and consolidate a power by which to protect his race against the threatened servitude of Noah, his grandsire, announced in the curse, as well as to establish a contrary system of religion, which would subserve the same end. At the time of the confusion of the language, there was none of the races of Shem and Japheth there. That operation, the building of the tower, was wholly a negro invention, who had the requisite geometrical knowledge at the time, derived from the house of Noah, who brought this knowledge, with all other, from beyond the flood. On this account, for some 100 years, the first people of those countries had more scientific knowledge than the nations, many of them had 1,000 years afterwards. But how is it known that the races of Shem and Japheth did not participate in the wicked project of the tower? It is shown from the natural antipathy of the children of Shem toward the blacks, and also from its being an idolatrous temple, or tower, from which the descendants of Shem and Japheth would turn with horror, especially while Noah, Shem, Arphaxad, and others of the patriarchs of the holy line were yet alive, and the dictators of the religion and morals of the people. Josephus says, in his Jewish Antiquities, page 19, that Nimrod was a bold man, and of great muscular strength. The Jewish rabbi say also, in their tradition, that he was a mighty giant, and of a morose, cruel, and savage temper, a tyrant among his people, who forced men from the fear of God, threatening to be revenged on God for destroying the world by water. Moses says he was a mighty hunter before the Lord, to which the Rabbi add that he not only hunted and destroyed the wild animals which abounded beyond measure in that early age, but that he also killed men, unless they would unite with him against God and the religion of Noah. That the blacks of that age and of the house of Nimrod were violent persecutors of the race and religion of Shem and Noah, as related by Josephus, is supported by a Persian tradition, which says that they, having, at a certain time, got into their hands a child of the family of Terah, which was Abraham, they cast it into a strong fire. But when they looked to see it writhe and agonize in the flames, behold, the place of the fire had become a hedge of roses in full bloom, where the infant lay embedded, as on a couch of down formed of those flowers. Nimrod, Ham, and coadjutors, therefore, were the great fathers of idolatry in the world after the flood, who inducted the people into their system of religion by combining the indulgence of one of the strongest passions of human nature with the worship of the gods, making such indulgence one of the chief virtues, because from this indulgence proceeded the human race, as they believed, by which means the world was peopled, a religion in exact agreement with the naturally obscene propensities of the negro race. In the bosom of a negro man, the idea of liberty, freedom, and independence does not give rise to the same sensations, hopes, and expectations that it does in the bosom of the whites. To the mind of a slave, or even of a free black man, with but small exception, the idea of liberty is but the idea of a holy day, in which they are to be let loose from all restraint or control. They are to play, work, or sleep, as may suit their inclination, following out to the utmost the perfect indulgence of indolence, stupidity, and the animal passions. But to the mind of the white man, liberty is the means of the moral and physical improvement of himself and race. It is the field of labor out of which will arise, as wheat from the seed, a harvest of knowledge, intellectual refinement, well-ordered society, the advancement of the arts and sciences, government of the passions, with every good thing that can charm the elevated mind and conduce to the bliss of human existence. The races set out with equal opportunities at the subsiding of the flood, but who has won and taken the prize of power, of social and mental improvement? It cannot be denied that, to the perceptions of a white man, the negro's case is a hard one, and was fully foreknown to the Creator, who is merciful and kind. Yet he did not see fit not to create them, and to create them in the loins of Ham, a degraded race, as well as to appoint them to servitude, while the father of the race was yet alive. If the hard lot of this people affords at present a reason why they should be set free, such as are in slavery, it can be said in reply that the same reason existed at first in the eye of the divine foresight, with all the force that it does now. With such a course, however, namely, not to create them, did not please the Maker, as it was agreeable to him that they should exist, and exist as we find them, a race totally different from the whites, in every respect that can be thought of, except that they are human, but of the lowest order, and eminently adapted to a state of servitude. But, says an abolitionist, we do not disagree to the African race being servants if they desire it, that is, hired servants, as in this way the scriptures, or word of prophecy by Noah, can as well be fulfilled as that the race should be slaves. To this position we reply that it is extremely short-sighted, as he who hires himself out to labor is not a slave servant in any sense of the word, but is a free man, having, at his own will, disposed of his labor, not of his body as he saw fit. The scriptures, in the law of Moses, made a great distinction between a slave and a hired man. See Leviticus chapter 25, verses 39 and 40, where it is written as follows: "Thou shalt not compel them," a Hebrew, "to serve as a bondservant, but as a hired servant." But notwithstanding the discriminating remark of Moses, abolitionists can discover no difference in the two cases, confounding them together, because they will, and not because they do not know better. Were this the way in which the Spirit of God directed Noah to curse the race of Ham with servitude, and the way in which he intended its fulfillment, namely, that they were generally to hire themselves out to work for other people, then it would follow that this curse applied as much to both the other races as it did to Ham's race. For there are found as many laborers among the other races, and especially the whites, who work on hire, as among the blacks, and 1,000 times as many, as they are a more industrious people. Surely the Supreme Being could never have intended to call a man cursed because he should hire himself out to labor. There must be, therefore, some worse meaning attached to the idea of a bond servant than the hiring of one's self out. On this view of the subject, bond service cannot be made out, as personal bondage supposes the holding of our bodies as property. Consequently, when Moses said to the Hebrews that if they wanted bondmen and bondmaids, who were to serve them forever, they were to buy them, not hire them, of the heathen, and to hold them by compulsion, as a possession for themselves and their children after them, which they could not do with a hired man. From this view of the subject, it is easy to perceive that the arguments of abolitionists entirely neutralize the force of the denunciation of Noah respecting Ham's race, causing it to refer as much to one people as to another, who may chance to hire themselves out to labor, making it a curse to do so, and they who do it a cursed race. Is not this a fair result of their position? But, says an abolitionist, we do not believe that the curse of Noah signified or related in any sense to such a thing as the personal bondage of any of the race of Ham, with a view to their bodily enslavement. That curse, we hold, was wholly of a national character, and was fulfilled, as it related to Shem's rule, when the Jews subdued old Canaan, and as to Japheth's rule, when the white nations, under Alexander, destroyed old Tyre and Zidon with other negro countries, putting them under tribute and national servitude. To this, as to the other problem, we must reply that it will not do, as by this mode of interpretation, all the other nations of the earth, who have alternately subdued each other by war, policy, or stratagem, and laid one another under vassalage and tribute, are, therefore, equally cursed with the race of Ham. as to the quintessence of the thing, as it was no worse for the negro Canaanites to be put under vassalage and tribute than any other people, so that they were no more under a divine curse than any of the rest of mankind when conquered. Wherefore, in this way of explaining the text, abolitionists make it void and indefinite as to its particular application, which the whole history, as written by Moses in the 9th chapter of Genesis, disallows. There is but one way remaining to give that scripture, Genesis chapter 9, as well as the clause in the law, Leviticus chapter 25, a consistent meaning, and that is to allow that both recognized the individual and bodily slavery of the race of Ham by the two other races, the circumstance of their paying tribute, at any time, as a people, to other nations who might conquer them, having nothing to do toward the fulfillment of that denunciation of Noah, as that decree related not to national, but to individual slavery. If this is not the true sense of those passages, and especially that of Genesis chapter 9, verses 25 through 27, it would remain as yet uncertain whether that curse or decree has been in any degree fulfilled. The fond idea, or we may say, the fanaticism and foolish notion of abolitionists, which supposes the hiring out of the race of Ham at their own discretion to the other races, falls, therefore, to the ground, so far as it relates to the fulfilling of the curse of Noah upon the posterity of Ham, his youngest but wretchedly profligate son. Thus, having disposed of the foregoing objections and positions of abolitionists, we now address ourselves to combat another error of their creating. This is the circumstance of the slaves laboring, as they say, for no reward or wages, and therefore slavery is not according to the principle of eternal rectitude, but is a sin of the blackest dye. Now, do not frown, dear reader, when we tell you that this is not true of slavery, as slaves do not labor without a hope of reward, and that reward they generally receive. It is true, however, that their wages is not as much as many other laborers obtain, and then again, it is much more than many receive who are not slaves. The laboring classes of men over the whole earth and among all people operate under very different circumstances, which has been the case in all ages, and will continue to be thus to the end of time. In all countries, minors, apprentices, and children labor till of age, for no other reward than their food, shelter, and clothing. In millions of cases, men labor all their lives, and never receive anything more than their food and raiment, and yet they were not bondmen, but free. Do not black slaves receive as much as this? And is not this a reward to which they look with all the eagerness of any other kind of laborers? Do they not hail the hours of meal times as the bright spot of their destiny, with as much joy as do other laborers? The clothes they receive, are they not far better than their original nakedness in the wilds of Africa? Who rewarded them then? Millions of free men over the whole earth do not receive as much wages as do the negroes of the slave states in America, but with their freedom actually starve to death, even in England and her dependencies, not from idleness, but from oppression. Among free men, how many beggars do we meet with who receive no wages? But among negro slaves there are no beggars. food and raiment is all that a man can receive on the earth, which is as sure to a negro slave as to the rest, and is the whole reward of animal labor and of animal existence. The rich, though they control more than they can individually consume, have, in reality, nothing, after all, more than a slave, except injurious and ruinous luxuries. Wherefore, as it respects mere physical existence, slaves are on a perfect level with the rest of mankind, which is not only philosophically, but scripturally true. For Solomon says, Ecclesiastes 6:7, that all the labor of man is for his mouth, which is his portion and reward under the sun. Negro slavery, therefore, on that account, is not contrary to the principle of eternal rectitude. It is true, however, that their hope of speculation is not as great as it is among the whites. Yet the amount, upon the whole, which they receive is just the same, as their food, raiment, and shelter are made much surer to them, especially in Christian countries, than among the free blacks. The servitude of the race of Ham to the latest era of mankind is necessary to the veracity of God himself, as by it is fulfilled one of the eldest of the decrees of the scripture, namely, that of Noah, which placed the race as servants under the other races. This is noticed by Newton in the same light, which has been, and now is, being everywhere fulfilled, with all the punctuality that all the other decrees are and have been fulfilled, and should convince all abolitionists of their unavailing error in opposing this great and nearly most ancient decree of the divine oracles. God is just and good in the adaptation of circumstances to the well-being of every creature of the earth, which is as manifest in the negro's case as in the case of every other grade of animal being. If the white man is more intellectual than a negro, so much the more are his cares and responsibilities. On this principle we notice that in the negro character is fixed, as a kind of antidote or recompense for slavery, a certain disposition to levity, peculiar to themselves, which takes off much of the weight of their seeming sorrows. This enables them more cheerfully to endure, without thought, their condition of servitude. One trait of this peculiar character of the negroes is, their fondness of singing and whistling, in which they universally indulge, even under circumstances which would make a white man weep. They generally have voices of the most melodious character, and can whistle with their thick lips, better than all mankind beside, in the sounds of which they forget all things else, rejoicing in the lightness and levity of their peculiar natures. Who has not witnessed this, that has seen and noticed this people at all? Thus mercifully is thrown into the negro's being circumstances which go to make his condition tolerable, though created black and doomed to servitude, rendering him upon the whole not less happy than are the other races of men. Thus, with balanced eye, the great all-seeing has made each race with an equal being, has with the ills of life some blessing mixed, though in our grades a general state is fixed. The white man soars as with an eagle's flight, while the black man dips in the wave of night. And both, rejoicing in their several spheres, should offer thanks in the Eternal's ears. End of chapter 14.